Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Harry Potter defied the Phoenix Order after the Ministry battle. Here is short summary. Haunted by loss and tired of being a pawn, Harry turns his back on the Order. As secrets unravel and loyalties are tested, he forges his own path, one that may save the world, or shatter it. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry sat staring at the coffee table, blank, gormless expression on his face as he tried to remember the last time he'd felt so ill for a reason not associated with his scar or Voldemort. His head literally felt like it was about to explode and his stomach was churning and making gurgling noises that sounded none too pleasant. He was so thirsty he thought his tongue had been replaced with a large lump of moldy carpet. Kitty wandered in, last night's makeup smudged around her eyes and her hair looking even more wild than usual. She took one look at Harry, began to laugh, and without another word walked into the kitchen. He felt too ill to speak right at that moment and simply sat, careful not to make any sudden, jarring movement, as he waited for her to come back. A moment later Kitty wandered back in, looked at Harry and laughed again. Hair of the dog, she asked him, showing him a vodka bottle, or vitamin C burst. Orange juice, please, he said hastily as his stomach lurched at the sight of alcohol. She tipped him out a glass, handed it to him but held it slightly out of reach. Instead she grinned widely at him and began to laugh again. Will you stop doing that? He said in exasperation, leaning forward and taking the juice quickly. Kitty tried to compose her face into a look of innocence, failed miserably and then tried not to laugh by biting her lip. He gave her an experimental glare and she broke down into wild laughter again, draped over the sofa as he merely sat and watched her in the most dignified silence he could manage. Kitty, he asked her finally, it's not that funny. She giggled slightly and tried to appear more demure, finally sitting up and lighting up a cigarette. However, she kept shooting him looks out of the corner of her eye and smiling to herself. You've got a right shiner, she said finally, trying desperately not to laugh. Yeah, thanks, I had noticed, he told her, fingers gingerly prodding his sore and swollen eye. Does it hurt? She asked him conversationally, pouring a healthy dose of vodka into her orange juice that made Harry's stomach lurch just at the thought. Harry gave her a look. Ah, enough said. I've had black eyes before, I can probably guess, she said happily, holding up her hands in peace. Kitty could only hold her silence for a moment before her uncharacteristic early morning exuberance got the better of her and she jumped up. She raised her fists and began to shadow box thin air, ducking and diving, all the time keeping up commentary. Fear my fists, for I am the mighty Harry Potter, she cried, feigning a punch at him, by day mild-mannered runaway, but at night and under the influence. Raging bull, fists of fury. She gave a whoop and did a bit of fancy footwork that made Harry forget his disapproving air and began to laugh along with her. Who'd have thought you had it in you, Harry? She asked him happily, dropping onto the sofa next to him, and I thought you tea-wadding my stepdad was a one-off. He grinned sheepishly and she gave another loud whoop of approval, jumping to her feet once again, full of energy. Tell me, sir, she demanded, shoving an invisible microphone in front of him, where did your newfound skill in ass-kicking come from? I'm quite able to defend myself, you know, Harry said blushing in embarrassment. I seem to recall that you were the one doing the attacking actually, she said airily, falling onto the sofa stomach first. Nasty temper you've got there, Harry, gonna get you into trouble. He began to laugh along with her and she practically beamed. Why are you so happy about it? He asked her in a puzzled voice. She merely shuffled along the sofa and rested her elbows on his legs as she grinned up at him. Because nobody has ever defended my honor before, she said simply, leaning up and catching a surprised Harry with a quick key. You make it sound so chivalrous, he joked when they broke apart, though secretly quite pleased at her praise. Well, it was, she told he, turning over so she lay with her head on his lap, looking up at him, my knight in shining armor. Although, I must say, I was quite able to deal with him myself. You shouldn't have to deal with gits like that, he said at once, flaring up into anger. hands all over you like you're public property or something. He realized he was working himself up into a rant and trailed off to find Kitty staring at him, a small smile on her face and a very strange look in her eyes. He interpreted this as a bad sign. I'm sorry I got us kicked out of the club, he apologized finally. It was a really good night before that. Harry, you could do that every single time we go out from now until the apocalypse and I wouldn't be angry at you, she told him emphatically, and he looked at her in surprise. You look like you're angry, he suggested warily. I'm not, she laughed, although that strange look was still in her eyes. It's just, I can't believe you did that, for me. What? That I was trying to protect you from a bunch of drunken yobs? He asked her incredulously. Yeah, she said quietly, reaching up and brushing her fingers across his bruised nose and cheekbones. It really meant a lot me. He gave a small smile before wincing suddenly when her fingers trailed over a particularly painful area. She gave an upset-looking frown, but he merely brushed away her worry with another grin. Am I ever going to see what you look like without injuries? She sighed finally. Your jaw's only just gone down after that fight with my stepdad and now you look like a panda. We can't all heal as fast as you, he joked, thinking about the time he'd regrown all the bones in one arm overnight. Your eyes went down after a few days. She nodded, before looking up at him again for a long moment. What? He asked. Nothing. She grinned as if she had a private joke. I guess I only just realized how lucky I was to bump into you that day on the bus. He nodded in agreement. Despite everything, despite all the things that were pressing down on his thoughts, he still would rather be where he was than anywhere else in the world right at that moment in time. So you punch as many people as you want, she told him, sitting up slightly and turning to face him. Be Bad Harry if you want. Oh, so you like Bad Harry then? He joked, wrapping his arms around her so she had no choice but to sit on his lap. He's definitely surprising, she said, sitting so her legs were either side of him and leaning forward until their foreheads were touching. Surprising in a good way, he murmured, finger tracing a circular motion on her lower back. She gave a shiver of unexpected pleasure at Harry's uncharacteristic behavior and leant forward, catching his lips with a long, lingering key. She placed her hands on either side of his face softly as they keyed, trying to stop herself laughing out loud at her amazing luck. Harry was acting the same as he had the night before when she'd argued with him, and she realized that he only ever acted like this when he either thought he'd done something to upset her or he had the same sudden realization, as she sometimes did, about what she really felt for him. She grinned to herself widely when they pulled away for air a few minutes later as she realized that Harry would be in a really good mood today. You know, I can't imagine not doing this every day, he told her breathlessly, tucking her braids back slowly. What more could you ask for? She agreed, leaning forward and giving him another long key. Harry's hands were wrapped around Kitty's waist underneath her nightshirt when they heard the key scrape in the door lock. They both gave an irritated sigh as they broke apart, red-cheeked and breathless when Donna walked in. And again, with the peep show for a living room, came her sarcastic voice from somewhere behind Harry, who didn't bother to look around. Enjoying yourselves, guys? Came a second voice, that of Greg, Donna's boyfriend. We were, pouted Kitty as Harry took his arm from around her waist. I can see that, said Donna, grinning as she rounded the sofa and surveyed them both as baby Jason sat on her hip. Harry tried not to let his cheeks flush with embarrassment as Donna watched him with her irritating little secret smile that let Harry know she was thinking or plotting something else. He decided to give her a challenging look, which she caught and gave another small smile at. And if it isn't Muhammad Ali, said Donna to the room at large as if nothing had just passed between them, our very own featherweight. Nice one, Harry, said Greg, giving him a big thumbs up and miming punching someone. Donna merely rolled her eyes and then looked over to her boyfriend. Better not get too close to Kaz, babe, else Harry here might be forced to take you down. Harry laughed uncomfortably as everyone mocked him for a good few minutes more. And you thought I was going to mess up last night, Kitty said to him finally with a grin. Donna looked at Harry for a moment, eyebrow arched and a calculating look on her face. Harry found himself almost beginning to hate Donna and her attitude towards him. However, he didn't have time to think about this because Kitty gave another laugh, and despite the fact that Donna and Greg were there, leant forward and keyed him again. Fancy getting out of here? He asked her quietly when they broke apart again and the others were in the kitchen. How about the cinema? She suggested, wicked grin on her face, nice and dark. We could carry on this discussion. Perfect, he told her, already moving to get his wallet. Tonks looked at the address she'd scrawled on a piece of parchment, before studying the street sign. This was definitely the right road, she mused, looking around at the cars, and curtained windows, light glowing through them in the darkness. Kath's brother lived here somewhere, she mused, wondering with a tingle of excitement whether Harry would be there now, if she was moments away from finding them, from ending this. At some deeper level she knew she should probably have told everyone she'd found the address, that she was coming here, but the thought of the look on Remus' face when she told him she'd found Harry drove all this out of her mind. Her drunken rant at him the previous night had been weighing heavy on her consciousness, and the thought of seeing him again while he thought she was angry at him made her feel slightly sick. She pulled out her wand and cast a useful little charm to show the presence of a magical person in the vicinity. If Harry was here, she'd see a red arrow fly off in their direction, as if an invisible archer were there. But this arrow flashed green and sped away towards a nearby flat. All at once she leapt into action, legs completely bypassing the need for commands from her brain as she ran towards the house, knowing full well what green meant. Dark magic. Tonks ran towards the front door, blasting it open and running into the hallway, boots crunching on the broken glass. She surveyed the scene quickly, fire upstairs, movement down the hall, the sound of screaming. No sign of Harry or Kathy yet though. There was another piercing scream and she set off at once, skidding into the kitchen, eyes falling on a scene she would not like to have erased from her memory forever. There was a dead body lying in the center of the floor surrounded by blood, over which another man stood, held in some sort of field off the floor. She looked across to see a Death Eater, hooded and cloaked, eyes trained on the man who began to writhe in pain. Drop your wand, she shouted, her own trained on the man's heart. He looked at her and in a millisecond she realized her mistake, they never work alone. The force of the spell that hit her in the back threw her to the floor and she lost grip of her wand, as it skittered away towards the dead body. She crawled forwards quickly as the two Death Eaters shouted instructions to each other, grabbing her wand and spinning to face them. Nymphmedora, came the gleeful voice beneath one of the hoods that sent shivers down her spine, they send in the ickle girly to do the grown-up jobs now. The muggle gave a shriek of pain and Tonks threw a hex towards his torturer which caused him to break the spell and stumble backwards. The second Death Eaters gave a yell and threw a curse at her, which blasted her backwards into the dead body, which she hit with a thump, face covered in blood now. She spat it out and twisted to see a blast of green light flying towards the muggle man who was running towards her. Tonks yelled out but it was too late. The curse hit him and threw him sideways into the cupboards, which he hit with a resounding crack, falling to the floor in an ungainly pile and not moving again. She scrambled to her feet, wand hand extended. Put down your wands. The woman began to laugh, horrible, high-pitched cackling which her partner joined in with. While they were doing this she seized her chance, throwing a curse at the man which threw him to the floor. Another quick curse knocked him out flat. Naughty girly, cooed Bellatrix, without sorrow for her injured comrade, you've been practicing since I last saw you. Quick as a flash she threw a jet of yellow light towards her, which she threw herself away from but which caught her shoulder. There was a blinding pain and she rolled to the floor, gasping with the shock and pain. She looked up to see Bellatrix standing over to her, tugging off her mask and fixing her with a wild-eyed look. How now, fair niece? She whispered, reaching forward and grasping her injured shoulder and digging her nails into it. She couldn't help but scream out in pain, to which Bellatrix gave a laugh of pleasure, grinning at her with pure evil in her face. Tonks gritted her teeth against the overwhelming pain and kicked out, boots connecting with Bella's shins and bringing her crashing to the floor. There was a furious scuffle and a confusion of whirling robes and blasts of light until Tonks managed to pin Bella down, hand curled around her throat. Go on then, sweet niece, she whispered maliciously, squeeze a little tighter. I'm not going to kill you, Tonks said through gritted teeth, breathing quickly and trying to ignore the blinding pain which was steadily growing in her arm. Ah, why not? Can't do it. Mocked the woman. Not even for revenge. I've got a nice cell lined up for you in Azkaban, hissed Tonks dangerously. One you might remember. Cell block 13, room 42. Bellatrix gave a hiss and struggled against Tonks' superior grip. You better put Ickle Potter next to me then. She finally said, lip curling with hatred. What are you talking about? Demanded Tonks, fingers curling around her neck a little tighter. Oh, didn't you know? He's just as bad as the rest of us, she whispered deliciously, savoring the confused look in Tonks's face, though his Crucio could be improved. You're lying, she said maliciously, slamming the woman into the floor roughly. Why would I when the truth is so much more pleasurable? She asked, suddenly bringing her knees up into Tonks' stomach. She rolled onto the floor, hand clasping her stomach as she heaved to get the air back into her winded lungs. But I suppose you'll have to catch Ickle Potter first, won't you? She laughed as she watched Tonks crawling across the ground. He's a slippery character, isn't he? Disappearing just like that. Bellatrix kicked her in the stomach with a mighty boot and she rolled away, lying still for a moment and trying to fight the black veil that was descending over her eyes. Stay awake, Nymphmedora, cooed Bellatrix. I want you to watch this. I wonder if you'll black out before I pull your arm off. She reached down towards her and heaved her to her feet by her collar. She fixed her with an insane grin. What's the matter, my little niece? She asked sweetly as Tonks coughed and spluttered. Hurt again? Poor Ickle baby, you're not very good at this, are you? This place will be surrounded in moments, gasped Tonks, unable to drag the air back in as her pain in her shoulder increased again. It took a moment to realize this was because Bella's nails were digging back into the open wound again. And you get to die here while we're waiting, she said, throwing Tonks into the wall, which she hit and fell into a crumpled heap. What's the sacrifice for, my sweet one? She asked her in an evil whisper. You won't make any difference. No one would miss you. No one would be grieved beyond coping. Tonks tried to raise herself to her hands and knees and she watched Bella through blood-filled eyes, hardly able to breathe. You're just a silly little girl, aren't you? She cooed, trying to play with the grown-ups. Well, know this, you're always going to lose. She swept across to the second fallen Death Eater and revived him. He climbed to his feet and they looked down at her, defeated, injured, just clinging on consciousness. Bye-bye, sweet niece, sang Bellatrix, twisting her wand around and pointing it at her. First serious now you. My, how disappointing our family has become. Tonks felt time slowing down as she desperately reached for her wand. Avada Kedavra, shrieked Bella, seeing what she was trying to do. However, Tonks was just a little quicker in shouting, Accio body. The dead body burst into life, flying towards her in some kind of macabre dance, before falling onto her like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The killing curse struck the body and pushed them both across the slippery, blood-soaked floor before they slid to a halt in front against a cupboard. Did it work? Asked the man gruffly. If not, that shoulder will, said Bellatrix, walking towards Tonks with wand outstretched, but just to be sure. There was the sound of footsteps approaching the house and Bella looked up, disappearing in an instant. The man also made to apparate, but didn't count on Tonks still being conscious. Heaving the body off her, she kicked the man's feet from under him. He fell to the floor and Tonks grabbed his wand. They both scrambled to their feet and after a moment's indecision the man turned and ran and Tonks flew after him. They burst into the cool night's air and he ran through the garden, which backed onto a small industrial estate. She began to throw curses at him, which he ducked and dodged, managing to scramble into a small dilapidated warehouse through a broken window. She also slid in, adrenaline pumping through her body now, wiping away the fear and the pain as all that mattered now was that she caught him, brought him to justice for the lives he'd just taken. The warehouse interior was just as dilapidated as the outside, covered in a thick layer of dust and the still air pressing down around her. She licked her lips and tiptoed forward, raising her wand as she went. With a flick and a whispered charm which echoed around the empty cavernous space, her Auror uniform was replaced with the black robes of the Death Eater. With a moment's concentration, her face began to change, taking on the wild-eyed, pale-faced appearance of Bellatrix. Slowly she raised the mask to cover her face and crept into the building further looking for the man. She rounded a corner, concentrating intensely on not making a sound or knocking anything over anything when she almost ran into the other Death Eater. He jumped backwards and faced her, relaxing slightly when he saw the robes. Tonks slowly pulled the mask away from her face, revealing the face of Bellatrix. She concentrated on the woman expression, the curl of the lip, the slightly mad look in the eyes, and fixed the man with an angered look. Slowly she raised a finger to her lips. SSSH. She whispered slowly and the man nodded. This works, she thought ecstatically, it's working. She's got my wand, the man mouthed, placing a hand on her shoulder, I must get it. Tonks gave a yelp as his hand closed around her wounded shoulder and dots of white light exploded in front of her eyes. He jumped back regarding her in confusion before the truth began to dawn. Before he could do anything else she whipped her wand to him and stunned him. He dropped to the floor like a dead weight and she fell to her knees beside him, raising a hand to her shoulder as she gritted her teeth with pain. She blinked the blood out of her eyes, pushing her sweaty hair away from her as she concentrated on her own face again. Slowly and painfully she began to bind the man, first with magical charms, then with rope and finally a charm that was known as the Azkaban shackle, practically impossible to get out of. When she was done she rested her forehead on the cool ground for a moment. She was finding it hard to think straight now, her mind was a muddled mass of pain and confusion. Slowly she raised her wrist up to her mouth, whispering something into it before falling forwards onto the floor, landing with a dull thump, lying still as the dust settled about them again. Various emotions were flicking across Harry's face as he fitfully slept on the sofa, trying to push the nightmares away desperately. The flash of red snake eyes. The curl of the thin lips in a delighted sneer. We're coming for you, we're getting closer. If we put a containment field around here, motioned Remus, drawing the tip of his wand around part of the map, then layered it over with a second impenetrable field. We've already tried that, said Bill, shaking his head. Gringotts tried it on their new super vaults. I got through it by simply. He continued to list the number of charms and hexes he had used and Remus felt a deep sense of gloom. There was no way they'd come up with a halfway decent field for Azkaban in time for the next outbreak. Silence descended and in the gloom of the kitchen of Grimmauld Place Remus and Bill stared at the map, deep in their own thought. Then suddenly they both heard something that made both their ears prick up. Remus, help me. The voice died away and they looked at each in horror. That was Tonks, said Bill, while Remus was already speaking into his wrist. Tonks, can you hear me? He said loudly, eyes fixed on the wall in front of him as he strained to hear any response. Tonks. Where are you? There was no response and the two men jumped into action. Bill ran to the fireplace and pushing his head through the network to Tonks' home while Remus employed the emergency order call signal. Moments later members began to arrive and the call went up to trace Tonks. One complex spell later and Remus' wand was tuned into Tonks' presence and Hestia found a rough location for her magical signature. En masse the order apparated to Greater Eggbuckland. It didn't take them long to find the house that Tonks must have been summoned to and Remus ran in first, wand out as he followed the trail of destruction down the corridor into the kitchen. Merlin's beard, whispered Doge, raising a hand to his mouth as they surveyed the scene of carnage. Kingsley and Emmeline Vance moved over to the bodies, but soon proclaimed them dead as Remus looked around the room trying to get some idea what happened. The iron tang of blood was filling the air, smelling all the more strong to Remus due to his condition and he could almost taste Tonks' presence. Doge cast a charm which would show if Tonks had been there and Remus was horrified, yet not surprised to see patching of shining blood, glimmering and glittering showing the path that Tonks had taken throughout the room. He felt physically sick and the complete absence of her made it all the worse. This couldn't be how it ended. Point me, he commanded his wand, which spun and pointed out the door. He set off at once at a run, stopping every few moments to check the direction, finding himself standing in front of a small warehouse. With a look to each other and a nod, they walked inside, wands out and alert. Track, whispered Remus, pointing his wand at the ground. Sure enough, a vibrant set of footprints appeared on the floor and it took only the slightest glance to see they wouldn't be needed, there was a set of bloody footprints there anyway. As one the group moved swiftly into the warehouse, hurrying along Tonks' footprints as Remus felt his heart hammering in his throat, every twist they took aware of what he might see. There she is, said Emmeline suddenly, peering into the gloom and seeing two figures on the floor. Lumos, commanded Remus, running over and falling to his knees by her side. With a shaking hand, he grasped her shoulder and turned her over, pulling his hand back in shock. He looked at it, covered in blood, before looking back to her shoulder, pulling aside the torn fabric of her robes to see a raw open wound that was deep and still pumping out blood. In silence he looked into her usually grinning heart-shaped face to see a mask of blood and dirt, a long cut down one cheek. Her eyes were closed peacefully. Is she? Began Emmeline, before giving a slight sniff. Is she alive? Remus looked back down to her shoulder and the blood still pumping out of it. Yes. The Aurors are going to be here in a minute, said Kingsley. They can't find the order here. Our cover will be blown. What do we do? Asked Doge. Go back to HQ. I'll send out the signal to the Aurors, see that she's looked after, and we'll get in touch with you, he said firmly, and everyone began to move away from Tonk's prone body. Remus wanted to ask if he could stay. He couldn't face the thought of leaving her lying here like this, so injured. But he couldn't get the words out and looked up to Kingsley. They can't find you here, Remus, said Kingsley in his deep rumble of a voice. Remus nodded and, with a shared look between them all, began to apparate one by one. With one last look at her prone form, he also disapparated. Harry bolted upright from his deep sleep suddenly, gasping as he fought to regain his breath. It was getting more frequent, he realized. Every night now he'd dream, sometimes even twice a night. If it wasn't what Voldemort and his Death Eater were doing, or what he wanted Harry to see, it was dreams of Sirius, of the Veil, of the Department of Mysteries. He couldn't handle it anymore. He dropped his head onto his knees, wrapping his arms tightly around it, trying to block out the sound of the silence, the cold, the fear. He wanted to be somewhere nice and warm and safe, not here. Not here. What was he doing here? What did he think he was doing? How could this possibly work? But you can't go back, whispered a voice in his head. What will they say? What good will it do? Just because you'll be there won't make the nightmares stop, won't save anybody, it won't make a difference. He couldn't leave Kitty and he couldn't leave her here. He drew in a deep breath, exhaling shakily as he tried to straighten his rambling thoughts, stop the shakes that seemed to have overtaken his body, calm down. There was a noise behind him and he knew instantly who it was. He didn't even need to look up. How did she always seem to know? She sat down next to him on the sofa, resting a comforting hand on his knee. He unfolded his arms from around his head and looked across to her. She had a deep frown on her face. Couldn't sleep? He asked her, surprised at how weak his own voice sounded. She merely grimaced at his attempted joke. It's too early in the morning for normal Kitty, she told him. I'm afraid you're stuck with Sirius me for a while. You don't do Sirius, he said, looking away and staring at the wall. He could almost still smell the smoke, feel the heat of the flames, see the blood. I'm worried, Harry, she told him in a small voice. You're barely eating, you get practically no sleep, and even when you do, you just look less rested than before. Harry was glad it was dark so she didn't have to see the blush creeping up his cheeks. What was it about? She asked him anxiously. I don't feel like talking about it, he said stiffly. It was bad enough the first time. He suddenly realized that he was pressing his fingertips to his throbbing scar again, taken somewhat unawares as he hadn't even noticed the headache he had. Kitty seemed to be watching him, however, eyes following the soothing motion he was attempting. I think it's time to see a doctor, she told him in a rush. What? All these headaches and nightmares, your scar hurting, maybe they're connected. She suggested quickly, obviously anxious as to his reaction. If only you knew, he laughed to himself. It's not, he said firmly. How can you say that? She exclaimed in a low voice, darting a look over to the bedrooms. You're sitting there with a killer migraine, pressing your scar and shaking so badly I can feel it from here. Harry, there's something wrong. There's always something wrong, he muttered to himself. He was slightly taken aback. He hadn't realized he'd been shaking, but now she'd pointed out he saw that he was trembling all over, a cold sweat making his shirt stick to his back. As much as he hated to say it, she was right, something was wrong. Go to the doctor's, she told him. No, I'll come with you, she offered desperately. Please. No. Please, Harry. I've got to do something. I can't sit by and watch you get more and more ill every day. I'm not getting ill, he lied. It's too soon since he went. They'll go, I promise. You can't promise me that, she said severely. You have no control over them at all. The doctors can't do anything, he said, equally as forcefully. Leave it be. I can't. I've got to do something. Then just stay with me for a bit, he said loudly, before pausing and saying in a smaller voice, if you want to. She looked at him sadly, before nodding. Okay, I can do that, she whispered, shuffling closer to him. They leaned against the back of the sofa and after a while she rested her head on his shoulders, intertwining her fingers with his. He tried to steady his breathing and forget everything he'd seen, but his thoughts seemed to keep returning to it and he worried again about what was happening. He was in over his head. Way over his head. He had to go back. You're still shaking, she whispered after a while. Sorry, he apologized, staring at his hand and hers clasped together. She was right. Wordlessly she bent down and picked up the blanket he'd been sleeping in, throwing it over both of them and tucking it under. He stared at her for some time as she closed her eyes and leant against him again, worried frown plastering her face. He couldn't go back, he realized all at once. He couldn't leave her. What was he going to do? His mind screamed at him. He had nobody to talk to. No one could advise him. He couldn't even tell Kitty. All at once the desire to have Sirius back hit Harry once again. If there was anyone he could have spoken to, it was him. He wanted him back so badly. That gaping hole he felt inside his stomach, that place where the grief and guilt seemed to rest, seemed to eat him up, opened up once more. The pain of losing Sirius hit him as if for the first time, like it did that night in Dumbledore's office, like it did that day in Diagon Alley. He had to say something, do something, he couldn't hold this all in. I got a letter before I left, he blurted out. She twisted around to look at him slightly. Oh yeah, she asked, frowning slightly. Who from? This guy called Antonius Quibble, he said quickly. He said he had something to tell me about Sirius, about what happened to him. She straightened up slightly, sensing the seriousness of their conversation and frowned even more. Don't you know? She asked, carefully choosing her words. Yeah, I know, he said, the image of Sirius falling through the veil slamming through his mind. Only, he said he had more information, about how, and why. It's a bit weird, Harry, she replied, and he felt his chest tighten against her opinion. It wasn't weird, it couldn't be weird, he had to know. Sort of, he replied hastily, trying to make her understand, but he asked me to meet him, so he could explain. Now that sounds really weird, she told him seriously. What can he tell you that you don't already know? Everything, he thought desperately. What the veil is, where Sirius is, how he could have talked to him if Gringotts knew he was, or thought he was, dead. Kitty was staring at him worriedly. This sounds weird to me, Harry, she told him slowly. You said that already, he snapped, before instantly feeling ashamed for it. Sorry. It's just. You wanted me to tell you that you should go and see him. She finished, before shaking her head emphatically. I'm not gonna tell you what you want to hear when I think it's wrong. It sounds like a setup to me, by the guy that killed Sirius. Maybe he wants you next. More than you'll ever know, he thought to himself bitterly. But, what if he trailed off hopelessly? The only way he was going to get Sirius' death out of his nightmares, the only way to stop him almost constantly thinking about that night at the ministry, was if he understood what had happened, where Sirius was, whether he could get him back. I know you want answers, Harry, she said to him softly, breaking him from his thoughts. When you lose someone, you want nothing more than to find out why it happened. How can it be right for someone to just disappear? Where do they go? What happens to them? To you, but this guy isn't going to help. Harry stared at the blanket for a few seconds, trying to digest her words before looking over to her. You're talking about your mum, aren't you? He asked. About when she died. A bit, she said, eyes clouding slightly, but more about my friend, Carla. She got killed 2 years ago, and for so long I just couldn't understand. No, not even that. Couldn't comprehend what had happened, because she disappeared just like that, for no reason. But if someone gave you the option of finding out what happened to her, he suggested slowly. Wouldn't you want to know? Maybe, she agreed, picking up his hand and lacing her fingers with his, but honestly, Harry, I don't think we're meant to know. Sirius is gone, just like Carla. There's no rhyme or reason to it. I don't know where to. And I know that it hurts, but you can't live your life dwelling on it, because it'll eat you away. He nodded heavily. Her words made sense. It would be what he'd want to be able to tell someone if they'd suffered a loss. But somehow he just couldn't bring himself to believe it, accept it, do what she said. Sirius was just another death, like his parents, that he thought he'd never be able to get over. The guilt of knowing you're responsible for 3 people's deaths was more than he could carry. What if he began in a quiet, grief-filled voice? You can't stop thinking about it. Harry, she tried, shuffling closer to him and laying a soft hand on his face. I can't tell you that you will ever stop thinking about it. That's what grief is, what love does to you. But you've got to forget your guilt and sorrow. Try and remember him how he was, when he was happy. I can't do that, Harry whispered. All I can see is him dying. Stop thinking it, she cautioned him, looking distressed. Tell me a happy memory, about him. I can't think of one, he said, shaking his head. Come on, Harry, she pleaded. Think of one, just one. Harry tried to dredge up the part of his memory that stored the happier times with Sirius, forgotten and buried beneath what seemed like a mountain of grief and pain. Last Christmas, he said finally, he made us all wear false beards for the day and pranced from room to room, bellowing out carols. Kitty smiled sadly before snuggling into his shoulder. Tell me another one. Harry thought again for a while, expression creasing with pain every now and again. When I found out he was my godfather, that he was best friends with my dad and he offered me a home, away from the Dursleys. Giving gave his hand a squeeze. And another one, she said softly. He reminded me of my dad. Harry, she began, wanting to say something but giving up and changing tack instead. Just keep a hold of them. Every time you want to sink into that hole and listen to the pain, just remember the happy times, okay? Okay. You can do it, she told him, before twisting around and staring into his eyes. How do you feel? Fine, he said heavily, and she gave a smile. Sure you are, she teased gently, but one day, Harry, soon, all this will just be a horrible nightmare. He gave a slight smile, and tried to hold on to the image of Sirius in the Father Christmas outfit. But it flickered and died in front of his eyes as a stab of pain from his scar jolted him, and he remembered running down the steps of the chamber, towards the veil. If only he'd ran in and grabbed hold of Sirius, if only Remus hadn't stopped him, if only Tonks had managed to stop Bellatrix first. Try and get some sleep, she whispered heavily, obviously seeing his thoughts in his expression. You'll feel better. He bit his lip, gaze darting around before he looked down at the floor. I don't want to, he admitted quietly. And she knew exactly why. He was scared of what he'd see if he fell asleep. She gave him a comforting smile. Come on, lie down. He gave a sigh, stretching out on the sofa as she instructed, and wordlessly let her put a pillow underneath him and pick the blanket off the floor. But instead of draping it over him, she merely climbed onto the sofa as well, stretching out with him and pulling the blanket over both of them. I'm going to make sure you don't have any more nightmares, she whispered, face centimeters away from his. He stared at her for a moment. She was going to sleep here. With him. He couldn't help but smile slightly, imagining the twins' reaction if they could see him right now, or Hermione's for that matter. Ron's would have been funny. That's better, she murmured, smiling with him. He smiled back at her, still slightly taken aback, but found he soon got over that as he concentrated on matching his breathing with hers, as the shakes slowed and finally stopped and he began to feel warm again for the first time he could remember. It was amazing, he realized. He could finally think straight, and it became even more blatantly obvious that he couldn't leave Kitty now. She was too important, he told himself vaguely as he felt waves of sleep wash over him ever so slowly. Too important. After a while, he pulled open his eyes groggily to see Kitty wide awake and still watching him, but he couldn't seem to lift himself out of the sleep enough to acknowledge this. Eventually, the world slipped away from him and he sank into the first peaceful night's sleep he'd had since Sirius had gone. It was still deep in the night when Kitty noticed Harry stirring from his sleep. She smiled to herself slightly. He hadn't even shown a flicker of a nightmare, the merest hint that his sleep had been anything but peaceful, and she felt a strange sense of achievement. He prized his heavy eyes open slowly, and she shuffled closer to him. "It's still night," she whispered as quietly as possible. "Sleep." She smiled even more when she saw him resolutely forcing his eyes open even more at her words, and his green eyes seemed to focus in on her after a few moments. "Sleep well?" she asked in a quiet voice. He nodded groggily, giving a slight yawn. "You?" "Yeah," she lied, twisting slightly so she was facing him, "but you're a blanket hogger." "Sorry," he said blearily, reaching out and pulling it over both of them. When he made sure it was tucked under her properly, he pulled his arm back under, choosing after a moment's indecision to wrap it around her waist. A faint smile flickered across her face for a moment, before she shuffled nearer until she was close enough to feel his breath tickling her face. Tonks became aware of noise, sounds, and light shining through her eyelids. She gave a frown, screwing her eyes up even tighter, and tried to block it all out, becoming aware, however, of an increasing burning pain in her left arm. She attempted to wiggle her fingers but found a hot pain shot up and down the arm, centered on the shoulder. Her brain worked in rapid rewind, trying to remember everything that had happened until the moment she'd fallen asleep. Then it had come flooding back to her in a moment: the house, the dead bodies, Bellatrix, the warehouse. With a groan through her bruised throat, she prized her eyes open. Blinking rapidly for a while as the world swam back into focus, she tried to assess where she was. She caught sight of lime green robes walking past, and she tried to clear her throat. "Watch her," came a weak voice which she realized with a shock was her own. One of the robes bustled over and brandished a wand at her. She flinched and tried to duck out of its way, but the owner muttered a few charms and the world swam into focus a little more. "How are you, Miss Tonks?" asked the voice, which moved closer and morphed into a face. "Where am I?" she croaked, raising her good hand to her throat. "Yes, you'll have a little bruising there, I'm afraid," said the kindly woman, whose face reminded Tonks of her mother. "You're in St. Mungo's hospital. You were brought here last night by the Ore Division. You were involved in an attack. Do you remember anything about it?" The image of her aunt's maddened face swam into her memory, lip curling as she dug her fingernails deeper into her shoulder, and Tonks gave a flinch at the memory. "Yes," she said finally, looking up to the Medowitch. "What's the damage?" "Well, we've managed to clean up most of your cuts and scrapes," said the woman briskly, realizing she was talking to an Auror. "The cut on your face will have to heal naturally, I'm afraid. This is due to some type of poison in whatever attacked you, which we can't seem to treat. It's the same with your shoulder, I'm afraid. It's a very deep wound and it's been weeping constantly since we stopped the blood flow." Tonks nodded and paused to let herself take in all of this. It sounded suspiciously like Arthur's snake attack last Christmas, a poison that wouldn't heal, but this was no snake. "Have you tried stitches?" asked Tonks after another moment thought. "Good gracious, no," said the Medowitch, looking scandalized. "We are here to heal Miss Tonks, not butchers." "I understand that, but I'm half muggle, so stitches don't present that much of a worry to me," she said kindly. "The poison needs to come out first," said the woman, looking thin-lipped with disapproval. "We've got a specialist supplying the necessary potion ingredients. He should be here this afternoon and we can administer the salve. If all goes well, tomorrow morning we can get it cleaned and closed up." Tonks gave a frown. "Tomorrow? That was too long. Is it necessary for me to stay here tonight? I feel fine, I can come back tomorrow," she asked hopefully. "Miss Tonks," began the woman with a reproachful shake of the head. "I'm very busy and have urgent business over last night's attack," said Tonks a little more commandingly. "If it is that important," said the woman irritably, "you could come back tomorrow morning. But I would expect you to go home and rest. Due to the previous injury last month on the same shoulder, this will take a long time to heal naturally. I must warn you not to expect the same level of movement in that arm for some time." "How much time?" asked Tonks, feeling the first prickle of worry. "It may never fully heal," she said. Tonks felt her stomach drop. She was so used to magic being able to treat an injury, the thought of an untreatable one was almost foreign to her. She attempted to wiggle her fingers but found the same white hot shooting pain throughout her arm. "I'll get you a dressing for that arm," said the woman, bustling off as Tonks fell back into her pillows. She certainly felt beaten up. Not only her shoulder, but her bruised throat, her weary body. She was sure she had bruises everywhere. She thought about the night before, remembering with a disgusted shudder her aunt. How could they be related? How could that monster have grown up with her mother? How can they be so different? How could she have let her get away? There in her hands she had serious murderer, like she'd said, a chance for revenge, and now she'd got away. The woman reappeared with a roll of bandage and fabric, followed in tow by a second figure. Tonks gave him a weak smile, to which he merely nodded curiously. "This is Severus Snape," said the Medowitch. "He's kindly took time out of schedule to brew us a restorative potion for your wounds." "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Snape," said Tonks, fighting to keep a straight face through the humor of the situation. "I would shake your hand, but I fear it might drop off." Snape merely shook his head at Tonks and the Medowitch left them. He waited until she was far out of earshot until he turned and spoke to her. "Can't we trust you to keep out of hospital for more than a few weeks at a time?" he asked almost despairingly as he placed his bag onto her bed. "Well, they do have the comfiest beds I've ever slept on, and 24-hour service," she chuckled, her gravelly voice hurting her throat. "It's a top-quality establishment." "Let's have a look then," he said, gesturing to her shoulder, obviously not one for small talk. Tonks pulled down the shoulder of her robes, peeling back the layers of bandage to reveal the wound beneath. Even Tonks, who could feel how painful it was taken aback by the view that greeted her. It was a deep cut, which seemed to have been pulled apart, and she could see the nail marks of Bellatrix. The immediate skin around it was red raw, and the whole shoulder and upper arm was deeply bruised. She was a little worried about the green ooze that seemed to be within the cut, and the smell. Snape gingerly took her arm, holding it lightly as he examined the wound. "I didn't realize you were a qualified medawizard," she said conversationally, before he poked part of her shoulder. "Ouch." "All potion masters are," he said, in a tone that suggested small talk was not part of this deal. He continued the examination for another minute, putting a freezing charm on the wound so he could take a closer look at the inside of the wound. Finally he stood back and she fixed him with a grin. "Was the prognosis, Doc?" she asked, sniggering at his solemn expression. "Will I ever be able to play the violin again?" "Can you tell me how this happened?" was all he said. Tonks sighed. "No fun. I think it was a serration hex. Yellow light hit the shoulder," she said in a bored voice. She decided that wasn't enough, I guess. She was digging her nail into it. "Bella," Snape muttered under his breath as if through a sudden revelation. "Yeah, it was," said Tonks in a loud voice so he knew she'd heard, and he looked at her with a carefully blank expression on his face. "She carries a vial of poison," he began, motioning to the pocket of his robes, "just here. She dips her fingernails in sometimes, when she really wants to cause some damage. Contains extract of belladonna, her idea of poetic justice, I think." "Bitch," said Tonks simply. "Can you fix it?" "It'll take a while," said Snape, pulling out a vial from his bag. "This will numb the arm. Take it whenever you feel any pain. I've got to get back to Hogwarts to brew something to counter this. A freezing charm over the arm will stop it infecting the rest of you." He handed her the potion and she knocked it back with a grimace and a sour look on her face. "Thanks," she said appreciatively. "Really. Can you just let me know when you've got a potion for it? The usual way should work." Snape nodded and stepped aside as the Medowitch came over and quizzed them on his treatment. Eventually, she redressed the wound, and after saying goodbye to Snape, she was allowed to leave herself. The Medowitch wasn't very happy about this, but Tonks left her no choice, placing her arm in a sling, relishing in the lack of pain and walking out of the hospital. First things first, she needed to get to the ministry and file her report, and then she had to get to HQ and find out what had happened. Face the music. Grimmauld Place was unusually busy that afternoon. The news of Tonks' attack the night before had kick-started them all into action, and plans and projects were being discussed left, right, and center. Within it all, Remus was busy sorting through the records Bill had managed to track down on Kathy, and he was trying to form a plan in his mind to get to Harry before someone else did. The entire Weasley family save for Ron was there, the twins in their ever-increasing outrageous clothes trying to convince Moody on the benefits of some of their products in the war. Charlie was working on the Azkaban problem with Bill. Ginny was sitting with her back against the wall by the fire, under the pretense of reading a book, although Remus hadn't seen the pages move in the past 10 minutes. Molly was at the stove cooking lunch. Arthur was in deep discussion with Kingsley, and Doge and Emmeline were similarly occupied when the latest newcomer arrived. Snape strode into the kitchen, pausing slightly at the shock of seeing so many gathered there at once. Everyone looked up at him before going back to what they were doing, and he crossed the room towards Remus, sitting down at the table next to him and fixing him with what Remus assumed was supposed to be an intimidating look. "Yes, Severus?" he asked politely, laying down the sheaf of paper. "I've just been visiting your girlfriend," he said, lip curled into a sneer. "I'm sorry?" asked Remus, frowning at the man in confusion. "Sorry? Did I say that out loud? I meant Tonks," he said with a twisted smile. "How is she?" asked Remus quickly, ignoring Snape's jibes. "That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Lupin," said the man, her shoulders pretty mangled. "I told her I'll whip something up, but I don't think this is going to go away in an instant." "What happened?" he asked in confusion. "Bellatrix," said Snape in a low voice, "poisoned fingernails. She said the woman used a serration hex before digging the nails in." Remus leaned back in his chair, trying to take it all in, and Snape looked around the room before leaning a bit closer. "Do you know where she was last night?" he asked in a murmur. "Not yet," said Remus cautiously. "The house of a Muggle family," he said. "The Ministry has no record of any disturbance warranting the visit of an Auror last night or any other time." Snape let the sentence hang and gave him a significant look. "What are you saying?" asked Remus. "I'm saying," said Snape in an even lower voice so that he had to lean forward just to catch what the man was saying, "don't you think it's odd how she managed to just guess where the next Death Eater attack was going to be? And it just so happens that her aunt was there. And that she managed to get out alive, in Death Eater robes." Remus felt riled by what Snape had to say and stared at the man coldly. "I don't suppose you gave her a tip-off," he said nastily. Snape turned a funny color and glared at him. "No, I did not," he hissed. "How do you explain it?" "Firstly, by not accusing her of being a spy," said Remus loudly, and Snape leant backwards. The two men stared down at each other for a long moment before Remus became aware they were being watched. He looked slowly to his right to see Ginny staring at them, book lying forgotten on her knees. "What are you doing in here, Weasley?" spat Snape as Ginny hastily looked away, cheeks flushing. "Get out." Ginny looked torn between anger and fear, and Remus thought for a moment that maybe she was going to say something to them, but instead, she collected her things and scurried out of the kitchen. "There's no need to speak to her like that," said Remus finally. "She has no right to be here," he countered, before looking back at him, "and you still haven't answered my question." "Refresh my memory, Severus," said Remus simply, leaning back in his chair. "How do you explain last night, Lupin?" "I don't know, Severus," Remus said irritably. "All I know is that she was there and she survived, and for that, we are all grateful." "I bet you are," he muttered. "And what is that supposed to mean?" he demanded, even more riled now. "You're supposed to be smart, Lupin. You figure it out. Have you got anything of use to say?" he asked, fighting to keep the tremor of anger from his voice, "or is it time to go back and play with your chemistry set?" "Oh, the werewolf's got a bite in him," said Snape silkily, rising to his feet. "I notice it only ever comes out when those he loves are threatened." Snape stood up and made towards the door of the kitchen, robes billowing behind him in an impressive manner that made Remus even angrier. After a split second, he slammed his fist on the table and, ignoring everyone's looks towards him, set his jaw and followed after the man. He reached the hallway to see Snape opening to the front door, and after plunging his fist into his robes, pulled out his wand. With a flick, the door was pulled out of his hands and slammed in his face. Snape turned around, a furious look on his face as he looked at Remus, open hostility. "What have you got against her?" asked Remus, walking towards the man. "Nothing I'm sure you wouldn't want to have against her," he replied, sadistic glee in his eyes. "Excuse me," Remus demanded furiously. "You heard me, Lupin," he said, walking a little closer so that his cold back eyes bore into Remus. We've all seen the way you look at her, the way you hang on her every word, how you just can't wait to be paired up on another little assignment together." Remus stared at him, face giving nothing away. "Well, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before you've got her against the wall," he said simply as Remus, face visibly darkened with anger, "and I'm sure she wouldn't exactly beat you away." Remus knew that if he didn't turn and leave right at that moment, he would do something he would quite probably one day regret, but it would be a long time in the future. Turning on his heel, he began to stride away before the sound of Snape laughing at him caused him to slow down. "But I suppose another disappointment in her family wouldn't be unexpected," he heard him say, "except this time instead of blood traitors it'd be half-breeds. Strange that." "Shut up, Snape," hissed Remus, spinning around, unable to let it go. "If you got something against me, then just say it. But leave Tonks out of your twisted little delusions." "Delusions now are they?" he asked, eyes alight with the excitement of knowing he'd found a way to get to Remus. "You don't think her family would mind if a litter of little werewolves were suddenly under our feet?" "I'm warning you, Snape," Remus said in a dangerously low voice. "You'll what? Get your best friends to beat me up," he said in a mock worried voice. "Oops, I forgot, you can't because they're all dead." "Did we hurt you that much, Snape?" said Remus in a steady voice that belied his fury, "that even memories and shadows scare you?" "What are you talking about?" he snapped back. "Well, James, Lily, Sirius, they're all dead now, maybe even Peter. So what are you scared of? Are you scared of me? I'm all alone now. I can't even touch you, yet you seem sure that one day I'm going to get you. You're even scared of Tonks, just because she was related to him." "We can't help who we're related to," said Snape coldly, face suddenly pale, "and I'm not scared of anyone, not you, not her, not shadows." "Then what is this all about?" asked Remus slowly and purposefully. "I know you, Severus, and you never do anything without reason, even if it is self-centered." "How dare you?" he hissed back, face darkening with anger. "What? Not afraid of the truth now as well, Snape?" he asked. "I've always wondered why you gave up teaching Harry occlumency, whether it really was self-righteous pride at something that happened over 20 years ago or something more." "And what do you mean by that?" he hissed. "Awfully lucky for Voldemort that Harry couldn't do occlumency," he said pointedly, "wasn't it?" "Why, you filthy little," he spluttered, incandescent with rage, "that brat was not going to learn anything off me. He couldn't even get up off his worthless behind to even try practicing." "Don't you dare insult Harry," Remus practically shouted. "Why do you care so much?" he shouted right back at him. "In case you didn't notice, your boy Wonder has run away. He dropped you, us and this world without a second thought. Our hero. Our savior. A 16-year-old boy who knew he'd end up the same way as his dear old daddy and mudblood mother." Remus didn't even have to think about it. His fist seemed to obey direct orders from his heart without troubling the brain, swinging and connecting with the man's jaw with a resounding crack. Snape stumbled backwards, a look of surprise on his face for a moment as he crashed into the troll's foot umbrella stand, which smashed to the floor with him. Remus strode forwards, grabbing a fistful of the man's robes and pulling him to his feet, slamming him into the wall. "If you ever say anything about them again," he began, voice dangerously low as he breathed deeply, regarding the man with utmost loathing, "I won't be able to hold myself responsible for what I do." "So honorable," said Snape silkily, cold black eyes boring into Remus. "So quick to defend the ones we love. Tell me, does Potter even know about you and her?" "Snape," he growled, fists tightening as he clenched the robes, "I'm warning you." "What do you think he'd do?" he continued, a kind of sadistic glee in his voice as he watched Remus trying to control himself. "If he found out, any one of us could just slip up, without even meaning to." "I don't know what he'd do," whispered Remus evilly, "but I know what I'd do to the one who slipped up." "And what would that be?" he said, smiling in the knowledge that there was nothing the man in front of him could do to him. "I might just slip up myself and give you a little bite, without even meaning to." Snape's face drained of all color, and for a moment there was real terror in his eyes before it quickly morphed into anger. Bringing his knee up suddenly, he winded Remus, who fell to the floor on his hands and knees trying to draw in a breath, before Snape's fist came out of nowhere and knocked him to the ground. Remus scrambled up quickly, not even aware of what he was doing through the anger that was clouding his mind, and launched himself at the man, cursing and punching at one another, once forgotten. He lost track of time. It could have been only a few seconds or a few minutes since he'd left the kitchen, but suddenly he felt a strong pair of arms gripping him and pulling him away. There were raised voices of several people, and Remus was pushed back against a wall, firm grip holding him there. He looked up to see the face of Fred Weasley, staring at him grimly. "Let me go," raged Snape over by the door, and Remus glared at him. "He needs to." "Shut your face, Snape," came Moody's voice over the hubbub. "This is not the time or the place, both of you." The silence was palpable, with only the heavy breathing of the two men and Snape's struggles against his captor breaking the tense atmosphere. "We are supposed to be a team," Moody growled, surveying them both with his quivering magical eye. "United we stand, divided we fall, remember. As long as we're sure which side we're all on." Remus spat, and Snape made another lurch for him. Remus also tried the same, but the fiercely strong grip of Fred had him firmly pinned to the wall, and likewise, George was making easy work of Snape. "Gentlemen," cried Molly angrily, "please. You best get out of here," said Moody, looking at Snape with a slight grimace of distaste. "Gladly," Snape hissed, pushing George's arm away and striding to the door with as much dignity as he could muster with a bruised and battered face. Without a further word, and with a resounding slam of the front door which made the doorframe rattle, he was gone. All eyes turned to Remus, who despite his fury could feel the beginning of shame at having lashed out so badly in front of everyone. Fred's vice-like grip weakened, and he stepped backwards warily as Remus straightened up. "What was all that about?" demanded Molly, arms crossed. "A lot of things," he muttered, turning and heading towards the stairs. It seemed no one quite knew what to do or say next, because he was allowed to ascend the stairs without any further questions. As if in a dream, he walked to his room without any recollection of the journey, sitting down on his bed with a dull thud. He stared at the wall in front of him with unseeing eyes, thinking about the painful thoughts and memories that Snape had conjured, before placing his face in his hands. Harry scanned the shops on either side of Cattrall Street, trying to find Kitty's new workplace, Dino's. She'd only given him rough directions, obviously not expecting him to visit, or not wanting him to visit, he thought anxiously. The street looked rundown. Most of the shops along it were either boarded up or looked on the verge of closing down. Harry wondered whether he'd got the right place. However, finally, he found it, nestled between a tiny bookshop and a clothes shop, walking in to find the coffee shop cum bar deceptively busy. He chose a booth near the counter and slid in, propping his bag between him and the wall and throwing the newspaper down. Kitty was nowhere to be seen, and he craned his neck, searching out her distinctive hair in the mass of loitering customers and staff. He began to wonder whether she really was working here when he caught sight of a tray bobbing through a crowd, closely followed by a frazzled-looking Kitty who hadn't seemed to have noticed him yet. She exchanged a hurried conversation with another girl in a similar uniform before darting away, and Harry felt a pang of sympathy for her, closely followed by guilt as he remembered she was doing this to pay rent to Donna for both of them. He studied her working for a while, braids piled on top of her hair in a crazy bun with a short skirt and Dino's t-shirt, smiling to himself happily. Finally, she wandered over to his table. "Sorry about the wait, what can I get you?" she asked, not even looking at him as she rummaged in the pocket of her apron for a pen. He grinned widely. She hadn't even realized it was him. "How about a Coke?" he asked in a fake Midlands accent. "Sure thing," she said disinterestedly, scribbling away. "Anything else?" "What'd I recommend?" he asked, finding it hard not to laugh. "Our cheesy chips are particularly good," she said instantly, obviously well trained. "Nachos and dip too, whatever you want." "Well, seeing as you're so nice and so pretty, I'd like your phone number and a little key." "Excuse me," she demanded, looking at him for the first time. He gave her a sweet smile as she stared at him blankly in shock for a millisecond. "Harry," she exclaimed, smacking him around the head with her notepad, "Jesus Christ, you freak." Harry laughed delightedly at the look on her face as she glowered at him. "What the hell you doing here being all creepy?" she demanded, hands on her hips. "Practicing my creepiness," he laughed, before smirking slightly. "Nice uniform." "You," They make me wear it, she said, rolling her eyes as she plucked her logoed shirt. Seriously, what are you doing here? Just bored. Fancied some of your renowned nachos and dip. Don't bother. They're overpriced and have about as much taste as my notepad does, she told him, brushing her fallen braids back into her bun. You just recommended them to me. He pointed out. Yeah, well, false advertisement, so sue me, she shrugged. How about the chips? Those are good. Okay, he said, leaning back in his booth. When you on lunch break? 20 minutes, she said, already walking away. I'll be over then. Harry waved her goodbye, watched her working for a few minutes before turned to his paper with disinterest. He hated Muggle papers. They were so boring to him, talking about celebrities he didn't know, TV shows he'd never watched, or politicians that all looked the same to him. The big story today seemed to be a double murder in Manchester, and he skipped the reports, not really up to reading about more death. He'd had enough of that last night. He amused himself reading the horoscopes for a few minutes, wondering what Professor Trelawney had to say about them. As this seat taken, Harry looked up to see a girl about his age slide into the seat across from him, a big smile on her face. No. Feel free, he said, quite aware she was already sat down and looking comfortable in her new space. She giggled slightly behind her hand and flicked a wave of owned hair over her shoulder, and Harry almost immediately thought of the words, lavender brown. She was wearing trendy Muggle clothing and carrying a large bag. He could see the Dino's logoed shirt stashed away in it. Thought you looked lonely, she said, flashing a row of pearly white teeth. I'm Lavender. Lavender? Harry asked blankly, staring at her in shock. Yeah, she grinned, flicking her hair again. Didn't catch your name. Harry, he said stupidly while thinking, what are the chances? I used to go to school with a Harry, she informed him, and he couldn't help but laughing out loud. You don't say, he said, recovering from his shock and taking a sip of his Coke. Oh, is that today's horoscope? She cooed suddenly, leaning over the table towards him. Read me mine, I'm Pisces. Definitely a lavender, he thought with a small grin, humoring the girl by reading out her fortune, which consisted of a lot of useless mumbo-jumbo that he wished he could remember for future homework assignments. Unsure of what the girl was doing there with him, he wandered along the conversation with her, more out of boredom than anything else. Isn't that weird? Only yesterday I saw a tall, dark stranger. She said, batting her eyelashes at him. I love horoscopes, don't you? They're like, totally bizarre. Totally, he agreed, trying to keep a straight face. You read them a lot. Every day, she admitted, before giggling again. Wouldn't start my day without them. What star sign are you? Harry told her, finding himself immensely enjoying speaking to this lavender clone. It was as if her brain was only something put there to be used on rare occasions, and her style of air-headed banter kept him out of boredom. He felt a bit mean suddenly, judging her like that, and was just turning the conversation away from the zodiac when a shadow was cast across the table. A bowl of chips was dropped unceremoniously in front of him. You're in my seat, came a clipped voice. Harry and the girl looked up to see Kitty standing there, arms crossed over her chest as she glared at the girl. Lavender looked slightly put out, frowning at Harry as Kitty pointedly told her with just a look she had to leave. I was only, she began, with a worried look for assistance to Harry. Now, snapped Kitty, and the girl jumped, scurrying out of the booth quickly without another word. Kitty dropped into the seat opposite in silence, choosing to lean back and pull her feet up instead of talking to him. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out she was angry at him, and he knew it was because he was talking to the girl, but he couldn't help but feel irritated back to her. It was plainly obvious that he had no interest in her whatsoever. Kitty was just being jealous. I asked to work the evening shift tonight, so I won't be back till late, she said finally. Oh, right, he said, feeling slightly put out. What about the cinema? Well, I'm obviously not going, am I? She pointed out sarcastically. You can go if you want to. Right, he replied, popping a chip into his mouth. Silence rained down on them, and Harry was too irritated to notice Kitty's sigh, wiping the sweat off her forehead wearily. Did you decide that before or after you saw me speaking to that girl? He asked, a little more bravely than he felt. She shot him a look. After I saw you talking to Princess Barbie, she told him, unable to keep the accusation out of her voice. Harry didn't say anything, fighting the urge to roll his eyes. Kitty fumed away in silence. He knew that she couldn't stand it when he didn't argue back and would eventually be unable to resist the opportunity to bait him once more. 5, 4, he counted in his head, 3, 2. She works here, you know. Got as much sense as a chocolate teapot, she pointed out to him, thick as 2 short planks. He almost smiled at himself. She was so predictable. And her mood was so ridiculous. I could figure that out for myself, you know, he told her, grinning now. You can't seriously be jealous of her chatting to me about horoscopes for a few minutes, can you? I'm not jealous, she said, doing a good impression of being affronted. I'm just tired. Jumping to conclusions are what Harry. My mistake. He laughed as Kitty struggled to pretend to act natural. Mind you, she was quite pretty with all that owned hair and blue eyes. Kitty's eyes snapped up towards him furiously, mouth already open in some angry retort when she noticed that he was grinning widely, eyes alight with humor. Very funny, she said sarcastically, making to get up. I can see when I'm not wanted. Kitty, come on, I'm just winding you up, he told her, laughing now. Come on, sit back down. She gave a frown, hating to be made fun of more than anything else, and slumped back into her seat. Here, have some chips, you look knackered. She took one, munching on it slowly. So, who's the girl? He asked her curiously. Work slut, she scoffed. Sleep with any guy that stands still for more than 5 seconds. Right, he said, casting a look over the lavender, who was talking to some other guy now. You obviously don't like her. Spare me, she scoffed, before putting on a high-pitched girly voice. What star sign are you? That's, like, totally bizarre. Look at my beautiful teeth and owned hair, he. Harry began to laugh. Kitty was completely worked up now and he tried to get her to see the funny side of it all. Owned hair's overrated, he told her, plucking a strand of his own bleached hair. I should know. It looks okay, she said in a faraway voice. Kitty, come on, lighten up, he told her. What's up? Nothing, she said, picking up the menu and studying intently. He watched her for a second, glancing at Lavender and then back at her with a frown. Maybe that wasn't it after all, maybe something more was up. Kitty, he asked, leaning across the table slightly. It's nothing really, she began, before giving a sigh. I just had a dream last night. Well, nightmare really. Can't stop thinking about it. What about? He asked worriedly, thinking of his own scrambled dreams last night and the prickling scar when he woke up. I'm not really sure, she said, obviously lying, but he let it pass by as she looked so odd. I've just got this really weird feeling, like something bad's happened. She paused and turned a twisted grin towards him. Man, I sound crazy, she laughed, facing him now and helping herself to another chip. Forget it. Oh no, you don't, he said hastily, and when she didn't reply he leant forward urgently. Come on, Kitty, you're talking to the King of Nightmares. Yeah, I know, she said heavily. I just don't want to think about it anymore. What was it about? He pressed. She ate another chip and he noticed she did look strangely unnerved, sitting on the edge of her seat now as she avoided his eyes. Finally, she looked up, fear very real in her eyes. It was about Kathy, yelled a voice and they both jumped. A large, rotund man was making his way over and Kitty was already scrambling to her feet. You're not here to socialize, he said, glaring daggers at her. Then Harry. Sorry boss, she conceded quickly, picking up her notepad. I was on break. Look around. You see how busy it is in here. Does it look like you have time for a break? Harry frowned at the man, but Kitty merely nodded and hurried back to the kitchens. The man gave Harry a lingering look before storming back off, leaving Harry alone with his chips. 20 minutes. Kitty was carrying a large tray of drinks past his booth and managed to throw a piece of paper down onto his table. He gave a laugh at her spy-like tendencies and opened it up. I'm not really working tonight. Meet you at the cinema at 7. Harry smiled happily, caught her eye and gave her a wave goodbye, before wandering out of the cafe, newspaper left on the table, forgotten. Tonks crept up to the door, listening out to see if she could hear any sign of movement in his room. All seemed quiet, but, she reasoned, with Remus you never did know. She knocked on the door politely. There wasn't any answer, but, neither was there last time, so she knocked again. This time she heard a sigh from inside and a voice. Yes, come in, it said wearily. She pushed open the door and stepped in, well aware she'd never been in Remus' room before and was unable to find her way in the gloom. She could see one candle floating over by the window and she tried to get her eyes used to the dark, noticing a black bulk sitting in one corner. Remus? She asked suspiciously, feeling the horror in her reaching for her wand. Tonks, came the surprised reply, before a sudden illumination of light blinded her. She shaded her eyes and finally looked over to see Remus sitting on his bed, clutching a fist of blue flames and staring at her. Watcher, she said a little weakly, what are you doing sitting in the dark? What are you doing back? He asked her suddenly, completely ignoring her question. I thought you were insane. Mungos. I broke out, she said with a laugh. You should know a little hex isn't enough to keep me down. Are you okay? He asked anxiously. What happened? Well, that's what I need to talk to you about actually, she said urgently, closing the door and trying to make her way forward in the gloom, guided by the blue fire. She tripped on something on the floor and went stumbling forwards, cursing herself for losing her cool and giving a slight hiss of pain. The freezing charm on her arm must have been wearing off. Do you mind? She asked him, holding out her own ball of orange fire which she used to direct herself over to the chair that was sitting in front of his desk. She sat down and placed the fire on the table, giving her shoulder a tentative prod. I wish they'd hurry up and get a. She trailed off after catching sight of his face, illuminated eerily by the dancing blue and orange flames. What the hell happened to you? She exclaimed loudly, jumping out of her seat and walking over to him. Nothing. He tried as she bent down in front of him. With her good hand she delicately took hold of his chin, tilting his face into the light so she could see it properly. And what she could see, she didn't like. There were two deep purple bruises ringing his eyes now and the bridge of his nose had been split, likewise a small trickle of blood had dried down the side of his face. It's not full moon for a week is it? She asked almost to herself, turning to look out the window. She was greeted by the sight of a waxing moon and looked back to him with a frown. What happened? I got into a fight, he said, before giving a disbelieving laugh. I got into a fight. Tonks gave a small grin before trying to become more demure, just in case he wasn't joking. Who with? She asked, still tilting his face this way and that. Snape, he said, avoiding her eyes and she frowned at him. Why are you ashamed of that? He's a right git most of the time, she shrugged, he probably deserved it. Remus gave a sigh and pulled himself out of her hold, shaking his head. What did he do? She asked him cautiously, sensing this wasn't the sort of fight she was used to Sirius and Snape having. Indeed, Remus looked pretty beaten up, in more ways than one. It doesn't matter, he said, getting up and leaving her sitting where she was. Drink. She twisted around to see him holding a bottle of fire whiskey. Her heart plummeted. Sure, she said glumly, turning back in her seat, annoyed at both the fact that Remus wouldn't confide in her and that he was drinking again. She listened to the sounds of glass clinking and liquid being poured and stared blankly at the wall in front of her. For some reason she was feeling down now, a sort of hope draining away from her, a feeling not helped by the increasingly frequent twinges of her shoulder. Here you go, came Remus' voice as a glass of amber liquid was placed in her line of vision. Tar, she said, taking it without a smile or grin. Remus sat down back in front of her, looking at her depressed face for a moment, before raising his glass. 2. He prompted. To alcohol, she said without much feeling, clinking his glass, the cause and solution to all of life's problems. He gave her a small smile which she couldn't return, and she knocked back the drink, relishing the burning sensation as it slid down her throat and warmed her belly. She looked into the glass when she'd finished, deep in thought. So, what happened last night? He asked her. She gave it only minimal attention, still thinking. She reached for the bottle and poured herself a second glass, looking at it for a while. She was right there, Remus, she mused, before taking a swig of the drink, right there, and I let her get away. Bellatrix, he said slowly, and she nodded heavily. I wanted to get her right at that moment, make her pay for what she's done, what she's taken away from us. She paused again here, and both their thoughts turned to serious, but maybe it wasn't to be. She finished her drink, and concentrated on the glass again, trying to sit in a position that wouldn't cause her arm to burn with ever increasing pain. Why not? Was all he said. What was that? The tone had something hidden in it that caused her to pause for a moment. It sounded almost accusatory. She felt a prickle of anger. Why did he think she couldn't capture her? Because, she said pointedly, wanting to shout out that she was being beaten up, that she couldn't breathe, that she was fighting 2 Death Eaters alone, because I was incapacitated. He raised an eyebrow at her, and she decided she didn't need to speak to a drunk Remus when she was feeling so bad and he was feeling so sorry for himself. She had more important work to be doing. What? She practically snarled. He gave her a surprised look, looking wrong-footed by her sudden change of mood. I'm sorry, he said, looking flustered. I just wanted to know what really happened. What really happened? She asked in a hard voice. Do you want me to tell you what really happened, Remus? Where do you want to begin? With dead bodies and torture? With rivers of blood and poisoned fingernails? With getting your shoulder ripped out? Why the hell do you think I couldn't capture her? I don't, he tried, looking upset at her outburst. I'm sorry, I just wondered. Just wondered what? She asked incredulously, catching his drift perfectly clear and not being able to believe what she was hearing. How I got away. What? You think I asked my old auntie for a favor, or that I was helping her? No, of course not, he said weakly. But she could see it in his eyes, he doubted her. I can't believe I'm hearing this, she said finally, fury lacing every word. Would you have been much happier if I'd died then? At least that would have meant I was straight, huh? Well, I'm sorry, I'm not ready to become another sacrifice just so you can sleep safely knowing another spy's been eliminated. Tonks, pleaded Remus, sounding stricken. I'm sorry, I didn't think. Yeah, well, you'd find it easier if you didn't drink so much, she said scathingly, rising to her feet and slamming her own glass on the table. Tonks, he said anxiously as she strode towards the door. Don't, she practically yelled without turning around. She slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, and leant against it, breathing deeply. Frowning as another shot of red-hot pain traveled up and down her arm, she trudged towards the stairs, angered, if possible, even more by the fact he didn't even try to follow her. Why the hell did she love him anyway? She strode towards the stairs, furiously kicking one of the banisters, which cracked under the force of her hobnail boots, and she practically ran down the stairs, not. Her mind was full of enraged voices, whispering to her in a voice that sounded suspiciously like Bellatrix about Remus and his doubts about her, that he would think her capable of even associating herself with the Death Eaters. You're just a silly little girl, aren't you, trying to play with the grown-ups? Well, know this, you're always going to lose. She couldn't help the tears springing to her eyes, unable to stop to them falling if she used every ounce of willpower at her disposal. Right at that moment, everything felt black. However, through the tears and rage, she hadn't been watching where she was storming, and suddenly she felt an unexpected loss of balance. She came crashing down on a wooden floor, falling on her wounded shoulder with a crack that caused her to cry out in pain. She lay on her back, chest heaving as she tried to grit her teeth through the waves of pain crashing down about her, continually telling herself not to black out, to keep focus, to work through it. Eventually, they subsided to a level where she could think straight, and with a choked sob she pushed herself upright. Looking around herself, she found she was in the drawing room, the furniture of which was now covered in white dust sheets, tins of paint and brushes dotted about. She crawled across to one corner of the room, lying her back against the wall and closing her eyes as she waited for the pain to subside again. Staring into the distance, she replayed the conversation in her head, thought about Bella's taunts, thought about Azkaban, her inability to track down Harry, her lack of money, home, everything. It all paled in comparison to the thought that Remus didn't trust her, that he didn't love her, didn't even like her, that she loved him so much it hurt and that none of it mattered. She screwed her face up, raising a shaking hand to her face as the bitter tears fell. What's the sacrifice for? You won't make any difference. No one would miss you. No one would be grieved beyond coping. Harry groggily padded into the silent kitchen, blearily checking the house for Kitty or Donna, but all was empty. He found a note pinned to the fridge from Kitty explaining she was out again, he thought, and set about moping around until she got back. She said she finished work at 7, and his afternoon sleep had sorted him until 5, so he decided to use the time constructively and pulled out the only magical textbook he'd brought with him, Defense, and spent a fitful hour reading in which he reread sentences over, skipped whole pages without realizing and learned absolutely nothing. He wasn't even sure why he continued to study. Was it just for self-defense? In case his worst nightmare came true and Voldemort caught up with him and no one would ever know that Kitty would get hurt, or maybe it was merely a link to the magical world, a way for him to remind himself it wasn't a dream, that magic did exist. Because he missed it. The only place he'd ever felt like he belonged, and he'd given it all up. For what? His ideas had seemed so clear in his head before, but now, safety wasn't it. Voldemort. Sirius, why had he left? To see Quibble. He'd been gone almost a week, and as of yet he hadn't even planned or thought seriously about actually going, only imagined in his head, or dreamed about it at night. Harry jumped as he heard the front door slam shut, quickly followed by baby Jason's crying. He stared at the door intently, praying Donna wasn't in a chatting mood. He didn't think he could handle listening to her slate Kitty and drop her mystic hints. However, she didn't even attempt to find out if anyone was home, and Harry looked down at the book in his hands, almost having forgotten it was there. There was no point in even trying to study, he realized. It just created more questions, more doubts in his mind that he could cope with. He stowed the book away deep in his bag and bending down to shove it under the bed. However, just as he slid it back, he saw something beneath a pile of Kitty's clothes that made him hesitate. He reached in under the bed and pulled it out, recognizing instantly the plastic-covered book he'd seen Kitty with on several occasions, the one she always refused to show him. If he ever caught her with it, she'd instantly get up and leave the room, or hide it away. He'd always wondered what it was for. Harry sat with it in front of him, knelt on the floor for a long time as he studied the cover intently. What could it be, he mused, ears suddenly tuned into every minute sound in the flat, too curious now to push it away. There must be a reason why she didn't want him to see it, he thought to himself. Finally, and after making one last check over his shoulders, he reached down and flipped open the cover. Her untidy scrawl covered the first page, in the center of which was a big block of graffiti-style writing. "You shouldn't be reading this." He gave a gasp and slammed it shut. How did she know? Before he realized that obviously it wasn't meant specifically for him, and he gently eased it open once more. The next page was filled with a shopping list, the next a list of figures, clumsy math sums with the figure 572 ringed in red at the bottom. He felt a little let down. The book wasn't anything mysterious, no secrets or codes, it was just a jotter she must keep around. He skimmed a few pages, seeing only addresses, telephone numbers, even a recipe for chocolate brownies, and with a sigh flicked through the pages super fast, as if a flick book. Suddenly he noticed something and stopped, letting the pages fall back to where they'd been to reveal a crazy mass of lines, drawn in blue biro. He leant over it, realizing in astonishment that it was an incredibly detailed picture, and not only that, but Kitty had obviously drawn it. Mouth hanging slightly open, he studied the lines and curves which obviously made up the face of a clown, half its mouth downturned in sadness, the other side grinning like a Cheshire cat. It was amazing, he thought to himself in surprise. There was not a single straight line in the picture, all curves and waves, meeting and mingling so that at first glance you saw only mess, but the closer you look, the more you could see. In the background now there was another figure, people, obviously, it was a carnival of some sort. He had no idea Kitty could draw, she'd never said anything about having any sort of skill at all. Even more curious now, he flicked through the book, stopping every few pages to find more incredibly detailed, beautiful pictures, some in pencil, others in biro or felt tip, but all in the characteristic swirling lines. Most of them seemed to depict single people, faces even, usually odd-looking faces like the clown, and he was flicking through towards the back when another one caught his eye. The page fell open at a picture of a face, mouth in a wide O of pain as if screaming. The vicious slashes of the black pen made Harry shudder, and he felt a horrible sense of unease as he stared at the picture, which seemed to contain nothing but pure despair and grief. It was as if everything you felt under the Crucio curse, with Dementors, with serious death, was transformed into something you could see, touch, study. He slammed the book shut, breathing hard as he sat back on his heels and looked around the room, unable to get the screaming face out of his head. How could Kitty draw something like that? What had made her be able to see, feel, whatever it was that made Harry feel like he did in the seconds, days and weeks since Sirius died? Slowly, as if drawn towards a macabre scene, he opened the book again to look at the picture, finding himself almost physically unable to keep his eyes on it for more than 1 second. And slowly the realization grew within him that somebody else could feel the way he did, that it wasn't just him going insane. What had happened to Kitty? He let go of the page and slowly the book fell open into a natural break in the pages as he pondered this with the air of one gently prodding a toothache, as if testing a horrible theory to see when the pain came. It took him a few minutes to see the new picture in front of him, which finally registered in his troubled thoughts as something so completely different to the first that he couldn't understand how they could share the same book. A happy picture, the first he'd seen, but not only that, it was a picture of him. Tonks gave a hiss of pain, jerking her shoulder from Snape's hands and giving him a deadly look. "You're hurting me," she said through gritted teeth. "Well, perhaps if you stopped moving so much," said Snape just as irritably. She sighed and tried to sit still, but found that Snape was doing far too much prodding and pushing for her liking, and she continued to snipe at him throughout the operation, as did he. She wasn't in a very good mood today. Not only was she still caught up in the previous evening's row with Remus, she'd had a letter through from Gringotts assuring her that this month's wages had been withdrawn to cover her debts. Which meant another month where she had no money, another month where she'd have to borrow money to cover this, and another month's worth of debts to repay. It was a vicious circle. "When will this kick in?" she asked Snape, trying to read the report on her lap as he pasted her shoulder back together. "The poison will be withdrawn over the next few days," he said, before adding nastily, "if it works." "And why shouldn't it?" she asked in a cool voice. "Because I don't know what poison is in here, and I can't find out what poison is in here unless I've got a vial of the stuff in my hand," he said in a silky voice that belied his gratification at her injury, "so I'm working blind." She gave an irritated sigh, seeing a vision of a Gringotts goblin rise in front of her eyes. Oh, how she'd like to use a nice poison on one of those. "It may not work at all," he said airily, and she glared up at him. "No need to sound so bloody chuffed about it," she muttered. He fixed her with a look before pulling out a roll of bandage and began to wrap her shoulder in silence. As much as she was supposed to trust and respect her old potions teacher, Tonks could find nothing of worth in his personality to endear him to people, and as such, never really spoke to him more than a few sentences at a time. Now she knew why. Even so, he seemed to be more sore than usual and wondered if it had anything to do with the fight. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and Tonks looked up to see someone she dearly didn't want to see poke their head around the frame. And it seemed like she wasn't the only one displeased to see him. Snape stiffened when he saw Remus, straightening up and glaring at the man. He gave a worried look towards the potions master, before looking at Tonks, nerves obvious from his unsure stance. "Tonks, could I speak to you for a moment?" he asked, and sure enough, his voice was laced with anxiety. "I'm a little busy right now," she said, motioning to Snape and her bare shoulder, which was only partially bandaged. "Oh, I see," he said as she merely stared at him. "Maybe after then." "I'm busy," she said, and was sure she heard Snape give a satisfied chuckle, "with the meeting." He stepped from foot to foot in an unsure manner, obviously wanting to say something yet being held back by the presence of Snape, who seemed quite happy for some reason. "Merlin's sake," she hissed suddenly, as Snape tied the bandage a little too tightly. In a flash she was standing up, pulling her robe back over her shoulder. "Thank you very much," she said courteously to Snape, who merely inclined his head towards her, strange smirk playing on his lips. She slipped her arm back in her sling and gathered her bags, reams of parchment and rolled up maps, and headed towards the door. Remus stood aside to let her through, and she marched past him. He gave one look into the room at Snape before darting after her. "Can I carry something for you?" he asked helpfully as she struggled with her load under one arm. No, Tonks, he pleaded, I understand you're busy, but please, can I just talk to you for a moment? I haven't got time, she said, trying to ignore the feeling that her heart was breaking. Just for a few minutes? He asked hopelessly. Remus, she said suddenly, stopping in her tracks and fixing him with a look, I haven't got time to listen to what you've got to say. I've got to do this meeting. Then I've got an 8-hour shift in the ministry before 6 at Azkaban and I have to babysit James tonight. So tell me, when am I going to be able to talk to you? He looked at her, obviously lost for words. Maybe tomorrow, she muttered, before hurrying down the corridor towards the kitchen. I just wanted to say sorry, he said to himself, before trailing after her. He emerged into the kitchen to see the table full with the entire order, who were now chatting and congratulating Tonks on her successful capture of a Death Eater. He had to do a double take when he saw her again, all smiles and jokes, not a trace of the anger or pain he'd seen her in about 10 seconds ago. Good work, said Moody, shaking her good arm that was still clutching the multitude of items. What's the prognosis on the arm? Snape reckons 50. 50, she said with a shrug. If the poison comes out, it'll heal eventually. If not, well, I can rule out a successful career as a guitarist. Everyone gave a chuckle but condoled with her on her injury. There was a general hubbub as everyone continued to talk amongst themselves, slowly settling into their places. Remus fell into a seat near the back of the table, feeling impossibly low, tensing when Snape walked in. The man looked around the kitchen before walking to the table and sitting down next to Remus. Nobody but Moody seemed to have realized as he gave Remus a questioning look. He gave a slight shake of the head, trying to assure him that all was okay. He pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill, placing it in front of him before getting a glass of water from the sink. He still felt hungover. He looked over to Tonks when he sat back down, wondering how he could apologize for his terrible behavior and whether she'd ever forgive him when he saw Charlie get up and go over to her. He watched them closely, noticing the way Charlie was looking at her and wondering what was going on there. Those two obviously had history which Charlie hadn't seemed to have forgotten yet, he noted as he watched him place his hands around her waist as he talked to her in a low voice. He noticed that she wasn't so happy, however, moving away from his hand and shooting a look around the room to see who was watching. She caught Remus looking at her and he quickly diverted his eyes to his parchment. Jealous, whispered Snape maliciously, obviously having seen everything. Remus ignored him. How's it feel to play second best to a Weasley? He continued. Must grate the soul. Shut up, Snape, he muttered back. That's the second time you've lost out. Another beautiful girl seeing you for what you really are, he said in a silky whisper. Well, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you? Growled Remus back, stupidly taking the bait. And what is that supposed to mean? He asked in a dangerous voice. Remus leaned forward towards him, looking him dead in the eye. It means, at least I managed to date Lily, he said with a grin. Why would I want to date a common mudball? Don't even say it, Remus said harshly, getting up and angrily marching over to a seat furthest away from Snape. He looked back across to the man, who was still glaring at him evilly, looking very much like he wanted to launch at him again. Okay, let's get started, said Moody, and the noise level dropped. Everyone returned to their seats and looked across to Tonks, who was stood at the head of the table, good-natured smile on her face. Okay guys, she said, I've found out something pretty worrying that we need to talk about. Everyone's faces lost their mildly happy look and rows of somber faces greeted Tonks, who gave a sigh. You know who knows Harry is missing, she said. Exclamations filled the air and Remus closed his eyes wearily. This was bad news. I spoke to Bellatrix, she said, a hard edge to her voice when she said the name of Sirius's killer, and that's what she said. Now we can reasonably assume they're putting as much effort into tracking him than we are, so we really need to knuckle down and find him within the next few days before they do. And there's something else. She paused, pulling a file from her rucksack which she slapped down in the middle of the table. Moody leant forward and picked it up, and Remus glanced the stamp of the Ministry of Magic on it, with the words confidential underneath. He opened it and Tonks looked up to address everyone. That's the report for the raid I filed yesterday, she said in a heavy voice. Moody, the name of the person's house. Spencer Banks, he said, magical eye roving across the page. Banks. Remus couldn't help but say out loud. As in the son of Ian Banks, Katha's stepdad, she nodded to him, no trace of their argument in her public persona. Everyone began to talk at once, all sensing this news was the worst they could possibly hear. He's Katha's stepbrother, she said when the noise died down, throwing another file onto the table. Now I only found out where he was living that night and decided to check it out before my shift, just in case she decided to go there. Obviously not. Remus felt even worse now, so Tonks had been looking for Harry. He placed a hand over his eyes as he cursed himself for his stupidity. He'd all but accused Tonks of being a spy last night for knowing where they were going to strike. He felt another stab of anger at Snape, who'd planted the idea in his mind in the first place. He looked across to the man to see he had a smirk playing on his lips at this news, staring at Remus. He felt sick. He'd known all along. He'd been planning that all along. So you know who knows Harry is missing, she continued, and he knows more about her than we do. How does he know? Was all Remus could think, speaking out loud quite accidentally. I can think of only two reasons, said Tonks, refusing to look him in the eyes. Either we have a spy amongst us, or someone has been following Harry too. He felt sick with guilt. Harry, Kitty yelled as soon as she entered the flat, locking the door and stowing the keys in her bag. Heya sweetie, came a voice from the couch and Kitty glanced over the side to see Donna and Jason. Hi, she said vaguely, is Harry here? He's in your room I think, she said, sitting up slightly. What's wrong? You look awful. Thanks man, she said sarcastically, already moving towards her room. No offense, muttered Donna, turning back to Jason as Kitty brushed the sweat off her forehead. She dumped her bag on the floor, walking into the room without knocking to find Harry sat on the floor looking guilty. She almost brushed this aside, so desperate was she to talk to him before a prickle of suspicion crept over her. What are you doing? She asked slowly, looking around the room. I looked in your book, he confessed instantly. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have, but it was there and I was curious, and. He trailed off at the look she gave him. You looked in my book? She asked in a hollow voice, eyes drawn to where she usually hid it. Sure enough, the corner of the book was poking out. Sorry, he apologized quickly, but your pictures are amazing. Honestly, that one. You looked in my book. She cut in, seemingly unable to grasp the fact. Harry nodded silently. You looked in my book. She repeated, angrily this time. I'm sorry, he pleaded anxiously. For F.K. sake Harry. She yelled, throwing her bag towards him now, livid. What is wrong with you? He ducked, narrowly missing being clipped around the ear in time to see Kitty storming out of the room. Cursing slightly, he jumped up to follow her. Kitty, he called, hurrying out of the room. Wait, let me explain. Shut up, Harry, she yelled back at him. You had no right to do that. I only looked quickly, he tried to explain, emerging into the lounge, and they're really good. Really good. That one. Do you understand the concept of private? She shouted, stood in the middle of the living room with her hands on her hips. Yes. I'm sorry, but it doesn't apply to you, right? She asked disgustedly, and he was taken slightly aback. She was more angry at him than he thought the situation merited, and he stared at her wordlessly for a second as she ran a shaking hand through her braids. What's happened? He asked finally. Her gaze snapped back to him in surprise, and after a few moments she glanced at the couch. Harry looked across to see Donna sitting there, watching their argument silently, and when he turned back, Kitty was already marching off back into the bedroom. Don't mind me, Donna said to Harry, small smile on her face. Worriedly, he followed Kitty back into the room, finding her standing with her book wrapped tightly in her arms. He made sure the door was shut before talking to her, knowing Donna was probably listening anyway. What's wrong? He asked her calmly. You should know, she said, and Harry just stared at her blankly. I'm sorry I looked at your book, he stated again. Not about the book, Harry. Jesus, she cried, throwing it onto the bed. Just tell me if you did it on purpose. What? He asked, utterly confused now. Did you do it to get me back, for not telling you? She demanded. Do what? He asked incredulously. The newspaper you left today at my work, she spelled out for him, slowly and clearly. Was it your idea of revenge or something? Kitty, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, he said in exasperation. She stared at him for a good few moments, as if trying to work out whether he was lying or not. Judging by the look in her eyes, whatever it was she thought he'd done, she still wasn't sure about. Did you know I have 3 stepbrothers? She asked him out of the blue. No, I didn't, he lied instantly. Where are? You didn't know? She demanded again. No, not even after this morning. No, he repeated, almost laughing at this bizarre interrogation. Kitty, what are you talking about? She seemed to deflate slightly at this, as if the anger that had been buoying her up since she arrived back had fizzled away and left her feeling vulnerable for the first time. You didn't leave the paper there this morning for me to read? She asked him again, in a smaller voice this time. No, I just couldn't be bothered to bin it, he explained, and she looked even more upset by this. Did you even read it? Not really, he said, a sudden realization stalling over him. There wasn't something in there, wasn't there? Front page. She nodded. Carefully she pulled the paper out from inside her coat and slowly unfolded it until the bold caption of the headline news flashed out at him. Double murder in Manchester. What? He was murdered last night, she told him. Your stepbrother. He gasped, reaching out for the newspaper. She let him take it and sat on the edge of the bed as he read the article open-mouthed. He had been found at his flat. No sign of a break-in. Witnesses saw people in black coats leaving the scene. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as he remembered in a sudden flash Voldemort's voice from his dream last night. We're coming for you. We're getting closer. It was him, the Death Eaters. They'd gone to the house expecting to find him there hiding. Kitty's brother had been murdered because of him. He dropped the newspaper to the floor and looked over to Kitty, who was staring at the floor. I'm so sorry, Harry, she said suddenly. I can't believe I thought you'd do that on purpose. That couldn't have been further from his mind at the point, and he stared at her unseeingly. He'd killed her brother, murdered, tortured. It wasn't your fault, she said heavily. I was just shocked. It was his fault. Voldemort knew he'd run away. He'd found her brother. He'd find them, find Kitty. I guess it must have been some guy he had dodgy dealings with, she continued, picking up the paper and glancing at the photo of her brother. Harry took a step backwards. He had to get away. He had to go now. There was no way he was going to sit here and lead Voldemort to Kitty. Harry, she said quietly, looking up to him, it was my dream. I dreamt that was going to happen, or was happening or something. What? He asked breathlessly, kneeling down in front of her. I saw it. It was all mixed up, but I remembered seeing him being killed by 2 people. At what time? He asked, feeling all the blood drain out of his face. When? After I spoke to you, and we slept on the sofa together. She said haltingly, I was awake most of the time except for a few minutes. What did you dream? He asked in strangled, horrified at the thought she was having his nightmares because she was nearby. It must have been a coincidence, she dismissed, looking away from him, because I dreamt, it was really stupid, he was killed by. By what? He prompted breathlessly. She looked up to him, fear in her eyes. Magic. Harry stared at her, unable to do anything except mouth wordlessly, feeling horrified. I know, she said with a slight laugh, looking down at her hands, it's stupid, right? But it was just such a weird coincidence, that he died at the same time I was dreaming it. That's, tried Harry, unable to think straight. Weird, really weird. Kitty nodded and looked at the paper again aside. Were you, close? Harry didn't think he could take the guilt for a second more. He felt like he was suffocating, that he needed to get out of the room, out of the flat. Not really, she said, indifferent now. I haven't seen him for a few years. I've never really cared about any of them. That didn't make him feel any better. Someone had died because of such a tenuous connection to him. He sort of took after my stepdad, if you know what I mean, she said finally, looking up at him. No great loss to the world. How can you say that? He asked before he could censor himself. He's dead. Kitty looked at him, half in surprise. He was also a bastard, Harry, she told him shortly, a cold glint in her eye for a moment. Why do you think I didn't take us to stay with him? Harry didn't say anything and Kitty looked at the photo with a mutinous glare. I'm glad he's dead, she said suddenly, violently. Don't say that, Harry told her, flinching at her words. Why not? Whoever did it did me a favor. Harry tried not to think about Voldemort doing Kitty favors. Listen, said Harry in a rush, kneeling down in front of her, maybe it's time for us to go somewhere else. What? She asked in surprise. Why? Well, you know, we've been here a while, and Donna's not going to put up with us forever, right? He said, almost desperately. Let's go. Harry, come on, she laughed. We've landed on our feet here, and Donna's not gonna get rid of us for another couple of weeks at the least. Kitty, I think we should go, he told her seriously as she stopped smiling at his odd behavior. Why? She asked him suspiciously now. What's happened? I don't feel safe here anymore, he told her, knowing how he sounded but finding himself unable to care. The thought of Voldemort walking into the flat at any moment to find Kitty was terrifying him. Harry, you're acting really weird, she said slowly, frowning at him now. Let's go, he pleaded. Come on, Kitty, you don't want to stay here forever, do you? We can't leave right now, she told him calmly. I've got my job for a start and things to do. We don't have anywhere else to go. That doesn't matter, right? He said quickly. We can find somewhere soon enough. I've got enough money for us to get a room somewhere for a while. Harry, she began, obviously stuck for words. I don't understand. What, so you want to leave? Yes, he said emphatically. Let's do it. She gave him a look that let him know instantly that she obviously knew there was more to his sudden desire to run than he was saying, and she was suspicious. Okay, fine, she said finally. Really? He asked, jumping to his feet instantly and searching about for his bag. Wait, we can't leave just yet. Give me a few days of grace. Why? He asked her quickly. What's to wait for? I don't get paid for a few days yet, and if I leave then I won't get anything, she explained. Come on, that doesn't matter. I can pay for everything, Harry pleaded. Harry, she snapped at him, causing him to cease gathering things from around the room and look at her. I earned that money and I'm getting it, okay? Give me a few days. I can sort out somewhere for us to go next. A few days. Why do you want to get out so fast anyway? She demanded, standing up now and walking over to him. He began. He just what? Want to stop an immortal wizard from finding you and torturing you to death. If you want me to drop everything, Harry, you better tell me the reason you're so desperate to go, she said, hands on hips. What aren't you telling me? His desire to keep Kitty safe collided with his desire to keep her magic free, to protect himself from being rejected because of what he was. If he told her about why her brother was killed, why he was really on the run, would she still be standing in front of him? Would she still want to be with him? A few days is fine, he said finally, and her eyes clouded over slightly. Of course it's fine. It's fine, she stated flatly, as if she didn't believe him. Yeah, he nodded heavily, dropping his backpack to his feet. Right, she said swiftly, looking suddenly angry. In that case, I've got some people to see. She grabbed her backpack and began stuffing her wallet and various assorted items into it. Harry watched her wordlessly, wondering for perhaps the 100th time whether he should have told Kitty about him right then. See you later, she said, already making her way to the door. When will you be back? He asked, trotting after her. When I'm back, she answered, shutting the door in his face. Remus was walking down the corridor of Grimmauld Place, nose buried deep in a book he'd recently procured from the Ministry Library, hoping to find a new locator spell for Harry and Kathy when he heard voices inside a disused room. Instinctively he stopped and leant closer to the door. You're just a silly little girl, aren't you? He frowned in confusion. Where did he know that voice? It sounded so familiar. You're just a silly little girl, aren't you? He leant even closer. What was going on? Did that hurt? Poor baby. It was such a hate-filled, half-crazed voice that all at once he knew where he'd heard it before, the Department of Mysteries. Poor ickle girl, did we fall down? Cooed the voice behind the door. Remus slowly pulled his wand out of his pocket and placed his hand of the door handle. That's good, said a voice, Kingsley's, in obvious appreciation. Remus dropped his hand from the door handle and gave a puzzled look at the doorframe, as he wondered what on earth Kingsley was doing. That's better than good, came another gruff voice, that's bloody fantastic. And Moody. He heard a pleased laugh and decided to satisfy his curiosity by knocking at the door. There was the sound of several people trying to hurriedly move about the room. Come in, came Kingsley's easy voice. Remus walked in, fixing a mild smile on his face and greeting Moody and Kingsley, who looked serious and grim. Afternoon, he said with a smile, just wondering if you needed any help. Ah, Remus, said Moody at once, looking almost happy to see him, just the man for the job. He merely raised an eyebrow at Moody, who pointed him to a seat. He walked over, feeling this was slightly ominous, and indeed, the sight of Moody giving a wide, if lopsided, grin was hard to look at without a certain sense of foreboding. Look who I found, he said with another grin, reaching with a gnarled hand for the curtain that usually hung in front of a painting. He pulled it aside, and standing there was a fully robed Death Eater. Slowly the masked face turned towards him in a manner that sent chills down his spine. The figure began to glide towards him, and he looked across to Moody and Kingsley, who were staring at the Death Eater with grim expression on their faces, hands on their wands. Remus frowned even more and stared at the figure, trying to understand whether this was an illusion or what. A wand was suddenly brandished in front of him, and he stared down the length of it into the blank mask. Petrificus, whispered a dangerous voice. All at once his arm and leg muscles seized up, and he looked across to Moody for help. He didn't look at him, and likewise, Kingsley was enthralled by the progress of the Death Eater. He too stared at it, wide-eyed, as a hand was raised to the mask, dangerously long, poison green fingernails catching the light. The mask was pulled away to reveal the half-crazed face of Bellatrix Lestrange. Silly ickle wolf, she whispered maliciously, bending down in front of him and regarding him with maddened eyes, walked right into that one, didn't you? Moody, asked Remus uncertainly, what's going on? That's not Moody, she said, turning to Moody and running a hand across the gruesomely scarred face, before gesturing to his mouth. Would the real Moody be smiling like that? Remus felt a growing sensation in his stomach. But his eye does come in useful, she said, darting forward suddenly until her face was only inches from Remus, if we want to spot naughty ickle boys creeping down the corridor. That's not good, repeated Moody with a smirk, it's bloody brilliant. She gave a laugh that sounded exactly like the pleased one he'd heard before when Moody had said those words. Bellatrix stepped back suddenly again and moved over to Kingsley, who had stood up now and replaced his robes with Death Eater ones. She wrapped her arms around his neck for a moment and ran a talon down his face. Polyjuice, she whispered evilly, one of our favorite potions. She suddenly pushed the Kingsley clone away and turned to regard him again. He gave a gulp and tried to think on his feet, not really possible when 3/4 of his body was paralyzed. She stalked towards him slowly, before darting forwards so she was sitting on his lap, wrapping her arm around his neck. We have been naughty, haven't we, Wolfie? She whispered in his ear so that he had to flinch away from her, sneaking about, making plans, turning on your friends, and now we've caught up on you. She moved her head so that her face was only a few centimeters away from his own, so that he could see every bloodshot vein in her eyes. And I've got some special for you, she cooed, pulling something out of her robes and waving it in front of his eyes, the blade's pure silver. She drew backwards and balanced the tip of the knife just above the folds of his cloak. He waited for what was going to happen next, feeling his heart hammering madly. He stared into the eyes of the woman that would claim her second marauder before her face gave a slight tremor. He moved backwards slightly to see her face give an almighty twitch, and she threw herself backwards onto the floor. Suddenly she was screeching, hands pressed firmly to the sides of her head as she writhed on the floor. The two other Death Eaters looked down at her in surprise, moving backwards slightly. It was awful to watch, but Remus didn't trust in letting them out of his sight for a moment. Suddenly Bella's shrieks were making sense, there were words garbled in her awful voice. Master. No. I'm sorry. Please. She writhed some more, still burbling and crying before it lessened slightly. Kill him. Yes. She whipped around on the floor and looked him dead in the eyes. Right now. She pulled out her wand and brandished it towards him, arms shaking terribly as she stared at him, hair and eyes wild. Her face was still covered in tars and flecks of spit as she rose to her knees. Die, she whispered, before a shrieked command threw out a blast of light from her wand. And out of it came a white dove. Everyone in the room's eyes followed the dove fly upwards and land on the top of the bookcase. Remus turned to look at Bella, who was still kneeling down, staring at the bird, crazed smile forming on her lips. She began to laugh, as did the Kingsley character, Moody's own scarred mouth pulling into a smirk. Remus stared in shock and confusion at the woman as she dropped her wand to her side and looked across to Moody. She gave a laugh and walked over to the captive, who was staring at them all with a dazed expression on his face and bent down in front of him so she was eye level. Watch her, Remus, she said simply. And then suddenly Tonks' face started emerging from Bella's crazed one, the hair shortening and becoming electric blue, eyes becoming softer and filled with humor, the ravaged and deranged-looking face being replaced with a heart-shaped one that was full of youth and good nature. Tonks. He practically choked out, still feeling his heart hammering madly against his ribs. With a flick of her wand his limbs were freed up again and she placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Sorry about that, she said with a smile, although there was something lingering in the eyes. Practice. She turned around and replaced her clothes with jeans and a t-shirt, looking across to Moody and Kingsley, who were still chuckling. So, what do you think? She asked them excitedly. Amazing, said Moody, shaking his head. High praise indeed from the ex-Auror. Absolutely amazing, you sound just like her. I've been practicing, she said proudly, and Remus slowly got to his feet. Where did you learn to act like that? Agreed Kingsley, it was phenomenal. Aha, she said happily, waggling a finger at them, we professionals never reveal our secrets. What do you think, Remus? Asked Kingsley, and they all turned to him expectantly. Convincing. You had me fooled, he said weakly, massaging his heart slightly, a little too convincing actually. What's all this for? Oh, nothing, she said airily, not looking at him, just messing about. You never know when it could come in handy. Listen, I'm off, meeting with Dumbledore, said Moody suddenly, checking his pocket watch. I'll speak to you tomorrow. I better get going too, said Kingsley, I don't want to be late for dinner. Remus and Tonks waved them goodbye, and after the door shut there was an uneasy silence. Tonks moved about the room picking up her bits and pieces she'd scattered about, and Remus wondered what he could possibly say after he'd very nearly just been murdered. Where did you learn to act like that? Remus said, remembering the way she had been shrieking and writhing on the floor. I don't know, she said finally, looking across to him without her usual smiles and grins, real life mainly. She showed him a small wooden box and flicked the lid open. Bellatrix's voice filtered out. Nymphmedora, they send in the ickle girly to do the grown-up jobs now. She snapped the lid shut and turned around and packed some things into her bag. Nymphmedora, said Tonks suddenly, in the voice of Bellatrix, they send in the ickle girly to do the grown-up jobs now. Remus gave a gulp, feeling strangely sorry for Tonks. With her job, her colleagues and her personality, it made it very hard for people to take her seriously, and Remus had noted that she was treated differently to the older members. But Remus knew she deserved to be where she was. 3 years of Auror training was supposed to be one of the toughest things a wizard or witch could ever do, and Tonks could hold her own when she felt like it. She must have noticed his silence because she straightened up and turned to face him. I'm sorry about the other night, he blurted out suddenly, and she gave a sigh. What do you want me to say? She asked him simply. That's okay, Remus, it's a mistake I often make. Or, don't worry, I thought you were a spy too. What? I don't know, he said. I didn't mean to accuse you of anything. I was in a bit of a mess that night. Whatever, she shrugged. Listen, Tonks, he tried before she cut him off. No, you ought to listen to this, she said, avoiding his statement and motioning for him to sit down on the sofa again. She said something I've been worrying about. He sat down on the sofa and she sat opposite him with the small voice box. A quick secrecy charm was cast around them and a soundproof charm on the room. Now don't interrupt, okay? She said, and Remus frowned at her and then at the box.
She flipped the lid open and placed the box on the table.
Nymphmedora, they send in the ickle girly to do the grown-up jobs now.
There was sudden shriek of pain from the box that took Remus a few seconds to realize it was Tonk's voice, and the sound of curses being thrown quickly followed. He frowned at it deeply, trying to follow what was happening, hearing something heavy hit the floor. Somebody was spitting something out. There was another blast before something crashed against a heavy-sounding object with a resounding crack. He could hear Tonks scrambling to her feet. "Put down your wands." Bella began to cackle, a sound Remus recognized from his earlier encounter with Tonks and the silver knife. More curses, more sounds of bodies being thrown to the floor. "Naughty girly. You've been practicing since I last saw you." There was a whooshing sounds, and he heard Tonks give a yell of real pain, before all that could be heard was her gasping in shock. Remus looked across to Tonks, horrified, but she was staring at the box, biting her nail of her thumb. "How now, fair niece?" Blood-curdling screaming suddenly issued forth from the box, Tonks screaming. It was reverberating around the room, and Remus made an impulsive move towards the box. However, Tonks merely held up a hand and made a twirling motion with her wand towards the box. There was a moment of garbled sounds before Bella's evil laughter filled the air, and there was a sudden furious scuffle and a confusion of noise, of people falling over and curses thrown, before. "Go on then, sweet niece, squeeze a little tighter. I'm not going to kill you," came the sound of Tonks' voice, tight with pain. "Ah, why not? Can't do it. Not even for revenge. I've got a nice cell lined up for you in Azkaban, when you might remember? Cell block 13, room 42? Tonks paused it here and looked across to him with a very serious look on her face. "Listen to this." Remus gave her a wide-eyed look as she twirled her wand again towards the box. "You better put Ickle Potter next to me then." Remus' head snapped up towards Tonks, who merely nodded and played the voice box again. "What are you talking about? Oh, didn't you know? He's just as bad as the rest of us, though his Crucio could be improved." "She's lying," said Remus at once, and Tonks held her hand up for silence. "You're lying," came the disembodied voice of Tonks. "Why would I, when the truth is so much more pleasurable?" There was a sudden yelp of pain from Tonks and more confusion of noise that sounded like fighting. "But I suppose you'll have to catch Ickle Potter first, won't you? He's a slippery character, isn't he? Disappearing just like that?" There was sudden sound that made Remus and Tonks both jump. It sounded like something heavy hitting the floor. He could hear Tonks' heavy breathing, which seemed to rattle with the sound of blood in the throat. "Stay awake, Nymphmedora. I want you to watch this. I wonder if you'll black out before I pull your arm off." Remus looked up to Tonks again, feeling very suddenly like he couldn't breathe. She was staring at the box still, far-away look in her eyes. Her hand was rubbing her shoulder slightly, as if the memory had induced the pain again. "What's a matter, my little niece? Hurt again? Poor Ickle baby. Why did they send you here instead of the grown-ups?" "This place will be surrounded in moments," gasped Tonks' voice. "And you get to die here while we're waiting. What's the sacrifice for, my sweet one? You won't make any difference. No one would miss you. No one would be grieved." "That's enough," said Tonks suddenly, waving her wand so that the box fell silent. Remus looked over to her, horror etched on every feature of his face at what he'd just heard. She was avoiding his eyes again, pulling her feet up on the couch and wrapping her arms around her knees. "What do you think?" she asked him anxiously. "Why didn't you tell me what happened?" he asked in a quiet voice. "Not about me," she said, "about Harry. Why didn't you call me earlier?" he continued, ignoring her question and fixing her with an intense stare. He didn't think he would ever be able to rid himself of the sounds of Tonks being tortured for as long as he would live. "Because, I didn't think," she said finally. "I wanted to get to Kath's brother before Bella did. I was too late as it turned out, but I thought, I wanted to get her, for serious," realized Remus, nodding heavily. "We'll get her eventually," said Tonks firmly, and for a second, Remus really believed her. He tried to imagine what a fantastic day that would be. "Now what about what Bella said about Harry?" she prompted anxiously. "I haven't said anything about it yet. I don't think I should." "She's lying," said Remus at once. "Why would she?" asked Tonks in a small voice. "She doesn't have to protect our feelings." "Because that's what they do," said Remus, standing up and pacing slightly. Their war is almost just as much psychological as it is physical. It was last time. They turn people against each other, friends, family. They all get dragged in. They exploit people's weaknesses. They just have to find them. They place doubts in people's minds. But what if she's not? She asked. What if she was being honest? If she was, said Remus, sitting on the table in front of her and whispering in a low voice. I don't think we should tell anyone. We don't know the full story. But Harry must have had his reasons. This could ruin him. It's life in Azkaban if anyone ever finds out, whispered Tonks back, looking anxious, and I'm not prepared to guard him.
Remus nodded in agreement and they both looked to the box. With a flick of her wand, it exploded in a ball of blue smoke and she disappeared the fragments into thin air. She then brandished her wand at him and silently asked for his permission. He nodded.
Obliviate, she whispered, before turning her wand on herself and performing the same charm. A few seconds later they both shook their heads slightly and looked around in some confusion. They could both remember everything the voice box said apart from the 2 lines about Harry and the short conversation they'd just had. Listen, I want to explain about the other night now, said Remus suddenly, feeling he ought to show her the same respect after she'd let him hear such a personal thing. Tonks didn't say anything at first, contented instead to pick at the thread of her purple and orange striped socks. A small hole was developing. Remus watched her cautiously and finally she looked up to him, angry look in her eyes. How can you explain it? She asked simply. Well, you see, when Snape came in after seeing you at St. Mungo's he was full of accusations against you, saying you shouldn't have been at the place, that nobody had sent you and that Bellatrix was there. He began and she looked up to him angrily but he leapt in before she could continue, and I didn't believe a word of what he was saying and started arguing with him about it. I thought he was being purposefully spiteful against you because you were related to Sirius, and then. He trailed off, wondering if she was actually listening to him. Her eyes had taken on a new steely look and the silence descended upon them like an oppressive cloud. Can't explain it, can you? She asked him finally, sounding not hurt, not even angry, just saddened almost. Can't figure out what it is about me that you don't trust? You don't understand? It's not that. He tried weakly but he could see the determined look in his eyes. Well, how come you can have the balls to ask me if I was acting as a spy for you know who based on the provocations of a man you haven't been able to stand or trust practically your whole life? She demanded angrily. I didn't mean to, he protested. I knew you. Well, there's your first problem, she cut in, eyes flashing. You don't know me, okay. And do you know what? For that I am greatly appreciative, because you've turned out to be quite a different man than the one I thought I knew. She stood up quickly and grabbed her scattered possessions quickly. Tonks, please let me explain, he said desperately, jumping to his feet after her. I am the person you knew. No, that night I was just so drunk, she accused, eyes flashing, paranoid, suspicious, moping around in your room because of a stupid school ground fight, convincing yourself you're worthless, that you're not fit to be in the order, that you're the reason Harry ran away, that Sirius is dead. Tonks broke off, angry splotches of red on cheeks as Remus did nothing but stand in the center of the room, motionless during her entire tirade, shell-shocked almost. Well, wake up, Remus. Wallowing in self-pity and alcohol isn't going to solve anything. It isn't going to find Harry. It isn't going to win you any friends. I know, he shouted back suddenly, causing her to stop mid-rant abruptly. You what? She demanded. I know, okay. I know you're right, he said, dropping into the sofa and waiting for Tonks to storm out. He glared mutinously at the carpet in front of him and heard her moving, thinking bitter thoughts. However, instead of leaving, which he would have almost preferred, she was suddenly standing in his line of sight, arms folded across her stomach. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're right. I just mess everything up. Sirius, Snape, Harry, even you, it's pathetic. What do you mean? She demanded. Not only do I mess my whole life up, I do it to everyone else. You don't, she heard herself say, slightly taken aback by seeing Remus lose control once again. What do you mean by that? I'm doing the same thing to you now, he said, almost ranting to himself. All that doubt and fear, you never get rid of it, and I've just done it to someone when I know what it feels like. Remus, what the hell are you talking about? She practically shouted at him, incensed by his attitude. Why do you think I was missing from Harry's life for 12 years? Because I couldn't be bothered to pop around the Dursleys to see him? He asked loudly. I don't know, she said. Why? Because James and Sirius basically told me that I was not considered trustworthy enough to be their secret keeper. Because Peter was a better alternative than me to protect him and Lily and Harry. When I loved her. Because nobody could know. The furious expression on Tonk's face slid off almost instantly at hearing this, and she dropped her arms to her side. You loved her? She asked in a shocked voice, Lily Potter? Remus didn't reply, too furious with himself for losing control so spectacularly and thinking things he'd tried to suppress for so long. What she began, before dropping into the sofa opposite and fixing him with an uncertain look, tell me about it. He began, before taking a deep breath and beginning in a flat voice, we only dated for about 3 weeks during our 4th year. It was basically a disaster because she hated James and Sirius so much, and they were, well, you can probably imagine the havoc they caused. So began Tonks, looking uncomfortable. Did James know that you still had feelings for her? No, he said emphatically, definitely not, no one did. And she was happy and very much in love with James, so that made me happy in a way. Oh Remus, I never even thought, she said quietly, but I understand. Remus nodded heavily before adding in a slightly bitter tone, Snape knows. He's a little too good at legilimens for my taste. So your fight with him, it was about that? Among other things, he was trying to convince me you had turned spy, and I just lost it. Tonks stared at him for a moment, before shifting forwards on her chair to look at him intently. So why did you believe him? She asked. I didn't, he said heavily, I honestly didn't, and I'm so sorry about the way I reacted when you returned. But I'd drunk so much by that point and spent the night sitting in that room thinking that I don't know what I was doing, and I know that's not an excuse. He fixed Tonks with a steady look, thinking about what he'd said to her, how she'd reacted. I know how hurtful what I said to you that night was, he told her fiercely, because it must have made you feel exactly how I did when I was told I couldn't be the secret keeper. Made you feel like you weren't trusted by your closest friends. It did, she told him finally, but I kind of understand your reason for saying it. It was suspicious, and I can see how you feel about it now, so don't think about it anymore. What? He asked, looking at her in confusion. I forgive you, she said, giving him a small smile, but if you do it again, I will be forced to take action. He gave a small, humorless smile. I don't really deserve it though, he said. Once you think someone doubts you, it never lets you go. Is that why you never saw Harry? She asked quietly. One of the reasons. James and Sirius' decision that I wasn't trustworthy, then I thought Sirius had killed Lily and James, and then Peter. My whole world was torn to shreds, so I left. Then seeing Harry in his 3rd year was so terrible, not because he looks so much like James, because he acts so much like Lily in his eyes. Tonks got up from her sofa and came and sat next to him. She placed her arms around his shoulders and gave him a comforting hug. I never realized any of this, she told him quietly. Well, I've never told anyone, he said, as they pulled apart, and I felt so guilty when I saw the way Harry had grown up, because of my weakness. It's not your fault this happened, Remus, she said forcefully. Dumbledore trusted the Dursleys, and like you said, you'd lost everyone. You were probably in no state to look after a baby. Can't even look after myself, even now, he said, giving a slight laugh and plucking at his patched robes. Still thinking about it, still letting Snape get to me. Remus, you've just lost your best friend. Things aren't going to be good for a while. We all miss Sirius. But you shouldn't let ghosts and shadows ruin your life now, or what I said before will happen. You'll wake up one day and realize you lost everybody. I know, he whispered. I'm so sorry. I know you are, she said in an equally low voice. At least, now I do. Hermione climbed the stairs of Grimmauld Place with a determined look on her face, Ron hurrying up behind her, hissing insistently. You can't do this, he was saying, you'll get into trouble. Ron. She snapped back, reaching the landing. I think I'm quite capable of stealth. Even so, he told her, it's wrong, technically. What are you two up to? Ron and Hermione fell silent, looking around them guiltily until they found Ginny, sitting with her back against the banisters, small wizarding wireless crackling with music at her feet. She was giving them both suspicious looks. What are you doing sitting down there? Asked Ron, looking down the corridors in confusion. Listening to some music, she said, rolling her eyes, fixing him with another look. "And what are you up to?" "Nothing," he said quickly, before glaring at Hermione, "right?" Hermione gave Ron a fleeting contemptuous look before addressing Ginny. "We're trying to figure out what Harry's up to," she explained. All at once Ginny's suspicious expression disappeared and she climbed to her feet. She brushed her palms on her jeans and switched off the wireless. "How?" she asked simply. "Ginny," Ron said angrily, before rounding on Hermione, "we're not doing this. I don't care how much you glower at me. Harry's going to be so angry when he—" "Yeah, well, Harry's not here, is he?" said Hermione shortly, turning on her heel and walking off down the corridor.
Ginny looked at Ron briefly, before following Hermione, leaving him fuming. After a split second, he gave an angry snort and followed them, muttering to himself. They had disappeared into the room that Harry and Ron had shared the previous summer and Christmas, and he darted in, shutting the door carefully behind him.
Hermione and Ginny were waiting cross-armed next to Harry's bed. "We shouldn't be doing this," he repeated at once. "Do you want to find Harry or not?" asked Hermione. "This isn't going to help," he exclaimed as Hermione walked over to the door. She raised her wand and Ron grabbed her wrist. "No magic, remember?" "Oh come on, Ron," she scoffed. "We're in a magical, unplottable household. The Ministry's got no idea who's performing magic here." She locked the door and cast an imperturbable charm upon it, before spinning around and creating a heavy black curtain out of thin air which she draped across the blank picture frame over the fireplace. Ginny sat on Harry's bed silently and Hermione walked over to the trunk which had been placed against the wall. Harry's name was quite visibly printed along the front. "They brought this from the Dursleys," she told Ginny, noticing her puzzled look. "I figured there might be something in there that might tell us where he's gone." "Hasn't anyone checked?" she asked as Ron paced uncertainly at the foot of the bed. "I asked Tonks and she said she hadn't," she said, kneeling down in front of it. "Probably because he's charmed it," said Ron angrily. "We'd know if Harry was using magic in a Muggle house, Ron," said Hermione despairingly. "Well, he should have charmed it anyway," he snapped, "to stop nosy gits rooting through his stuff." "Shut up, Ron," Ginny said angrily, and he glared at his sister. "What are you doing here anyway?" he retorted angrily. "Get lost." "Ron, don't talk to your sister like that," Hermione said, and he merely turned his glare towards his friend now. He walked over to the trunk and sat on top of it just as Hermione was reaching out towards it. "Ron," she said furiously, "don't you want to find him?" "I'm sure Harry didn't draw a map of where he was going, Hermione. Come on. This is his stuff. How would you like it if I started rooting around your things?" "Well, if Harry's got such a problem with it, you can tell him to come and shout at me for it. But oops, I forgot, he's not here," she said sarcastically, "and if I just so happen to find even the smallest clue that might help us find him or even just point us in the right direction by snooping, then I don't mind if I have to pick every single part of Harry's secret life apart to get it, okay?" She practically yelled the last part of this and stood, breathing heavily as Ron stared at her. "Fine," he said finally, getting up off the trunk. "Snoop away, I obviously can't stop you." If this was Ron's last attempt at guilt-tripping Hermione out of her plan, then it failed spectacularly as she merely nodded and flipped the catches down. Ron gave an angry sigh and folded his arms, watching Hermione as she kneeled down and pulled open the lid. He didn't know what she expected to find there or what she was thinking as she sat studying the contents for a long minute. "Get on with it then," Ron prompted as Hermione's eyes traveled across the contents. "What are you waiting for?" Silently, she reached in and began to pull out some clothes, jumpers, a few t-shirts, his Hogwarts robes. She laid everything out neatly behind her before reaching in and pulling out a thick sheaf of parchment. "At least we know he was getting our letters now," she said finally as she stared down at her own handwriting. Ron, despite himself, edged forward to look in the contents of the trunk, and sure enough, he noticed a few of his own short letters in the pile. Hermione placed them to one side despondently and began to unpack a large pile of textbooks, before pulling out the shimmering material of the invisibility cloak. "I wish he'd taken that with him," said Hermione, looking slightly anxious. "He wouldn't if he's in the Muggle world, would he?" suggested Ginny, also getting up and standing on the other side of Hermione. "I guess not," she sighed, "but I had hoped he'd take it anyway, just in case." She carried on delving, finding old essays, broken quills, Quidditch gear, potion supplies and various accumulated odd pieces from years of using this trunk to carry his life in. "There's nothing in here, Hermione," Ron told her sternly. "Now, can we just stop now?" She just ignored him. "Oh no," said Hermione softly, drawing out a leather-bound book and looking upset. "What's that?" asked Ginny quickly. "His photo album," Ron said, feeling his own stomach dip slightly too. "Hagrid gave it to him in our first year." Hermione pulled it open and sure enough, various photos of Harry's parents and friends began waving at them. They were all silent for a good minute before Hermione voiced what they were all thinking. "I was sure he would take this," she said, sounding upset. "How could he forget it? It's got pictures of his parents in it, and Sirius, and us?" suggested Ron grimly. "Well, yes," she said, dropping it to the floor unceremoniously. Ginny stooped down and picked it up, flicking through the pages curiously as Hermione turned to Ron. "I don't understand," she said in a high-pitched voice. "If he was so upset about Sirius that he had to run away, then surely he'd want his photos to remind him? Maybe he couldn't take it with him, because of the Muggle girl," he suggested half-heartedly, "or maybe we were right and this all has something to do with the prophecy. Maybe he really did hear it." "Perhaps," she said, "but still, his photos, didn't he even want to remember us at all?" Guys," said Ginny suddenly, "I think maybe he did." They looked across to her and she flipped the book over to show them. Sure enough, there was a blank space where a photo had been removed. Hermione gave a strangled cry and wrenched the book out of her hands, flipping through the pages quickly. "He's taken 3, she said excitedly. "Look, one of his parents from the beginning. One that Colin Creevey took. You know, the one in the common room of us 3? And one here, a newer one." "Well, the rest around it are from Christmas," said Ron, seeing one of Tonks, Lupin and Moody all wearing Christmas hats above the blank space. "It must be Sirius," whispered Hermione, nodding. "But what does this mean? He took photos of us with him, then surely, I don't know." "Well, he obviously wanted something to remind him of you guys," said Ginny, "so you're not the reason he left, if that's what you think." Ron and Hermione were silent, both secretly feeling very pleased that Ginny had said this, as they had been secretly wondering if this was, in fact, the case, that they hadn't been understanding enough, hadn't realized sooner, hadn't done anything about his unhappiness. "But, I hate to say this, but I think Ron's right. There's nothing in here to help us," Ginny said, placing the book carefully on the floor. Hermione's shoulders visibly slumped and she stared morosely around at Harry's meager possessions. "I guess you're right," she sighed heavily, beginning to repack Harry's trunk. "I was so sure he'd leave us a clue." "Why would he?" asked Ron, sitting down heavily on the bed. "I don't know," she struggled, "just that, if it wasn't our fault he'd want us to know, that if things got really bad we'd be able to find him." "Yeah, but remember what I overheard from that healer," suggested Ron bleakly. "Harry's gone mental." "Ron, don't say that. He's not mental," Hermione said in a high-pitched voice. "Not in a stable frame of mind or out of touch with reality then," he said irritably, "whatever that means." "It means that he might not fully realize what he's doing," Ginny told him. "Oh come on, do you really buy that?" scoffed Ron. "Harry might be upset by what happened to Sirius, but he's not one to go barmy over it. He just had enough of the Dursleys, upset over Sirius, scared stiff by whatever that prophecy said, because I know he's heard it, so he did a runner." "Well, how does he think that's going to help?" demanded Hermione. "Do you reckon Harry's thinking like that right now? About the most sensible course of action? You know what he gets like when he gets angry or depressed, right?" Ron told them both, worked up himself now. "Remember when he blew up his aunt and did a runner then? And that was only because she insulted his parents. So I think he's quite capable of disappearing with all this shit that's been going on lately." Both Ginny and Hermione stared at him open-mouthed for a moment, perhaps a little taken aback at Ron's logical and intuitive argument.
"I forgot about the time he blew up his aunt," said Hermione finally. "I forgot he'd run away already."
"Yeah, but at least he ran away to the magical world then. We know he only went to Diagon Alley this time to withdraw all that money. And now he's hiding in the Muggle world," added Ginny, also sounding despondent now. "Where he knows we won't find him," finished Hermione sadly. They pondered this in silence for a few moments, Ginny dropping onto the bed next to Ron as Hermione stared at Harry's open trunk. It took Ron a while to realize he could see her struggling against the tears, and although Ron sympathized with Harry in some way, he cursed him for all the worry and the pain he'd caused them. He stared at the trunk too. Although he'd been dead set against the idea, he had almost hoped they would find something useful. Now he just felt that their invasion of his privacy was all the worse because they hadn't found anything. He picked up the sheaf of letters and began to flick through them unseeingly. There was so many, from him, from Hermione, even a few from Lupin. He came across one from Sirius which he stared at for some time. He still couldn't believe that after everything they'd been through, Sirius was gone. Just like that. Well, at least we know one thing, said Hermione finally as she laid a Gryffindor pennant on top of the newly packed trunk, giving a small sniff. He's got his wand with him, that's something at least. He wouldn't have left that for all the tea in China, said Ginny, even if he was with Muggles. At least he can defend himself, she said, straightening her shoulders and turning to Ron. Give those back, Ron, I'll put them away. Ron, however, was staring open-mouthed at one letter. Ron? Hermione said louder, let's put them back. After a few moments, she turned to him expectantly, as did Ginny. Ron? His sister queried. What is it? You were right, Hermione, he said in a quiet voice. Maybe there was something in here after all. What? She said excitedly, jumping up to look over his shoulder. A reason for leaving. At least she saw a letter, this time written on a scrap of notebook paper, badly spelled and scrawled in an untidy, cramped hand. She didn't recognize the handwriting and she immediately settled down on the bed next to Ron and the three of them read it silently. Dear Harry, you'd have got this in one of two ways, I guess. Either my cunning attempt to get into your house didn't work and the police was called, in which case this has been posted, or I actually managed to get in and I left this in your room.
Either way, you're obviously reading this, so mission accomplished, not spelled right, I know. I just wanted to tell you that I am not insane. I don't want you to think I'm being a weird stalker type coming to your house. I wasn't following you or anything. I found your address out from Dudley's mate Shane Davis.
This letter was my attempt at being serious in case I didn't manage to be so today. Which is probably likely, yeah. I was going to explain why I came over right about now, but I'm still not really sure. Is it enough to say I just wanted to see you again? Felt like it? I'm really not very good at writing stuff like this. There's a special word for it, isn't there? When you can't say the tots you have in your head. Anyway, I'm going to get the point, now. I didn't believe you in the park when you said people could be listening or watching us. I told you that you was being paranoid. But I saw that woman come after you as soon as you left, and you arguing with her as she walked you away. I don't pretend to understand what the hell is happening, what you could have possibly done that would mean you should be followed or watched or whatever. Maybe you're the one that's insane? But it doesn't really matter. Everything I said to you in the park was the honest truth. I can see you're unhappy. Anyone could if they took 2 seconds to look at you properly. And I know it must be something more than your aunt and uncle. Why else would you not want to go back to school? I didn't buy any of that crap about not being able to pay fees. Like they'd spend any money on you anyway. Huh. I also know you've been thinking of getting out long before we met. Maybe you're already planning it now, and I want you to know that if you do, you come to me, okay? I'm going to give you my address so that when you get out you can come here straight away, right? So now my reputation as a crazy bitch is fully cemented. You can make up your own mind. If you decide I'm being way too pushy since we only just met, then forget about it, and I wish you all the luck in the world, whatever happens. But if you decide the other way, you know where to come. Anyway, better go. Kitty. P.S. I hope you ed me, and if you didn't and I bottled out, I'll do it next time I see you. Ron dropped the letter to his knees and for a second they just sat in shocked silence. Then finally Ron expressed, in his own unique way, the basic science of the situation. Bloody hell. 300 miles away, in a flat so unlike Grimold place that their coexistence seemed almost impossible, Harry Potter was resolutely not thinking about magic. Or his friends. Or Sirius. Or Voldemort and his dreams and any other number of worries that had been pressing down upon him. Because today was a good day. Kitty, whose mood swung high and low in a matter of moments, had returned from a morning shift in high spirits, and Harry, who'd suffered nothing but his own company for 5 hours, was more than pleased to see her. She'd even returned bearing an afternoon takeaway, spending her hard-earned cash on a veritable feast of Chinese which they had eaten in front of the telly, whilst watching some children's cartoon about a talking dog. And because Kitty was in a good mood, Harry was in a good mood, which meant they'd so far had the most enjoyable days spent together since they'd left Surrey. Now they were spread out on the sofa, feeling full and contented, ready to enjoy an evening of pure wasted time. She left to get drinks and took such a long time doing this that Harry had become completely absorbed in the telly, thinking vague, contented thoughts. When she finally returned, she dropped into the sofa suddenly, nearly giving Harry a heart attack at the unexpectedness. "Don't scare me like that, sorry," she smirked, "how would you like to be scared?" "Oh ha ha, my sides are aching," said Harry in a monotone, bored voice, "you're such a comedian." "I know," she laughed, pulling something onto her lap, "sometimes I feel my talent is wasted on you though." Harry looked down and noticed it was her sketchpad, the one they'd argued about the day she'd found about her brother. He was a little unsure of what this meant. Was she going to bring up him snooping through her stuff? He hoped not, today was going so well. She had a pen in her hand, which she was tapping unconsciously against her wrist, a peculiar habit of hers Harry had recently noticed, as she searched around for a cigarette and a lighter. "Are you drawing?" he asked, slightly timidly. She gave a shy smile, settling back into the couch as she breathed out a plume of smoke. "Yes." Harry gave a short laugh, she sounded so defensive. "What's the picture?" he asked, reaching for the book. She slapped his hand away, grinning slightly. "I haven't drawn it yet." "What will the picture be then?" She snickered to herself, pulling her feet up onto the sofa and sitting cross-legged. She pulled open the book and riffled through until she found an empty page and held the pen up to his face. "Oh no. Not me," he exclaimed in horror, putting a cushion in front of his face. "Oh." She laughed, pulling the pillow away. "It's just a little picture, and besides, you owe me one for not going mental at you snooping." "You did go mental," he pointed out. "That was about something entirely unrelated," she proclaimed. "Come on, Harry. Just a sketch. I've never had a willing dummy before." "Watch who you're calling dummy," he joked. "Come on," she cajoled, before muttering under her breath, "dummy." "Fine," he said, shuffling around so she could see him properly, "but be kind." "Depends if you're a good dummy or not," she cautioned him, pulling the lid of her pen with a flourish. "If you fidget you're getting horns and a bandito mustache." She fiddled with the pen for a moment, which didn't want to spill its ink before finally get started. "Don't look at me," she cautioned, "just watch telly or something. I don't want you grinning like a cheesy photo." "Why do you want a picture of me watching telly?" he asked her, slightly mystified as he moved into position as she said. "Just relax," she said, ignoring his question. "Pretend my wandering gaze is not here at all."
Harry just laughed and Kitty lapsed into silence, furiously scribbling away out the corner of his eye. At first, being a dummy was quite easy. He found his attention wandering as he watched commercials flash past. A soap opera cliffhanger, kitchen cleaner, a new movie, a funky-looking car. But then he soon found out that what starts out as a natural slouch quickly becomes uncomfortable, and he was soon marveling at his own inability to sit still.
"Stop moving," she cautioned him several times over the next 10 minutes. "I'm getting a numb bum," he complained as another cartoon came on. "Just think about how the poor couch feels having you spread all over it," she said absent-mindedly. He gave a slight laugh, stealing a look over to her when she wasn't looking. Her braids were starting to tumble out of her ponytail, giving her a slightly Hermione-like frazzled look as she industrially shaded in something. She glanced up suddenly and Harry tried to revert back to position. "Harry," she said, laughing, "stop moving. Jesus. I've never known anyone fidget like you." "It's boring," he whined childishly, and she got up, flicking the TV station over. "There you go. A healthy dose of the sad wastrels of our country, talk show time." Harry focused on the program. He'd seen a few of these since spending his afternoons mulching in front of the telly, and he had indeed been amazed by the pathetic lives of some people. Like, "My mum thinks she's 16 mutton dressed as lamb," was really a serious troubling worry that you had to tell the entire nation about. Today's story was a bit different though. It was on the theme of mothers and a young girl that couldn't have been any older than him, and Kitty was resolutely trying not to cry about something. He frowned at it slightly. They were talking about drugs or something, and then the girl's mother was screaming and yelling, and there was the mention of alcoholic, abuse, druggie, and various profanities. It suddenly felt to Harry as if the flat had gone incredibly quiet and that the volume had been cranked right up. There was a weird feeling in the air. Then, just as the girl was screaming, "If wish you were dead," the telly suddenly died, and forgetting he was supposed to be sitting still, Harry turned to look at Kitty. She slammed the remote control back on the coffee table and silently turned back to Harry, making little flicky motions with her pen for him to get back in position. There was a terrible expression on her face. He stared at the blank television, suddenly thinking about her mother and what he'd been able to piece together from overheard conversations, and he suddenly realized Kitty had never really explained to him what had happened. "Kitty," he began, hesitantly. "No, you can't move yet," she said resolutely. "No, I'm okay actually," he said, before lapsing into silence for a moment. Out of the corner of her eye, he could see her pen movements were suddenly a little more fierce, a few more violent slashes. "Do you miss your mum, Kitty?" "What?" she asked quickly. Her voice had a certain edge to it that almost made him give up there and then. "Do you ever miss her?" he repeated, staring ahead. She was silent for such a long time that Harry thought she was ignoring him. He recalled what her father had yelled to her all that time ago, that Kitty was the reason she was dead. "Sometimes," she said suddenly, shrugging, "we were never really that close, to be honest." Harry thought about this for a moment. She had to be lying. "But you still miss her, right?" he plowed on resolutely. She frowned at him slightly before giving another small shrug. "I guess." "When she died," he began awkwardly, "did it hurt?" Again her pause before answering was uncomfortably long. "I didn't find out for a while," she told him, leaning back against the sofa now, "and it was a shock. I guess it hurt, but..." "But what?" "I really only felt guilty, because it was my fault," she admitted, picking at a thread on the sofa, "and that's a really terrible thing, isn't it?" "Why was it your fault?" he asked almost breathlessly. She gave a heavy sigh, taking some time to compile her answer. "She wasn't right. I wasn't supposed to leave her alone," she struggled, "but I went anyway." "Why did you leave?" "Because it was Christmas, and I hate Christmas," she said with a small humorless laugh, "and I was on my own with Mom, and I hated my mom." "Why?" he asked. "How long you got?" Her poor attempt at a joke died mid-air, and for a few moments, there was only the sound of Kitty half-heartedly sketching. "Why?" he asked again. "Because she was crap," she said evenly. Harry frowned ahead slightly. What kind of answer was that? What did that mean anyway? "A crap mom doing crap things," she elaborated, "and she wasn't right." "What was wrong with her?" "She had more problems than me," she joked again. Ked her mind up with drugs, manic depressive, etc., etc. Most of the time she was another planet, completely psycho, usual crap. Harry tried to figure out what to say to this. "Apparently, or according to my studious research into daytime talk shows, people who've had, abusive relationships and all that are prone to that sort of thing, like to take it out on their nearest and dearest. So that makes me feel better," she said, and Harry was taken aback momentarily by the bitterness in her voice. Harry remembered the way her stepfather had coolly pushed her through the table, tried to strangle her, her fury when he mentioned it later, the way she'd yelled, "He's tried it before." Things that go bump in the night. "I can see why you always wanted to run away," he said finally. "Yeah, it's always so much fun," she said sarcastically, "but I'm such a beeper. Always go running back eventually. Oh Mom, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it, blah blah blah." And it'd just start all over again, same old routine. New shelter, new life for 2 weeks until she needed another hit. More money, ring up my stepdad, more fighting. Sometimes I just wished I could just kill them so I wouldn't have to put up with all that crap, or me, just so I wouldn't have to keep listening. Kitty paused suddenly in her rant as if she'd realized how loudly she'd been speaking, and Harry forgot all about sitting still for the picture, turning to her quickly. She looked slightly shocked at herself. "I didn't mean to say that," she said, giving him a flicker of a wary look, apparently scared she'd freaked him out. "Come here," he merely said, wrapping his arm around her shoulders so she sank into a silent hug. After a moment she gave a dry, humorless laugh. "Sometimes I wonder how much I can tell you before you realize what a messed up bitch I am." "Will you stop talking like that?" he said, almost in exasperation. "Sometimes I wonder how much you can keep secret before you explode." She gave another slight laugh. Most people wouldn't say that if they just heard someone admit they'd contemplated murder. "I've already seen you contemplating murder, remember?" he said, running a thumb across the newly healed cut down the side of her face. He wondered how his life had ended up like this, why he didn't seem to particularly care about any of Kitty's admissions, how they could be so calm discussing things like this. Sometimes he was amazed at how much they both put up with, Harry with his secrets, Kitty with her past, and the way they both tried to deal with it. When they finally pulled apart, Harry gave her a long, lingering key, until she was forced to bat him away with her book. "Back to the art." After that brief psychotic episode, she commanded, making him sit back into position. But he was too worked up now, thinking about Kitty's old life, how she was free of it now, how he didn't want to stop still now, how he just wanted to key her until she realized she had somebody who wasn't going to mess her up. And then the terrible thought occurred to him, that maybe he would. "Why did you ask me all that, Harry?" she asked suddenly, breaking him from his terrifying reverie. "Huh? Oh, He tried to focus. "I just wanted to know. I was quite surprised you told me, to be honest." "Me too," she laughed. "I've never told anybody about her before, and him." Harry turned to look at her again, and she sensed what he was about to say. "Everyone knew, of course," she dismissed, "but there's a difference between guessing and knowing." "How come you told me?" he asked her curiously, feeling suddenly intensely trusted and important. She gave a shrug, avoiding his eyes. "Because I wanted to." Harry couldn't help but keep the pleased grin off his face, turning to stare ahead again as he reveled in the fact that she trusted him, that she told him things that she wanted him to know. "And besides, sometimes I feel like there's all this stuff we don't know about each other, know what I mean?" She said it almost casually, but almost instantly there was the icy grip of fear at his heart. He tried desperately to keep his face carefully blank. Kitty squinted at her pad of paper, eyes flicking from Harry's face to the sheet quickly, trying to commit the likeness. Harry wondered how many secrets Kitty thought he was hiding, and once again the desire to tell her became almost unbearable. "But then again," she said in a light voice, "that's why we work so well, right? We don't need to know. Who cares about the past anyway? That's behind us." Harry stared ahead resolutely. "Yeah, I guess so. There goes another perfect opportunity to tell her," he thought to himself. Why couldn't he do it? He tried to imagine how she'd take it. He was 11 when he found out, and he remembered not actually questioning it that much, but 16 was a lot different to 11. Besides, how would he feel if he were in her shoes and she suddenly turned around and told him she was an alien or something? There was no way she'd believe him. He'd have to prove it somehow, and he spent the next few minutes envisioning the moment of truth in his head. Perhaps a nice harmless charm, or a Patronus which was pretty. Sometimes the Kitty in the movie in his head reacted well and was completely flabbergasted but excited at the news, and other times, the worst-case scenarios, showed her screaming and yelling, grabbing her bag and making it her 12th disappearance. Actually, that wasn't the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that she would be scared of him, terrified even. "Okay. So bear in mind it's my first attempt," came a voice from somewhere far away. "Huh? All finished," she told him proudly, holding the picture against her chest protectively, "but you can't laugh or I'll hit you." "Oh yeah?" he said, shifting out his long-held pose and turning to face her. "I know I won't laugh. Go on, show it to me." "No smirking either," she said pointedly. "I don't smirk," he retorted with a laugh. "You're not going to like it," she said flatly. "Stop procrastinating and show me." "Aha, procrastinating. I remember that one," she mused, casting her mind back somewhere. "Means wasting time, doesn't it? And you're world-class at it," he pointed out. "Come on." Kitty had a very anxious look on her face, and for a moment he thought she was just going to dart from the room, but with a sudden burst of courage, she practically threw the notebook at him. He picked it up in surprise and looked down at the picture that was spread across the page, emerging like a picture from television static as he looked down at himself in a mass of crazy, whirling lines. And sure enough, it was him. Kitty's drawing style was completely unique. He'd never seen someone fill a whole page with just lines, but in a way that some of them just seemed to flow into a face, hair, shirt collar. "You hate it, don't you?" she said flatly. "Are you kidding?" he breathed, still trying to take it all in. "It's amazing." "You're just saying that because I threatened to hit you," she said, and he almost laughed out loud. She sounded so anxious. "No, I'm not," It is. It's amazing. He couldn't really find words to describe it because he felt like when he was looking at her picture, he was looking at whatever it was she saw when she looked at him, what she really saw. And there was no boy who lived, no scar visible, just him, and he felt the experience was quite scary in a way. The eyes aren't right though, she was complaining. Your expression changed towards the end so your eyes don't match your face. Harry's stomach tightened, thinking about his worries about telling Kitty, his fear of her being scared of him, leaving him. She was right. The face looked relaxed, almost bored, but she'd put it all in the eyes. How was that even possible? It's amazing, he repeated in a faraway voice. She made a non-committal sound in the back of the throat. Come here, he said, grinning as he moved down the sofa and gave her a long key. Whatever worries or critiques Kitty had been thinking, they all seemed to disappear within a moment, and she grinned slightly into the key, letting the picture fall to the floor. They shuffled into a more comfortable position until Harry was practically pinning Kitty down, and they both were quite happy to stay there until Donna arrived home suddenly and unexpectedly. Sheesh guys, give it a rest, was all she said as she walked in. Do you ever actually talk, or is this what you spend your day doing? Harry pulled away from Kitty quickly, frown on his face. She looked slightly annoyed too. Ignore her, she mouthed, leaning up and key-ing Harry again. However, he couldn't concentrate knowing Donna, in all her creepiness, was flitting about, and sure enough a second later she spoke again, causing them to jump slightly. Hands out from under there, Harry, she joked, there are children present. Harry pulled away, cheeks flushing slightly. Kitty gave a slight shake of her head and he sat back on the sofa heavily.
Hello to you too, Chuck, said Kitty sarcastically, buttoning her shirt back up.
Hey, she said merrily, as if she hadn't just been so rude. Busy day? She gave a smirk. Cup of tea, guys? Asked Harry wearily, already getting up. There was a chorus of agreement and he trudged into the kitchen, cursing Donna for always interrupting before he reminded himself it was her house. He flicked the kettle on and took his time fetching cups, milk and sugar, desperate to limit the amount of Donna exposure he had to endure. He was just pouring the hot water into the teapot when he tuned into their conversation. What's that? Donna was asking. Oh, nothing, said Kitty dismissively. Don't. There was the sound of a slight scuffle. Look, finished Kitty lamely. Harry guessed Donna had wrestled the sketch pad off her. Cool picture, came the impressed voice. That didn't sound like Donna. Eyes are a bit weird though. Ah, there she was, always taking Kitty down a notch. Yeah, I said that too, she admitted. Why did she trust her? Why did she even like her? As far as Harry could tell, apart from letting them stay here, Donna had been a terrible friend to Kitty, always with the snide comments, sarcastic remarks and backhanded ways.
Harry liked it though, said Kitty hopefully, always with the second chance, he thought wearily, shaking his head.
I bet he did, laughed Donna dirtily, said thank you pretty well, Harry glared at the teapot angrily. She was beginning to seriously get on his nerves. Thank God they were leaving soon. Jealous? Asked Kitty airily, although he could hear it in her voice, that little edge. The one that told him Kitty wasn't as oblivious as she made out. Donna just began to laugh and Harry picked up the mugs, plastered a fake smile on his face and walked back into the lounge. Ah, that's magic, said Kitty gratefully, plucking the mug from him. His stomach gave a slight jolt at her words, but he wordlessly handed Donna the second cup. I didn't realize you could draw Kaz, she was musing, and Harry glanced at Kitty, who was looking awkward. She obviously didn't want people to know. Just a hobby, she shrugged, only thing I was any good at in school. Oh yeah, how did your GCSEs go? Donna asked interestedly. Kitty gave a short laugh. I sort of missed the exams, and the coursework deadlines, and the lessons, so here I am, unqualified government statistic. Donna just laughed. Yeah, you always were crap at that sort of stuff. Kitty's smile faltered for a moment. I don't reckon you need exams to be a brilliant artist though, said Harry, giving Donna a pointed look. Yeah, I'm a regular Van Gogh, snickered Kitty, flashing him a grateful look. Yeah, you are, he countered, except without the whole ear thing. Suits me better attached to my face, right? She joked. I'm not in for that whole lopsided look. I dunno, it'd be a talking point, he shrugged, trying to keep a straight face. Anyway, needn't be that extreme. You could make your hair the talking point or something. Kaz's hair already is a talking point, supplied Donna as she lifted baby Jason out of the cot. Do you know what her real hair color is, Harry? You know what, I don't, he said, before laughing in amazement and squinting at her roots. It's that mucky blonde brown that doesn't have a name, she frowned, plucking one of the pink strands out and examining it. Where's the fun in that? Owned? Harry snickered. Really? Not as owned as you, peroxide boy. She teased, ruffling her hands through Harry's dyed hair. Your roots are already showing too. Thrilling as this conversation is, said Donna suddenly, rising to her feet, me and Jace here have a dinner date with the old folks, so we're off. See you later. They waved goodbye and fell silent as she went into her bedroom. Harry turned to Kitty, eyebrows raised. She looked slightly puzzled at her friend's behavior. Wah! He began, but Kitty shook her head violently. Sure enough. Donna walked back through the lounge suddenly, picked up her keys and waved her way out the front door. They waited a moment to make sure she was truly gone. What was all that about? He said to her finally. I don't know, said Kitty, still looking slightly confused. Guess she must be really stressed about something. Did you do the washing up today? Yeah, and that wouldn't make her be so horrible to you, he pointed out. She wasn't being horrible to me, laughed Kitty, and Harry couldn't tell if she believed what she just said or not. She said you were crap at school. Well, I was, Kitty shrugged, never went most of the time and usually got expelled if I did. Yeah, but, struggled Harry, she didn't have to say that, and she was mean about your drawing.
She said the eyes were weird, Harry, pointed out Kitty, picking up the book and examining the picture once again, which they are.
No, they're not, he argued, that's what you saw. She always finds a way to put you down. No, she doesn't, said Kitty, looking slightly shocked at this. Fine, don't believe me. Just pay attention to how she acts next time she speaks to you. Kitty just shook her head slightly at his words, but he could see she'd taken it on board. Wordlessly, Harry drank his tea, watching Kitty touch up the picture here and there, finally scrawling a signature and a date on the bottom. She didn't look very satisfied with it. I don't understand why you don't like it, Harry pointed out, noticing she was still frowning at her book. It's not as good as I want it to be, she said heavily, but I'm just not good enough. Listen, said Harry with a grin, taking the book and pencil off her, I am going to prove that you are a fantastic artist in the most embarrassing way I can think of. Now pose. What? You're gonna draw me? She asked, almost grinning now. Of course, he said, shuffling around and balancing the book on his knees, and you'll see, you've got nothing to worry about. Kitty tried not to laugh, sitting in the same pose of him, Mona Lisa-like secret smile on her face as Harry attempted the impossible. Art had always been his worst subject at his Muggle school, and although that was years ago now, he'd seen enough of his doodles from Professor Bin's classes to know he was no Picasso. And although his drawing rapidly began to take a form more generally associated with a turnip, he found the actual process of drawing very calming and the studying of someone's face so intently an odd experience. Although he thought he knew what Kitty looked like, he'd never actually studied her face like this and found that actually, there was a lot of new things to see. Yet actually getting these down on paper was a lot harder than it looked, and even he was surprised at just how badly he could draw when he'd looked down at his finished piece. Okay, finished. Let's see then, said Kitty, looking excited. Now, before I show you, he cautioned her sternly, you must remember that this is proving a point, right? That I'm rubbish at art and you are fantastic, right? Right. She laughed. And that my picture bears no resemblance to how I see you, or what you look like, right? Affirmative. Although that does kind of defeat the purpose of drawing me, she pointed out. Right. Now don't laugh or I'll hit you, he mimicked in Kitty's accent. Stop procrastinating and show me, she merely said, sweetly. Harry flipped the page over to show her. He almost lost it there and then. Kitty's face registered shock, then disbelief, then a wild desire to burst out laughing, before looking worriedly at him, apparently anxious not to offend him. He narrowed his eyes at her, daring her to make comment. Well, it's definitely human, isn't it? She conceded in an even tone, and my braids definitely do kind of look like miniature snakes. She gave up, taking one last look at Harry before bursting out into gales of wild laughter, and Harry forgot all pretense of being angry or stern and joined in. Finally, they were gasping for breath and Kitty held up the picture, grinning madly. "I love it though, it's so monumentally crap that it's good," she said exuberantly. "I'll take that the best way I can," he snickered. "No, seriously. It'd pass as modern art for sure," she giggled. "I will treasure it always." "Please don't," was all he said. "Sign it," she commanded it, shoving a pen in his hand, "and if you're ever famous, one day I'll sell it and make a fortune." Harry laughed, wondering what she'd think if he told her he was already famous as he signed the paper. Kitty took the book off him and spent the next few minutes giggling and pointing out her favorite worst bits of the drawing. "So, can you admit now that you're an amazing artist?" he asked her. "Well, compared to you, yeah," she laughed, flicking through the rest of her book. "Compared to most people," he insisted, "I should take you to one of those art galleries in town and then you'll see how much better you are than most of that stuff." "Oh, taking me to a gallery, Harry," she merely said in a fake, posh accent, "how incredibly refined of you." "Just trying to give you a bit of culture," he joked. "I don't know anything about art. All the painting I like move," he thought to himself silently, imagining Kitty's reaction if she came across Sir Cadogan or the fat lady. "You wouldn't really take me to an art gallery," she laughed as if the idea was completely and utterly bizarre. "Can you imagine?" "Grab your coat then," he merely said, jumping up. "What? Grab your coat? Let's go get some culture," he prompted, pulling her to her feet. "What? Come on, let's go, to the gallery." "What, now?" she asked blankly. "No, next century, of course now," he told her. "Harry, don't be ridiculous," she laughed. "Grab your coat," he merely said, before picking up his own and his wallet.
Okay, fine. I'll admit that you believe I'm a brilliant artist, she told him, if you stop being bizarre.
"Catherine Earle," he said sternly, "if you don't grab your coat now I will be forced to throw you over my shoulder and carry you out of this building." He started ushering her towards the door and she merely continued to laugh, completely nonplussed as to what Harry was doing. "Are we seriously going to an art gallery?" she asked him. "Yes," he exclaimed in exasperation. "But why?" "Because we can," he replied, handing her a coat, pocketing his wallet and keys and all but pushing her out of the flat. "So, I could swim the channel if I wanted but I don't," she giggled. "Don't be ridiculous, you'd be run over by all the fairies," Harry replied, locking the door behind him. "Are we really going to an art gallery?" she asked him again. "Are you deaf as well as slow today?" he replied, slipping his hand into hers. "Of course we are."
"But why?" she repeated and Harry rolled his eyes. "I don't know, consider it a first date. You're taking me on a date," she said, eyebrow raised.
"Yeah." She was silent for a moment, as if trying to take all this in, before suddenly giving a laugh. "About time." Whilst Harry and Kitty wandered around Wolverhampton's largest art gallery, laughing together and occasionally pointing out things they liked, attempting to discuss in posh accents the superb use of color, Remus was thinking about Tonks. Immediately after his long conversation come argument with her, he'd had marched up to his room and thrown every single bottle of fire whiskey or alcohol away, had visited Sirius' room and sat there for some hours, thinking. All the anger he'd carried around since that fateful night when they'd discussed Secret Keepers, all the frustration over Lily and Harry, he realized had to let it go of. Because Tonks was right, it was going to eat him up eventually and he couldn't afford to lose the few friends he had. He couldn't afford to lose Tonks, not after this. He knew that this was her way of saying he had one last chance, that he had to make things better or she'd never speak to him again. So he decided to make a concerted effort to make up to Tonks for everything he'd put her through in the past few days. It was this sudden decision that found him standing in the foyer of the Ministry of Magic the next evening, entirely unsure now what his sound reasons for visiting at such a late hour had been. However, as he reached the security desk, Remus greeted the watch wizard warmly, who merely demanded his wand to be weighed and measured. He flinched as the printed receipt bore the words "restricted access" across the bottom in red letters and the man gave him a look. "May I see your species registration card, please?" He could hear the distaste in his voice. He handed over the small card, which the man studied closely and suspiciously. Most of the time he managed to ignore the blatant speciesism you got from being classed and tagged a werewolf. But sometimes it really angered him, as if he were some semi-human monster that couldn't be touched with a 10-foot broomstick. "You have restricted access to the ministry," the man told him importantly, and Remus fought the urge to roll his eyes. "Where are you heading?" "Horror department, I'm visiting Nymphmedora Tonks," he said, showing him his visitor's badge. "She's working late." The man consulted something on his desk and Remus craned his neck to see, feeling his mouth drop open slightly when he caught sight of a large map spread across the desk, upon which the ground floor plan of the ministry was mapped out. Across the page, several color-coordinated dots were moving about with small name tags floating next to them. The Marauders map. There was no mistake, it was all there, the people, the rooms, passageways all marked on, and the guard was turning the page to show the next floor up. There were less people on this floor, and he noted with a smug feeling they hadn't figured out how to create several floors on one page and as such had created a veritable book of maps. They also hadn't figured out how to zoom into room and wings, so that he had to search a smaller book for the horror department. He stared at the maps, memories flooding back at the creation of the original. It had been a serious idea to create a map of the passageways, and the idea had mushroomed until before they knew it charm after charm was being layered on it to show people, animals, passageways. You could zoom into whole rooms, pan out across the grounds. He had been working on a small charm that would have displayed the emotions of the little dot people when it had been confiscated. "It seems she is still there," said the man, looking up and giving Remus an annoyed look when he realized he'd been looking. "Excellent, may I go and see her?" asked Remus, well aware he was within his rights, even as a subspecies, to visit the law and order departments. The man's mustache quivered and he looked as if he would very much like to send him packing, but eventually gave a defeated look. "You've got to wear this." He produced a red card that hung on red cord with the words, "Restricted access," also printed across it. He gave an inward sigh. They might as well have a huge sign following his head saying "Werewolf here." "If you trespass these zones," he said, shoving a map of the ministry into his hand, of which 3/4 were blanked out, "the sirens will sound and you will be detained." "Thank you so much," he said sincerely, although it contained a tiny amount of sarcasm. "I most certainly won't." He turned away from the man and walked through the hallway towards the lifts. This had been the first time he'd entered the ministry since the night Sirius had died, and he tried to avoid looking at the Fountain of Magical Brethren, which was now repaired and bore no signs of its destruction. He entered the empty lift and pulled the grill shut with a snap, glad for the accusing stares of both the statues and man at the desk to have been blocked. When he reached the horror department, he stepped into silence, aware that most of the lights were dimmed and only a few booths were occupied. The one closest to the door looked up when they saw him enter, eyes immediately traveling the red card hanging around his neck. Remus gave him a nod of the head and a smile as if to assure him he wasn't about to rip him to shreds, but the Auror merely regarded him steadily, twirling his wand between his fingers in a manner Remus assumed was supposed to be threatening. He looked across the sea of booths, unsure of where she was, deciding to just check the ones which had the lights still on within them. The first one was a small man who was actually asleep on a pile of parchment, and he smiled at the thought of anyone catching an Auror unawares. They were notoriously jumpy and dedicated to the job. He guessed you had to be with the training program they were put through. He'd always wondered how Tonks fitted into this stereotype. She certainly never presented herself as the moody type. He caught sight of a head of blue hair towards the back of the office and made his way across. He finally reached her booth, which was smaller than the others and whose walls were absolutely covered in pictures, photos, articles and small scraps and items. The desk space was piled high with more parchments than Remus thought he'd ever seen in one place, some placed on the floor of the booth and towering nearly over her seated form. The whole area gave the look of a recent explosion, but underneath it all he could see a kind of order that was hard to put into words. Much like Tonks herself, her personal space was a conflict of terms that was strangely endearing. Tonks herself was sat on a wooden chair on casters, her legs propped up on the desk to reveal heavy-duty purple and blue boots beneath the dark blue Auror robes. She seemed completely oblivious to the world, reading something that was balanced on her knee, arms still in a sling as she twirled a lock of hair around her wand. He watched her for a few moments longer than was necessary, thinking that he hadn't often seen the serious side of her. So much for constant vigilance, he thought with a smile, creeping stealthily towards her. He knew for a fact he could be quite silent at times like this, a skill honed over years of sneaking out of dorms after hours with the marauders. He pictured the look on her face when he would surprise her before a sudden flurry of movement caught him unawares. She twisted around in her seat quicker than he could follow and had somehow kicked his feet from under him. He fell to the floor with a heavy thump and looked up to see one large boot on his chest and a wand pressed against his heart. She stared at him for a moment. "Watch her, Remus," she said, giving him a twisted smirk as she took her boot off his chest. "Hello, Tonks," he said in a pained voice. She bent over him and gave him a curious look that lasted a few seconds longer than comfortable, before flicking the red card that hung around his neck with her wand. "What's all this then?" she asked him, taking a look at it. Restricted access, possibly dangerous. For some reason, for a moment he felt intimidated, aware for the first time that Tonks was quite capable of being threatening if she wanted to. "I best be careful then." She stepped back and offered a hand to him. He took it and she pulled him to his feet and he gave a wince, feeling like his whole back was now on fire. "Was that really necessary?" he asked, attempting to put some humor in his voice. It sounded flat and unwelcome. "You shouldn't sneak up on orders," she said, flopping back down into her seat and summoning one from the next booth over. "Sorry, though." It rolled on casters and drew to a standstill just behind his legs and he felt himself sit down on it almost against his will, feeling strangely lost around this new Tonks. She was obviously still angry at him, or unsure of how to act after their messy argument. "No need to look so scared, Remus," she said with a soft laugh, propping her feet back up on her desk. "I'm not," he said quickly, before giving a shaky breath. "You just surprised me, that's all." "Sorry," she said again with another grin, sounding anything but. "Anyway, what are you still doing up?" "Could ask you the same thing. Strange time to still be working?" he said, looking around her booth. "Got some stuff to catch up on," she said simply. She motioned to the piles of parchments around her with a rueful look and he gave a knowing nod, feeling like she was settling back into the Tonks he knew. "Want some coffee?" she asked. "I was just going to take a break anyway." "That'd be nice," he said and she gave a pleased nod. After a few moments rooting around her table she located 2 mugs and gave a look into them. With a crinkled nose of distaste, she showed him the insides, green with mold.
"I was planning on seeing how far I could cultivate these," she said, shaking her head sadly at them, "but alas, it is not to be." Remus gave a chuckle and watched her stand up, still staring at the mold in fascination. "Do you think it's possible to create an entirely new species?" she mused thoughtfully in what he generally acknowledged to be her joking voice. "Not unless you've got a serious amount of magic brewing in those cups as well as coffee," he replied easily. "Well," she began seriously, before cracking up, "coffee-based life forms That'd give Picard and Spock a run for their money." "What?" he asked politely puzzled. "Nothing." She snickered to herself, absent-mindedly walking away with the cups. "Be back in a mo." She tripped over a wastepaper basket, giving it a surprised look before disappearing to the other corner of the room. He gave a laugh and looked around her booth to occupy himself while she was gone. The photos were of particular interest to him, and he studied a few of them closely. Most were taken in Hogwarts, he realized, on the grounds or in the Ravenclaw common room, showing a large group of youngsters, all laughing and joking about. He gave a smile, looking at one of them featuring Tonks and 3 boys standing on what looked like a table. They were playing instruments while she was singing to a large crowd of students. He gave it a puzzled look, noticing several of these types of photos dotted about. There was a sudden crash and the sound of breaking china, startling Remus. He looked over the top of the booths to see Tonks, crouching down on the floor picking up her coffee life form experiment. Such was the silence of the place that he could hear the mutters of the other late-night aurors, berating Tonks who was cleaning up silently. He fought the urge to roll his eyes and was making back to examine the band photos closer when another photo caught his eye. It was obscured by many others, hidden beneath newspaper articles so only part of her face was visible. He pushed another photo aside to reveal her in a pure gold sleeveless dress robe and he stared at it for a long time, taken aback for some reason, perhaps because he'd never seen her wearing many things other than heavy dark robes or muggle clothing. He noticed that her hand was clasping someone else's and slowly he pushed aside a cutting from the Daily Prophet to reveal her partner. An ill-fitting dress robe, shock of ginger hair and giving a loving smile towards her, stood someone he had seen not 3 hours ago. Charlie Weasley. He gave it an incredulous look at the couple in the photo shared a key, before being taken surprise for the second time that night by Tonks. Coffee? Asked a voice startlingly close behind him, and he spun around guiltily. She was holding 2 mugs of coffee and a carefully composed expression which revealed nothing except an arched eyebrow. Just admiring your photos, he said hurriedly, feeling somehow as if he were 11 again, being caught doing something he shouldn't have. I saw, she said, handing him the mug and falling back into her seat. He fell into his as well as if she had just commanded him to do so. He looked at her uncertainly. Graduation ball, she said finally, nodding towards the photo he was looking at, giving him a small smile, like my robe. It cost my dad about 4 months of wages. It's lovely, he said, feeling slightly relieved yet still strangely intimidated. I didn't realize you and Charlie Weasley used to be an item. I don't generally broadcast the fact, she said, giving a sip of her coffee and a slight smile, but yeah, we were. For about 3 years, on and off. Really? He asked, glancing back at the photo momentarily. I'd never guess. Was it serious? About as serious as you could get, she said with a faraway look in her eyes. We got engaged that night, thought we were old enough and grown up enough. She gave a bitter laugh and Remus regarded her with a shocked expression. I was accepted to the academy. He was offered a place with the Tornadoes. They said the national team was inevitable. She gave a sigh. We even went house hunting. She shook her head. What happened? He asked, completely captivated. Dragons happened, she said, giving him another rueful smile. Romania happened. We split up like we often did, and I met someone else. La-dee-da-dee-da, the usual story. Molly's still upset she didn't get her wedding. I noticed, he said finally after he'd digested all of this. So how is it working with him? Most of the time it's fine, she said with a shrug. I've moved on now, new interests. Remus looked at the photo again, wondering why he was so surprised about Tonks' past. It happened quite often, he remembered. There was always one couple in every year at Hogwarts who did something like that, got engaged at graduation, or married straight after they left. In his year it was Lily and James. So, I'm sure you didn't come here to talk about my love life, or lack thereof, she said with a grin, and he sensed that things were back to normal. What can I do for you? Several things actually, he said, leaning forward. Firstly, might be explaining to the others where you were this evening. This evening? Asked Tonks blankly. Meeting at HQ. Remus reminded her as she realized what she'd done and gave a groan of frustration. Molly cooked pasta. Oops, she said, smacking her forehead with her hands and proceeding to spill hot coffee onto her robes. She gave a curse and kicked her feet from the desk, bringing them to the floor with a thump as she proceeded to shake her robes. There was a small landslide of parchment that slid across her desk, knocking a crystal ball that had been perched on a small stand, which began to roll off the desk. Remus caught it before it hit the ground. Why is everything such a drama? She asked, throwing her hands up with despair, and with a flick of her wand getting rid of the coffee stains. Good catch by the way. Remus chuckled and examined the ball. I didn't put you down for this sort of thing, Tonks. What? Oh, it's not a divination ball, she said as she tried to tidy her desk. Look at it more closely. Remus peered into the clear depths of the ball, noticing there was something there, a swirl of light that seemed to change color and glow as he twisted and tilted it in the light. Can you see that thing in the center? She asked, twisting in her seat to survey his reaction. Yes, what is it? He asked in an awe-filled voice. She pushed herself away from the desk, chair rolling towards his and stopping with a snap. She plucked it out of his hand and stared into its depths reverentially, holding it up between them. She leaned closer to him secretively, and he couldn't help but do so too, intensely curious now. What is it? He repeated in a whisper. She looked up at him from under her eyelashes, face full of seriousness, and he looked into her eyes, captivated. The mysterious glow of the ball reflected in them, and Remus waited with bated breath. I don't know what this is, she said, cracking into a wide grin, but it's neat, huh? She spun back on the caster and he stared at her for a long moment, before beginning to laugh. She dropped the ball back onto the stand, laughing hard, both at the joke and his reaction, and Remus couldn't help but follow suit, not remembering the last time he had felt so carefree in a long time. It's a paperweight, I think, she said when the laughter had finally died down. Jerry's idea of a joke present, I think. Imagine trying to create some order in here. Living proof that the chaos theory works, said Remus mildly, plucking at a few pieces of parchment. How can you work in this? I struggle by, she said, propping her feet back into the desk and flashing him a warm grin. So, come on, there must be an important reason you dragged your ass halfway across the country in the dead of night to see me. There was a hint of a tease in her voice which Remus caught and duly noted. I had an idea that I wanted to run past you, he said, leaning back in his own chair. Since we seem to have become leaders of the Where's Harry hunt, I thought you'd be the best person to talk to. What's the story? She asked interestedly, attempting to drink her coffee again. Well, you remember that Kath's dad was arrested and we heard her mentioned on the television at your parents'. He began. Well, apparently the police are still trying to find her. They've made more appeals on TV, and then there was this article today in one of the local papers. Remus handed a silent Tonks a scrap of newsprint and she quickly scanned through it. He knew there was nothing of interest there, nothing they didn't really know already. Okay, prompted Tonks, handing him back the article and taking a long swig of her coffee. Well, seeing as we seem to be getting nowhere with magic, Harry and Kathy are well and truly hidden from us for the time being. I was wondering whether perhaps a bit of Muggle magic cooperation might be in order. What? Go to the police? Asked Tonks in surprise. Yes, they've got resources I'm sure that can't be fooled by Harry's potions. Perhaps what we need is a Muggle perspective on this. He asked her. Perhaps, but Kath is smart. She's run away too many times to let herself get caught, especially by the police, said Tonks thoughtfully. Remus looked slightly glum. Well, I just don't know what else to do. We can't find her using Bill's Muggle records, and now we know Voldemort's looking for him too. Tonks frowned too, noticing that Remus sounded almost desperate. Maybe the police is a good idea. I've seen them do this missing persons thing before. They could put her photo on the telly. Someone's bound to have seen them. Do you think that'll work? He asked hopefully. I don't see what harm it could do, as long as we don't mention Harry. I think we should try and hide this as best we can. Could you imagine if the Prophet got hold of this after the Ministry fiasco? Yes, perhaps I should run it past Dumbledore. Remus asked. He'll be back tomorrow. We can ask him then. Tonks suggested quickly. Done. I could really do with your help with this though, Tonks, Remus told her. Your knowledge of the Muggle world would be really useful. I'm afraid I'm a bit clueless. Well, she said, smoothing down her robe self-consciously, I don't pretend to be an expert, but I'd love to help. Excellent, said Remus happily. I thought we pay a visit to the police headquarters tomorrow if Dumbledore gives the A-OK. Are you free? Tonks thought about her meeting with Gringotts and her shift at Azkaban and gave a sigh. As much as she'd love a legitimate excuse to meet up with Remus more often, her loan needed repaying before goblins came and broke her kneecaps or something. I'm busy, sorry, she explained awkwardly. I don't finish till late tomorrow night. Oh right, of course, said Remus, looking slightly crestfallen. But I've got the morning off the day after, she told him quickly. I was going to catch up on some paperwork, but this is more important. Excellent, he replied, rising to his feet and looking down at the card around his neck. Well, I better get going before the Department for Regulation and Control come and cart me away. See you tomorrow. Bye, Remus, she called, watching him weave his way out of the booths and out through the door, a large grin on her face. She turned back to her files and tried unsuccessfully to concentrate on the latest Azkaban breakout tip-off. It had occurred to her suddenly that Remus' reasons for visiting her so late at night were pretty poor. Despite the sweltering heat of the midsummer's day, Tonks pulled the hood of her robe right over her face as she took the detour off Diagon Alley. Here the shops and were narrowly spaced, as if huddling together for mutual protection, none of them wanting to stand out and draw too much attention to itself. As an Auror, she was encouraged to routinely inspect Nocturne Alley. However, they were strongly discouraged from purchasing anything from the shops there, and the last thing she needed was to lose her job at the Ministry. There were already questions hanging over her about her participation in the Ministry incident in June. To be sure she wasn't recognized, she'd taken the form of a middle-aged woman, but when she stepped over the threshold of the somber-looking shop named Boone and Baines, she allowed her own face to reappear. She glanced around. There was a single goblin sitting at a high stool behind a large oak desk. The shiny brass plate on it read Mr. Shrenkoel. "May I help you?" he said in a silkily smooth voice that forcibly reminded Tonks of Snape. "Yes, I'd like to arrange another loan." The pointed face broke into a wide, humorless grin of satisfaction. She was beginning to hate that goblin and his expressions. "Follow me," he sneered, sliding from his leather seat and pushing open a dingy door to the side. Tonks squared her shoulders, swallowed her fear and stepped over the threshold. Kitty hoisted a tray right over her head, shouting at the crowding customers as she tried to push through the crush. Above her, the glasses clinked and the plates slid around the tray, but none of them fell, and soon she was emerging into a clear path and the hungry customers. "Okay, I've got 2 Cokes, here you go, 1 cheeseburger, yeah, there you go," she said quickly, dropping everything onto the table for the people, "and a plate of cheesy chips, enjoy." She turned away, tucking the tray under her arm as she brushed the sweat off her forehead. She hated working so much. Every single second of it was torture, and the only thing that carried her through the day was the thought that every minute was a minute closer to when she'd walk out of there. Harry was getting pretty insistent about leaving Wolverhampton now, and she didn't know how much longer she could put him off. To avoid going back to the kitchens just yet, she began to needlessly rearrange the sauce pots, deep in thought. There was too much to do before they left. She wanted everything finished and done before she went. No loose ends, no history to catch up with her. This was her clean break. A fresh start. The beginning of her life. She'd been waiting 16 years for it to start, and now it was days away. "You Kaz." The low voice startled her slightly, but she showed no sign of surprise, carrying on arranging the sauce sachets. "Who's asking?" She merely said. "I'm a mate of Jed," he replied. A momentary satisfied smile crossed her lips and she turned to face the guy standing behind her. He towered over her, flanked by 2 friends who didn't look that friendly. "Is that right?" she asked, her voice cool. "Jed sent you, did he?" "And why would he do that?" "He said you'd help us out," replied the guy gruffly, obviously trying to intimidate her. "Did he now?" she asked in a silky smooth voice. "Well, that all depends on whether I'm the helpful type, and whether you're the grateful type." He gave a grin, obviously impressed for some reason. Kitty was aware of the flash of gold teeth before the guy stood down, no longer looming over her. His 2 cronies even relaxed into a slouch and Kitty flipped the tray between her hands. "I'm definitely the grateful type," the guy said, leering slightly as his 2 friends began to laugh. Kitty began to laugh with him before suddenly stopping and regarding him stonily. "That wasn't funny, and you don't talk to me like that, right?" She told him in a cold, hard voice. "I might decide I don't like you. I might decide I'm not feeling particularly helpful. Get it? F. Kerr." The guy stared back at her, before holding up his hands in surrender. "Sorry," he muttered, and Kitty gave a quick nod. "Now, as you can see, I'm working. I'll meet you when I finish." "When's that?" "At 5. There's an alleyway just behind here," she told him, already walking away, "and I only want you there, got it? Leave Beavis and Butthead here at home." The bottom lip wobbled ominously. "Now you're going to be good for you Auntie Tonks, aren't you?" she asked James almost pleadingly. "I've got lots of work to do today, so if you just..." James began to cry. Tonks felt like she might just join him, and after giving a sigh she bent down into the crib. "Hoopla," she said, picking him up and holding him towards her. "SSH, don't cry, sweetie." This seemed to make matters worse, and with a despairing look towards the pile of reports waiting to be read, she began to pace the room. "Poor little kid," she murmured absent-mindedly, looking towards the sun-filled garden. "All cooped up in here. You want to be outside playing, don't you?" James must have understood this, because the crying decreased and he looked at her with pleading, tear-filled eyes. Tonks felt her resolve to work weaken. "You're going to be quite the heartbreaker one day," she told him with a laugh, to which he gave a happy hiccup. A few minutes later there was a huge splash from the garden and the sounds of happy giggles filling the air. "Oh no. Here comes the water dragon." Hide, hide. There was a realistic sounding roar and more splashing, this time two sets of voices laughing and giggling. Tonks couldn't help but have a good time, and even the guilt of knowing there was so much trouble brewing could hardly reach her on that gloriously sunny day. The small back garden to Jerry and Steve's house was now home to a large yellow paddling pool, one parasol, one hyperactive infant, and one half-dragon half-human. James slapped to water with his hands excitedly and Tonks shook her head, snout and pointed ears disappearing and being replaced by her natural features, to which the child gave a petulant look. He grabbed her nose with a pudgy hand and gave it a shake, obviously calling for the return of the water dragon. 10 minutes later Jamie had begun to calm down and Tonks settled back in the water, keeping an eye on him and enjoying the sun and secretly hoping this would aid in tanning her severely paled skin. She could have just made it tanned, but sometimes you had to put a bit of effort into your appearance. She summoned over the reports she had to read and review and placed a waterproofing charm on them, before setting them on the grass. Repetio, she whispered, pointing her wand at them. They gave a little jiggle and a male voice filled the air. Ministry of Magic, Department of Ors, Subcategory Azkaban Prison, Confidential File the 1st of September 779, De Monitorin of De. For some reason, her charmed dictavoice always insisted on speaking in a heavy Scottish accent, and although she had at one point tried to change it, she had decided, Geoff's voice would do and had grown to love his quirky ways. Pause, she commanded suddenly, and Jeff fell silent. Rectify. Read as Class 209. She checked the sheet, just to make sure Jeff was working as ordered. Continue. De resonance field, Class 209, can be breached by the USS of a we. Tonks didn't catch the next bit because James was obviously aware of his lack of attention and had splashed her, and was now yanking a lock of her purple hair. Hey, Jim Jerry, she scolded, easing her hair away from his grip. That hurts. You've got to learn that you can't hurt people just like. Pause. Delete prisoner cell block 13, prisoner alpha, gamma and theta, read as cell block 13 and all inmates. James looked at her nonplussed, as if the last bit of gobbledygook was more unintelligible than the previous lot. Tonks gave a sigh, wishing she could leave reports and work and guilt far behind for at least half an hour. She created a bubble with her wand and batted it towards James, who watched it open-mouthed before grasping at it with his chubby hands. He spent the next 5 minutes trying to destroy the charmed bubble, successfully getting Tonks soaked from head to foot, poking her in the eye twice, and mistaking her nose as the bubble on 2 separate occasions. This was interspersed with Tonks' corrections of the report, which was finally finished and placed to one side as Jeff read out a report on one of the newly identified Death Eaters. Ding dong. She dropped the bubble she was playing with and looked across to the house with a frown. Someone to spoil her fun. She climbed out of the pool and slipped into a pair of wrap-around trousers, hoisting baby James out of the water too and balancing him on her hip. He was already beginning to grumble as she summoned the papers to fall silent and folded themselves into her hand. Last thing she needed were people getting hold of confidential ministry reports. She padded into the cool living room with wet feet, pausing to check she wasn't showing too much in the mirror. She wondered briefly whether she should put a shirt over her bikini top when the bell rang again and James grabbed a handful of her hair and gave a sharp tug. She prized it from his grip and walked to the front door, squinting through the peephole. It was funny that how every time she saw Remus, her heart actually almost stopped beating for a moment, before doubling in speed painfully. Giving herself a shake of encouragement she reached for the latch, before hesitating a moment, and feeling slightly daring she tugged her bikini top down just a little, before opening the door. Kitty had finished work finally and was fetching her bag out of her locker, folding up the Dino's uniform and stowing it away, changing into her own clothes. She laced up her boots slowly, wanting to keep Jed's mate waiting as long as possible. Finally she touched up her makeup in the mirror and let herself out the back way. The alleyway was only a minute away and she sauntered down to it, pulling her mobile out of her coat pocket and turning it off. The nameless mate of Jed was sat on top of a dustbin at the very end of the alleyway, watching her approach as he swung his legs backwards and forwards, making loud banging sounds that echoed around the alleyway. When she was only a meter away she stopped, leaning against another bin and silently watching the guy. So how is my old friend Jed? Asked Kitty finally, pulling out a cigarette and lighting up. Okay. He replied, before giving a wide grin. Got nothing but rave reviews about you though. Oh really? She replied, also grinning now. Well, I do love Jed. He began to laugh, swinging his legs a bit more. Kitty noticed his eyes flicking occasionally around the alleyway. I'm Dijon by the way, he said suddenly, before grinning wickedly, like the mustard. Well, Dijon like the mustard, said Kitty, flicking her half-finished cigarette to the floor. I'm not one for chit-chat, you know, so let's just get this over and done with, shall we? So soon. He practically purred. I thought we could hang out a bit first, babes. She narrowed her eyes at him dangerously. Babes? She questioned nastily. You've obviously got a death wish, Dijon like the mustard. Call me that again and you'll be sorry. Sorry. He apologized smoothly, sliding off the bin and stepping up towards her. But you're such a pretty girl. I'm warning you, she growled. Kitty heard movement behind her and she knew that she'd been right, thinking his cronies had been hiding in the alleyway all along. It's going to be such a wrench doing this, he told her, stepping right up to her now, but you really shouldn't be messing with things you can't handle. Dijon was laughing now as he loomed over her, reaching out. The bin lid Kitty had been leaning against, hand firmly curled around the handle, was now wrenched up. With a yell she brought it swinging around and slammed it into the guy's head. He went staggering to the floor, crying out more in surprise than pain. She crouched down and sat on his stomach, finger curling around his windpipe. Let's start again, babes, she said sweetly, shall we? Dijon struggled for a second, but Kitty only squeezed harder and began to splutter. And you guys can back off, she called, looking up fiercely to see the two cronies walking towards her. They looked towards Dijon uncertainly. Do as she says, he croaked out. They stood down. Good, now we're all getting along nicely, Kitty told him happily, releasing the pressure around his windpipe only slightly. Tell me, Dijon like the mustard, you weren't by any chance planning to do the dirty on me, were you? He glared at her and she leant over him so her face was only inches from his own. Were you? She demanded in a whisper. Not anymore, he replied, glaring at her. Kitty began to laugh. That's better. Now perhaps we can chat like the civilized human beings we are, she said, releasing her grip and sitting up. Dijon scrambled away from her and moved over to his friends, turning to watch her cautiously, hand rubbing his bruised head. You're one crazy chick, he muttered. Jed was right. Only when I'm being threatened, Kitty replied. God, you must think I'm really thick. A poor, sweet, innocent young girl wandering into a blind alley with a bunch of tossers hanging about. Give me a little more credit. Dijon smirked slightly. Okay, crazy chick, I'm feeling the respect. I definitely don't want to get on the wrong side of you again. Thanks, Mr. Dijon. Tell your friends, won't you? She said sarcastically. Now, if you don't mind, I gotta go see a man about a dog. What? You're leaving? He asked incredulously. Dijon, you don't think I'd stick around after you just tried to stitch me up? She laughed incredulously. Come on, crazy chick. We got off on the wrong foot. He grinned, settling back into his smooth guy persona once more. How about I make it up to you? And how you gonna do that? She asked him, pulling another cigarette out. How about a drink to start off with? He suggested. She regarded him for a moment, thinking about Harry. Just a little drinky. No way, buddy. She laughed. Harry would be waiting. Come on, crazy chick. You know you need me as much as I need you. She paused, thinking hard. Just one. He teased. Kitty gave a slight grin. He was right, of course, why not? That's the spirit, he said happily, standing aside for her to walk out of the alleyway. But, she said suddenly, reaching out and grabbing hold of his arm tightly, any more crap from you, and you'll find out why I could walk into this alleyway so confidently, all alone and apparently powerless. Right. Right, he said, wincing as her nails dug in. No more crap, I promise. Of all the things to be greeted with at a front door, the sight of a semi-naked 20-something was not something Remus had expected. For a long moment he just stared at her, greeting dying in his throat as he took in the dripping purple hair, wide smile and tiny bikini top. He felt rather odd all of a sudden and was about to make a more in-depth investigation about this when he registered the fact that the dripping purple hair was actually attached to a small fist, which was attached to similarly wet child. Watch her Ouch. Remus, she said, with a wide grin, trying to wrestle James's grip from her hair which was now beginning to get painful. He gave himself a mental shake and gave a wide smile. Afternoon Tonks, bad time. Never, she laughed, stepping aside and pulling the door open. Come on in. Thanks, he said gratefully, walking through the doorway which began to wail. Not hiding any lethal weapons under all those layers are you? She joked, tapping to doorframe with her wand which ceased to sound. He wondered if that was supposed to be a double entendre. Just my wand, he said easily, eyeing the door. Latest ministry invention I see. Excellent if you want to know if anyone's carrying a wand, she said in mock appreciation. Amazing actually. A magical household in the middle of a magical area of town. You never know who might have one. It's driving me crackers. Remus laughed and Tonks flashed him a grin, which was interrupted by a loud wail from James, who still hadn't forgotten the scandal of being removed from the pool. And who's your new friend? Remus asked, tickling under the baby's chin experimentally. I don't know. I just saw him outside this shop and had to have him, she began seriously. What? He asked, eyebrows raised as she began to snicker. Ignore me. This is James, she said importantly, hoisting onto her hip a little better known as Jimmy. Don't want him getting ideas above his station, do we, Jim Jerry? The baby gave another wail and she rolled her eyes at Remus. Belongs to Jerry. She's gone to an emergency of some sort, so guess who's babysitting the monster? He gave her a sympathetic look and turned to the baby, whose face was steadily turning deeper and deeper shades of red, fists balled up in anticipation. You want a drink? She offered, completely oblivious to the mounting volcano she was holding onto. Tea would be nice, he accepted gratefully. Sugar? Milk? She inquired, heading over to the kitchen as James burst into floods of tears. Just milk thanks, he replied, eyeing James worriedly. Sweet enough already, She laughed. He looked at her in surprise, but her back was turned and he couldn't assess whether there was actually a hint of flirtatiousness in her voice, or maybe it was her teasing him. He quickly told himself to snap out of it. He couldn't believe how sidetracked he was finding himself when faced with a bikini top. It must have been the English gentleman in him that made him feel slightly embarrassed and the need to stare right at her face lest he be labeled a beep. She said something else to him, but it was lost in the wails of James and she began to rock him gently, making all kinds of begs and pleads for his silence. Remus watched her with a smile on his face, thinking about how good she seemed to be with children. If he'd been holding on to that racket for any longer than a few seconds, his eardrums would have quit without notice and he certainly wouldn't be cooing and laughing at it as she was. However, despite the calm outward appearance, he noticed that she looked slightly worn, with her sunny disposition and summery appearance hiding a multitude of stress lines, and pale skin. Jimmy, please, she begged, jiggling him again before catching Remus' eye and averting her gaze bashfully. He's not usually this bad. I've been trying to get some work done today, but he's a beeper for attention. Eventually, she gave a disheartened sigh, motioning to the cups and then to the door. Remus grabbed them and followed her out into the garden, placing them on the table as she put James back into the small paddling pool. The crying ceased almost instantaneously and Remus stared at the baby in surprise. How could it just switch off like that? Tonks was bent over the edge of the pool, splashing and playing with the baby now. You look a bit tired, Tonks, he said, although he would have gladly swapped the term bit tired for shattered or stressed out. Very late night, she merely said, batting away his concern, before adding with a laugh, so late it could be classed as early morning. He gave a chuckle and sipped the tea as Tonks splashed James a bit more. Working at the ministry? He asked her sympathetically. Azkaban actually, she said with a sigh. I'm one of the only part-time guards there, so traveling really takes it out of you, plus we're still trying to get rid of the spooky Dementor vibes. Yes, I've heard their presence can linger for some time, he said, remembering the article he'd read not 2 days ago. Tell me about it. I'm convinced there's one hanging around, or maybe just hanging around me, she joked, although he could tell there was a glimmer of worry in her statement. What's it like over there? A shadow seemed to settle over her face for a second, and there was a definite lackluster in the splashing of water on James. Awful. You just can't imagine what it must have been like, for she said quietly, and Remus knew who she was referring to. Let's just put it this way, I would rather kill myself than be sent there. He could tell she really meant it too. James gave a sudden screech and they all jumped, alerted by the sound of a bell tinkling in the living room. Tonks and Remus both looked up and she gave another sigh. Another fantastic ministry invention, she said, rolling her eyes and climbing to her feet. A doorbell for the fireplace, honestly. Can you watch James for me, Mo? With that she was gone, jogging into the house, leaving Remus alone with James, a boy whose lung capacity seemed to actually be greater than his body mass. It took him only a second to realize that the person responsible for the splashing had disappeared, and Remus watched with a sinking heart and the face slowly turned red. Meanwhile, Tonks had bent over to see a head arriving in the flames, which gave a dizzy, sickened look before noticing her brightly. Ah, Nymphmedora, said the man jovially, and Tonks fought to restrain the correction. Not too busy, I see. He was staring at the bikini and she gave a frown. Trust her boss to completely overlook the fact that even on her day off she was working. What can I do for you, sir? She asked him politely. Well, there was a sudden piercing scream from the garden and Tonks heaved a sigh. With a look over her shoulder she saw Remus desperately trying to shush the baby, and with a grin she turned back to the fire. Sorry about that, sir, she said without explanation. Continue. Well, he said, looking slightly unnerved by Tonks' sudden acquisition of a baby. I've got some files here I would like you to take a look over. We're investigating the possible connection between these people suspected of dark activity associated with you know who, he said, as a hand and a large sheaf of parchment suddenly arrived in the fire too. I knew you wouldn't mind. Well, she couldn't say no, so she merely gave a weak smile and picked up the black metal tongs for the fire, prizing the notes out of his hand and blowing at the smoldering edge of one. Try and get something by tomorrow, he said, with a slight despairing tone in his voice. Of course, sir, she said, stepping back as the man's head disappeared from view. She gave the fire a furious look. Yes, sir. No, sir. 3 bags full, sir, she chanted, hoisting the pile of parchment up and collecting the others from the desk she had to work on. Marching back into the garden with a rather evil look on her face, she was all ready to make her excuses and lock herself away in her room for the rest of the day when she was suddenly sidetracked by the sight that greeted her. Remus had somehow been soaked from nearly head to toe in the time she'd been away and was now standing with his back to her, holding James. The baby had ceased to cry and was now lying with his cheek on Remus' shoulder, little hand tugging at his robes as Remus spoke to him in a low voice. Tonks couldn't help but smile to herself, heart speeding up even more than usual, and she watched Remus, feeling that if she wasn't already, she could quite easily fall in love with him all over again right then. There was something about watching him when he didn't realize people were watching. He always acted completely different. Giving a resolute shake of her head and trying to banish the flushed cheeks, she walked back over to him. That's the first time he's shut up since I moved in, she whispered in a low voice, unwilling to break the spell. Remus looked at her in surprise, obviously not hearing her coming, before looking down at the floor almost bashfully. I think he tired himself out soaking me, he replied in a low voice, giving her a smile that could melt knees. How do you do it? She said, shaking her head in amazement as James's eyes drooped shut. I don't know, it's a gift I guess, he joked with a serious-like smile. Sure is, she agreed emphatically. Come and put him in the cot and he can have a good sleep. She led the way into the house, the sudden rush of emotions she'd felt just then making her extremely sensitive to everything that was going on. She was amazed she only tripped once, on the rug, and didn't babble too much. Once in the baby's room, Remus laid him down in the cot, tucking the blankets around him as they both leaned on the railings and watched him sleep. I like babies when they're quiet and asleep, she commented after a while, flashing him a small smile. Yeah, it's when they start walking and talking it's the problem, he commented, studying the small broomstick that was hanging from the mobile a little too intently. No doubt, she agreed, trying not to watch him too obviously, but finding herself unable to stop. I remember Harry when he was this small, he said after a while, quietest baby I ever saw, James used to mow. And about how they had a mute for a son. Tonks laughed appreciatively, finding the reminder of Remus' age grounding her romantic thoughts quite satisfactorily. He didn't follow this up with another comment, however, and she looked at him again, as if suddenly noticing something was amiss. Before she realized what it was, he looked sad. She didn't know whether this was because of Harry, or because of James, or whether he was sad about the fact he'd never had children. "We'll find him, Remus," she said in a quiet voice eventually, leaning her chin on her arms on the cot railings. He was silent for a long time, watching James sleep. "That's not what I'm worried about." "What are you worried about?" she asked as the both straightened up. "That he won't want to come back. That we won't be the first people to find him. His reasons for leaving." Tonks sighed deeply, understanding and sharing Remus' worry. "And," he mused, almost to himself, "we didn't part on the best of terms. Harry's just angry right now," she said, "and guilty and scared." He merely nodded, and she wasn't really sure if he'd taken what she'd said on board. Eventually, he turned around and they both walked towards the door. She laid a consoling hand on his arm. "Try not to worry just yet," she said softly, "not until we've got cause to. Harry'll be back." He nodded mutely, looking down at her hand for a moment. She removed it quickly, suddenly highly embarrassed. There was an uncomfortable air around the place, and she felt like she'd suddenly been found out, like she's laid herself out too much and now he knew everything. Suddenly the bikini wasn't such a good idea. "I'm just gonna go," and she began, cheeks flushing darkly, "Get a towel." She darted away into her room, pausing for a moment to lean against the door and clam herself down. What was wrong with her? She was letting her feelings rule over her to the point where she could hardly be bothered to take interest in anything else, and it had to stop. She straightened her shoulders and rubbed her face quickly, as if trying to rid herself of all her embarrassment and feeling in one go. On impulse, she decided to get changed, quickly pulling her jeans on, before putting on a blue shirt. She checked herself in the mirror, staring at her reflection for a long time, just thinking. Eventually she gave a concentrated frown and the hair lengthened past her shoulders, before slowly turning a pale blue. She'd never tried it before as a color, but she felt slightly subdued now and it seemed to reflect her mood. Picking up a towel, she wrapped her hair up into a turban and collected more folders. Squaring her shoulders yet again, she walked out of the room, giving a slightly apprehensive look around the living room. No sign of Remus. She gave a sigh, realizing he'd left. At least she was free to catch up on the veritable mountain of work she had to do. She dropped all the files on the table, picking up a collection of coffee mugs that were in varying states of mold, and wandered towards the kitchen, nose buried deep in a file on the proposed new household protection charms the ministry were investigating. "Sugar." Tonks gave a yelp, dropping not only the file, but also the coffee mugs onto the tile floor, which shattered with a resounding crash. Remus jumped backwards too, and Tonks was suddenly blinded by the towel falling in front of her eyes. "Remus!" she practically shouted, struggling to pull the towel away and take in the situation. "You scared the hell out of me. I thought you'd left." "Sorry, no," he said quickly, obviously taken aback by her shock. "I was just making tea." "Yeah, of course," she said, shaking her head and trying to clear up the confusion. "I'm just okay." "You surprised me." "Yes, one sugar please." He stared at her blankly for a second, before noticing she'd finished rambling and had made a request. He gave a nod and turned back to the cups as she began to clear up the broken crockery. With a flick of the wrist the cups were remade and she placed them in the sink, before turning to Remus, who was holding out a cup of tea for her. "Thanks," she said, making a concerted effort to calm herself down in any way possible. "No problem," he said, taking a sip before giving her a steady look. "Are you okay, Tonks? You seem a bit." "What?" she said quickly, too on edge to calm down for a minute. "Stressed," he hinted, as if her last comment had cemented the fact. She gave a hasty nod, sipping a mouthful of burning tea before shrugging. "Work, you know how it is." "I don't think I do," he said, with another serious-like smile, and she gave a hollow laugh. "Yeah, I guess. Well, count your lucky stars." First day off I've had in 2 weeks and I've got an absolute ton of stuff to get through for tomorrow, she complained, reasonably satisfied with the way she'd covered her situation. Are you sure you've not taken too much on? He asked her, looking worried for the first time. Nah, don't be silly, she said dismissively, nothing I can't handle right. It's just the deadline, and that was my boss on the flow just now, more stuff for tomorrow. No problem, just another all-nighter. I'm quite tempted to keep you around, just in case James wakes up again. He gave a laugh. I could stay and help you if you liked. I've got nothing to do and was going to bother you with work anyway, if you need an extra pair of eyes. What? To do my files? She asked blankly. Of course, forget I mentioned it, he said quickly. I realize you must have to do. No. I'd love the help, she cut in, if you can stand the boredom that is. He gave a mild smile and 20 minutes later she found herself sitting at the dining room table, cup of coffee in hand as she discussed the finer points of the ministry housing spells and the Azkaban guard issue with him. 2 hours later she realized they'd made significant headway into her assigned work and she couldn't help but marvel at the power two brains had over one. It was only the frequent interruptions of James that shattered the intense working aura of the room, and before long Tonks was sliding a plate of pizza between them as a dinner substitute. I tell you what, let's take a quick break, Remus said, leaning back and rubbing his eyes. I can hardly see straight now. I know, if I see one more sentence beginning with the words, "The Ministry of Magic recommends," I swear I'll go mad, said Tonks, throwing down her own file and picking up a slice of pizza. I never thought being an Auror involved 5 hours of paperwork every night, he agreed. I don't know how you do it, especially these civilian brainchild reports. You don't remind me, she said, scrunching up her nose, file after file of shopkeepers or herbologists deciding they've suddenly thought up a brilliant new way to do something every single brain in the ministry has never managed to come up with. Everyone's an expert, he said wisely, before stretching and reaching for a slice of pizza. What have you been working on? A small part of her realized that what she was doing was technically illegal, passing on classified information to people outside the ministry, but on the other hand she reasoned, this was Remus, order business. She pulled a red file from underneath the pile she had in front of her and flicked it open. Brandon Saracen, she read out from the top page, has a brother, Klaus, who's in my wing. Caught him myself 6 months ago. We finally pinned a couple of counts of actual bodily harm on him. Threats, hexes, curses, imperio, but that's not what he's good for. Why? What was he into? Asked Remus, leaning forward. Let's just call it the vice trades, shall we? She said meaningfully, eyebrow raised. I wanted him on that so badly. My main witness conveniently, accidentally, cut her throat week before the trial. Couldn't make it stick. Remus shook his head, not really needing to say anything to this. Why's the ministry interested in Brandon? Well, we think he's planning another breakout. The Death Eaters are all in on it. Apparently he's a fully paid up member, said Tonks with a dark look at the file. Not really surprising, they're probably all customers of his. Do you know when? Remus asked, tearing off a piece of his crust and munching on it thoughtfully. That's what I'm trying to find out, she said, rubbing her eyes wearily. He's a clever one, but they always make mistakes. I'm only worried that he'll take a few of his mates with him, Malfoy mainly. They're friends? He asked. Neighbors on my wing, she told him grimly. Malfoy's on your wing? He asked in surprise. How is he? Tonks looked at him curiously, before joking, you sound like you care. He's quite quiet at the moment, still the arrogant prick we all know and hate though, she sighed, lifting her boots up onto the table, has perfected the art of Tonks bashing lately, so he must be on the mend. Really? Frowned Remus. Nothing I can't handle, right? She suggested playfully. It's the only thing interesting that happens all day usually, and I get my revenge one way or another. He merely laughed and Tonks' memory walked her down her corridor at Azkaban, listing the names of everyone in the cells. She almost forgot Remus was there, settling into her usual studying methods of leaning as far back on her chair then was probably necessary and humming to herself. I was actually over to talk about the Harry situation, he said from a long way away, and she refocused on him slowly. Sorry, I completely forgot you weren't over to do my paperwork. She laughed. What's the news? Well, wandering around the city center of Wolverhampton isn't really helping, he said with a sigh, and Bill's got a list of about 7,000 possible classmates of Kath's to investigate. I was just wondering if you had any ideas to speed things up. I take it the locator spells didn't work? She asked, having quickly remembered that she'd missed last night's attempt to perform the complex charm. No, he said heavily, we just got a blank space. I think he's found someone to do some kind of complex concealment charm on him that makes him unplottable. Really? Asked Tonks in surprise. Well, who could have done that? Moody reckons someone on Diagon Alley. Yes, there's a few places down there where enough gold will buy you anything, she suggested, slightly impressed by Harry's forethought. We should go down there and do some interviews. He must have visited the alley lately, and Gringotts. I'll go there then and make some inquiries, he said, not noticing Tonks' slightly bitter look at the mention of the bank. No need, just plot Kathy, wherever she is Harry'll be. We already tried, he said heavily, she's unplottable too. What? Cried Tonks, even more shocked now, that's not possible. He gave a shrug and she looked about for a few seconds as if searching her memory for something well hidden. The only way you can make a muggle unplottable though is a complex charm, which I really don't think Harry could do, and he couldn't have taken her into Diagon Alley, she told him. The only way left then is a potion. Must have been the potion. The page from Harry's logbook says he hasn't used magic outside school since this time last year with the Dementors, Remus replied, pulling out the battered page from his pocket and showing her. He made her drink a potion then. She said in surprise, that was dangerous. Do you think he's told her about the magical world then? I don't know, perhaps, Remus mused, it would explain how they're both unplottable. Well, how are we going to find them now? She sighed heavily. All I can see happening now is us bumping into him by mistake in the city. Not likely. I know, and the police got us nowhere, sighed Remus. They didn't really seem to care, did they? Just another runaway to add to their list, Tonks told him. In the Muggle world there's a stupid number of people going missing every week, 150 or something. That many? Exclaimed Remus, looking shocked. The Muggle population's a little larger than the magical one, she reminded him, and most of the time the missing persons are just people that no one misses. No one seems to be actively trying to find Kathy apart from us, agreed Remus. You'd think her family would try. Well, she's only got the half-brothers now and one of them is newly deceased, she said, motioning to her scarred shoulder. Grandparents then? Friends of the family? School friends, wondered Remus. Someone must care that she's gone. Tonks sat in silence for some time, contemplating the idea of someone being missing, having disappeared, being dispossessed. For some reason, this last word wouldn't leave her, and she wondered about the loneliness of the life of someone without any connections, with no help, no love. Who is dispossessed? Do you think? She began before a sudden noise made her pause. A crackling filled the air and both her and Remus looked confused for a moment. Tonks, get down here now, we've got a serious situation. She jumped up at once, already grabbing her wand and making her way over to the fireplace. What is it? What's happened? There's been another breakout from Azkaban. Kitty's new job meant that Harry had 8 hours of the day to himself to fill until either she, Donna or Greg got back to the flat, and that gave him an extraordinary amount of time to think. Most of this was taken up by rereading Quibble's letter and thinking about Sirius. Now he'd spoken to Kitty about it, his initial thoughts that it was a trap or hoax on the part of Voldemort seemed to have come back, but the grief and pain of Sirius being gone seemed to overweigh this. A little part of his mind kept whispering, what if it's not a hoax? How can you ignore this? And this was the reason why, after having the letter for almost 2 weeks now, he still hadn't visited the man. He had also returned to his past obsession he'd had whilst at Privet Drive, trying to repair Sirius' two-way mirror. Nearly half of it was glued back together, but it would never show a true reflection. There was too much glue on the surface for a start, and the shattered pieces were so small that when he looked into it, he just saw 1,000 portions of his face blinking back. And no sign of Sirius. However, tonight he couldn't concentrate on the mirror, he couldn't read his defense textbook, he couldn't even watch the TV. Because Kitty was missing. Her shift at work had finished nearly 3 hours ago and she said she'd come right back. Her mobile was off and when he'd called her workplace they said she'd left long ago. Harry didn't think he'd ever felt more panicked, more sick. It was Voldemort. They'd found her brother and now they'd got her. They'd taken her and now. He couldn't even bear to think of what was happening and jumped up from the sofa again, pacing the room. There must be a way he could use magic to find her, he thought desperately, wishing he had more books with him. A simple location spell perhaps. You made her untraceable, remember Harry? His mind whispered at him through the gale of terrified thoughts and he stopped pacing instantly, staring unseeingly at the wall. Why did he do that? How could he have made her untraceable? Now even if he did manage to contact the Order and get them here, they wouldn't be able to find her. Voldemort had her. Voldemort had her. The words kept repeating in his head over and over and he was unaware of anything around him. Time passing, the fact his wand was in his hand now, twirling in his fingers, that he was just pacing on a small patch of carpet, making himself dizzy. Suddenly he heard a key scrape in his lock and he ran to the door as fast as he could, wrenching it open desperately to see Greg standing on the doorstep, smiling bemusedly at Harry. Not who you expected? He asked genially, before stepping in and catching sight of Harry's face. What's wrong? Have you seen Kitty? He asked desperately, trailing after him as he walked into the lounge. No, isn't she at work? He said, dropping his bag on the floor and turning to look at Harry again. She finished 3 hours ago. He told him in a panicked voice that sounded completely unlike his own. She's probably just gone to see some mates, Harry, laughed Greg at his apparent over-exaggeration. Harry gaped at him for a moment before shaking his head vehemently. She would have told me. Something's happened to her, I know it. Greg simply chuckled. Calm a llama down, Harry, where's the emergency? He said, before noticing the mix of fury and utter panic on Harry's face and placing a hand on his shoulder. Harry, he said in a despairing voice, Kaz doesn't have to tell you where she is at every second of the day, okay? That's girls for you. Donna disappears for whole afternoons at a time without a word, right? But, come on Harry, you're just stressed because you've been spending so much time together and now she's working, right? Kaz is probably having a drink with her work friends. How about we get a couple of cans and watch the match? Man U versus Arsenal, it's the FA Cup final. No, we have to go and find Kitty. Harry said, wanting to knock Greg's head against the table for his stupidity. Football. At a time like this. Greg gave a heavy sigh. If she's not back in an hour, I promise you I will personally drive us around the entire city until you find her, okay? He said, giving Harry another sympathetic look. Until then, let's just sit down and relax. Fine, sit and watch football, I'm going out. He said loudly, grabbing his jacket and making for the door. She's got you whipped, Harry. Greg called over his shoulder, laughing as he settled in front of the TV and Harry merely swallowed back the angry retort. He grabbed the spare keys from the coffee table and hurried towards the door, wondering where on earth he was going to start. Maybe if he stood in the middle of some muggle place and started shooting off magic everywhere, the Death Eaters would be there in no time. But then again, it was more likely that the Ministry or Aurors would get there first. The same applied if he tried to shoot off the Dark Mark. How come Voldemort always knew how to find him, but when he actually wanted to be caught he didn't even know how to begin arranging it? He was just walking to the front door when the bell rang and he stood stock still for a moment. See, told you so, shouted Greg from the living room. There she is, forgotten her key. Harry darted forward and pulled open the front door to find two boys a few years older than him standing there, in between which was Kitty. His heart nearly exploded with relief. You, Ari? Asked one of them gruffly. Yeah, he said in a strangled voice, moving forward to look at Kitty properly. She seemed to be held up by the two boys and had a really strange expression on her face. This is yours then, the taller of the two said, pushing Kitty forwards. Harry, she said delightedly, as if she'd just seen him. She stepped forwards towards him and attempted to wrap her arms around his neck, but failed miserably, stumbling suddenly so that Harry had to move quickly to avoid her dropping to the floor. He pulled her upright, arms wrapped tightly around her waist as she giggled madly. Oops, clumsy me. she crooned happily. Harry looked at her for a moment before turning furiously to the two boys. What have you done to her? He demanded furiously. We ain't done nothing to her, one said in what Harry assumed was supposed to be a threatening manner. She can't take her stuff. She was drunk. Harry looked down at Kitty incredulously, who was looking at Harry with unfocused eyes as if she wasn't actually seeing him, pupils tiny pinpricks of black in her overlarge blue eyes. That's where she'd been. Drinking as he sat here planning to hand himself over to Voldemort. The previous terror he'd felt was soon matched by an equal amount of anger. No, fury. "Airs her bag," said one, thrusting something towards Harry. "Got all her gear in it. Check it if you want, we didn't steal nothing." "What?" Harry asked quickly, least worried about this than anything. "Does it look like I care?" "Get lost." He slammed the door on the pair and looked down at Kitty, who was sagging in his arms slightly. "Did I do bad, Harry?" She giggled, eyes sliding over his furious expression. He didn't say anything. He was so angry he could feel his hands shaking, so relieved he felt like his heart was pumping in 10 times the normal speed. "I'm so happy to see you again," she said happily, leaning forwards and trying to key him. He merely moved his head away from her silently. "Harry," she pouted, "don't be mean. Where've you been?" he asked her in as steady a voice as he could manage. "Working," she giggled, before her eyes drooped suddenly and her knees buckled slightly. "Ooh, I don't feel too good, stop throwing me about." "I'm not," he told her, "you're stumbling all over the place." "What about you? You're not even in focus," she said dazedly. "Come on, let's get you to bed," he told her, wrapping her arms around his neck so he could carry her properly. Kitty, however, seemed to be too drunk to do anything now because she basically stopped using her legs and Harry had to fight to hold her up. He shouted to Greg, who walked in, took one look at Kitty and gave a big frown. "So, that's where she was. Dona'll love this," was all he said. He and Harry wrapped their arms around her waist and walked her to the bedroom. She was unconscious by the time they got to the bedroom, laying her out on her bed. Greg stood back as Harry worked at taking her shoes off and positioning her so she could properly breathe and everything. When he was finished, he pulled the blanket over her and sat back on his haunches, watching her for some time. "She'll be out now till tomorrow," said Greg in a hard voice. "You know how this goes, right?" "Right," said Harry in a hollow voice. "Don't worry, I'll tell Donna," he said. "Best leave her be. Why don't you come and watch the match now?" "Maybe in a minute," he said, and Greg gave a shrug, leaving the room. Harry sat watching Kitty, unable to comprehend that a few short minutes ago he was prepared to cast a dark mark, prepared to get himself captured by Voldemort, the Death Eaters, Ministry Aurors, just to find her, and all the time she was out drinking herself into a stupor. How could she do that to him? She knew he was petrified of them being caught, something happening to her, and she purposely went out, turned her phone off, didn't leave any word. Just to drink. How could you do that to me? He asked out loud, staring at her unconscious form. He leant forward, chin in hands as he watched her sleep, deep in thought. Harry stood at the kitchen counter, sipping on a cup of bitter black coffee, staring unseeingly at the wall ahead as his throbbing scar took over his senses. He had spent the entire night sitting at Kitty's bedside, thinking, until he finally fell asleep in the early hours, right where he sat. And now he was awake. He was left him feeling sick, depressed, but most of all angry, and he didn't like where his head and heart were leading him. All he could think about was her, missing without a word, slurring her words and stumbling over, passing out. Donna had been right when she said all that time ago that he'd see a different side to Kitty. His hand clenched painfully around the cup as he realized he didn't like what he saw, but not even that, he couldn't stand what he saw. He heard a noise behind him, someone walking into the kitchen, and he tensed up instantly. However, he soon heard the sound of a baby gurgling and realized with a sinking heart and flash of thanks that it was only Donna. "You're up early," she said. "Couldn't sleep," he replied, still facing the wall. He didn't think he could take looking at her right now. "I'm not surprised," she said, standing beside him and reaching past to flick on the kettle. "Are you okay?" "Fine," he said stiffly, turning away from her overly close position and walking over to the kitchen table. He heard her gave a sigh and they were surrounded by a lingering silence for a few minutes as Harry drank his coffee and she waited for the kettle, playing with Jason the whole time but stealing glances at him. Finally, she sat down opposite him and gave a brief glance over in the direction of the bedroom before looking back at him. Are you okay? She repeated, doing a good impersonation of being worried. Yes, I'm fine. Are you sure? She continued, because you've been tapping that spoon on the table for about 5 minutes and it's getting a bit irritating. Harry looked down in surprise at the teaspoon in his hand. Where had that come from? He dropped it with a clatter but said nothing, still staring at his mug. Listen, she's going to be fine. You know Kaz, she bounces back quick enough from this sort of thing, she said soothingly. Harry wanted to tell her this was exactly not what he wanted to hear. He wanted her to tell him this was the first time anything like this had happened, that she was as mystified and shocked by her sudden turn in behavior than he was. She'll be up and about by tonight, she continued, trying to fill in the silence, none the worse for it, save for a few less brain cells I guess. She gave a laugh to indicate she was joking, but Harry could only swallow the lump in his throat. As much as he distrusted Donna and hated giving her ammunition in her apparent quest to break them up, he had to ask her. Donna, how often does Kitty, do that? He asked awkwardly, looking up to her briefly. He could even see the glint in her eye. She knew she'd found a way in, the crack in their relationship she'd been looking for, but he didn't care anymore. Honestly, she asked, dipping the plastic spoon into Jason's breakfast and trying to feed him. I've only seen it about 4 or 5 times. I never usually hang out with her when she gets in one of those phases. Why not? He asked, as his heart plummeted. Because things like last night happen, she said simply, shooting him a glance. She always lets you down, Harry, no matter how many chances you give her. Harry gave an irritated sigh, standing up and walking over to the kettle and flicking it on again. He couldn't take this all in. She's an alcoholic then? He asked her in a hollow voice. Alcoholic? Donna asked, as if she didn't understand. Yeah, he said, staring at the teapot, already knowing the answer. Wah. Oh, she began, as if something had just occurred to her. Right, Kaz has been doing it since before I knew her, gets it from her mom. Right. They're more alike than she thinks, she added heavily, or at least, more alike than she'll admit. She'll hate herself for this because it'll just remind her of her mom, and then she'll do it again, to try and forget. Harry didn't think he could bear the thought of having to worry about Kitty like the way he did last night, having to wait for her not knowing if she was capable of making her way home. You didn't know? She asked suddenly, slightly incredulously, but I thought she'd have, I just assumed you would. Harry was aware of a rattling noise and looked down quickly to see his hands and coffee cup was shaking. Giving them a slightly blank look, he laid them flat on the table and tried to breathe deeply, but he just couldn't stop the feeling of anger and panic overtake him. How could she do that to herself? How could she do that to him? Not tell him. He had the horrible feeling that the Kitty he thought he knew was quickly being pulled away from him and being replaced by this new, foreign and slightly scary version. I tried to tell you, said Donna softly, surprising him by being right behind his shoulder. That day, I told you that you had no idea what she'd done, what she was capable of doing. Harry stared at the wall still. As Donna's words crept into his mind, he could already feel the doubts growing. Those tiny niggling things that he used to brush aside, now they seemed to build, stack one upon the other. His scar gave a vicious throb, and without even thinking about it, he raised his cool fingertips to it and tried to smooth away the headache. He felt like everything was building up. The nightmares, the visions, the anxiety. How could he figure out what he was supposed to do with his life? How he was supposed to evade the Order, the Death Eaters, Voldemort, his past, when he had to deal with holding Kitty's life together, trying to look after the both of them? Why did bad things have to always happen to him? This was his big chance, his new break, clean start to life, and where was he? Stuck circling the drain again, waiting for Kitty to get too bad to handle. Are you okay? Came a voice from far away, and a comforting hand was placed on his shoulder. Harry shrugged off Donna's hand and marched into the lounge, grabbing his bag and jacket. You're leaving? Asked Donna in surprise, leaning against the door and fixing him with an almost smug look. Harry gave her a look that obviously said, what does it look like? shrugging on his coat silently. She'll be pissed off when she wakes up, pointed out Donna, watching him lacing up his boots. Harry felt like yelling right there and then she didn't even know the meaning of pissed off, because whatever she would feel, it'd be nothing to how he felt at the moment. Are you coming back? She continued, seemingly uncaring of his answer. I'll be back later, he said stiffly, marching towards the door. He wrenched it open and stormed through, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. Donna gave a sigh and wandered back over to Jason, who had been watching the two's discussion in wide-eyed curiosity. Oh dear, Jace, said Donna, hoisting up the baby and balancing him on her hip, looks like there's trouble in paradise. Harry didn't return to the flat until nearly 9 o'clock that night, having spent the day sitting in a local park, debating what to do. He was still furious with Kitty and now he was also, for the first time, questioning what he was doing with her. It had been such a whirlwind since he'd met her, knowing her only a few hours before they ran away, and he'd always assumed that this was just the right thing to do, because his heart told him it was right. But now he'd seen a whole different side to Kitty, one he didn't really know existed, or had never wanted to acknowledge the fact could exist despite evidence. She'd always drank a bit too much for him, and sure they'd had nights where they'd been drunk together, but he'd never seen her like that. Never known her just disappear without him, going out with some rough-looking lads who didn't even seem to really know or care about her. The same thought had been running around his head all that night he'd sat up watching her and all that day he'd spent staring at nothing as he sat on his bench. He didn't know Kitty. Who was she? All these hints Donna had been dropping. Maybe she wasn't just being vindictive, she knew Kitty so much better than him. Perhaps she was right, perhaps Kitty really was bad news. He had left Privet Drive and the magical world because he couldn't cope with what he had to think about and do there, and now he'd just jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire. Even so, he couldn't comprehend saying goodbye to her. The terror of thinking she'd been taken last night was enough to convince him that he couldn't do without her. And that's why he was walking back into the flat, ready to face the music. Donna and Greg were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Baby Jason was in the carry-cot on the other sofa, fast asleep. They turned and looked at him as he walked in silently. Harry man, said Greg in relief, we were about to send out the search party. Where did you go? Asked Donna, frowning. Just a walk, he shrugged and they shared a significant look. Is Kitty okay? She's up but she hasn't come out of the bedroom all day, Donna told him. She's been waiting for you to get back. Maybe now she knew how he felt, sitting up waiting, wondering. Right, thanks guys, he said heavily, dropping the keys on the table and walking over to the bedroom. The door was shut and he didn't open it for a long moment. Instead, he stood staring at it, wondering what he would be feeling in 10 minutes' time. Would everything be okay, or was this it? Eventually, he pushed it open, walking into the room. The curtains hadn't been drawn and in the dim light, he could see Kitty sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at her clasped hands. Harry didn't think he could speak just at that moment, so instead, he pulled his coat off and dropped it on the sofa in front of Kitty before sinking down into it himself. He sat watching her for some time in silence, but she didn't seem to want to look at him and he didn't want to be the first to talk. Finally, she spoke. I thought you'd gone for good, she said awkwardly, twisting her fingers in anxiety. He didn't really know what to say to that so he just shrugged in a way that plainly said, I'm here aren't I? Harry, she began, before trailing off and giving him an unsteady look. I don't know what to say. Me neither, he replied. But I'm so sorry, she said in a rush. I just went way too far. What do you want me to say? That it's fine, he asked her, feeling the familiar anger building up. No, of course not, she said desperately. No, but I don't know what to say, how to explain, I've never had to before. Well, maybe that's your problem, he snapped at her, finding his promise to keep his temper quickly breaking. You're so used to doing things your own way you just don't care about anyone else, do you? I do, she tried, looking at him with a slightly shocked expression. I do care, what you think. Yeah, obviously, he said sarcastically, jumping to his feet because he couldn't just sit still anymore. Harry, she said desperately, jumping to her feet too. I'm sorry, I promise I won't do it again, I promise. Don't promise me things you can't keep, he told her furiously. I can, she said quickly. Donna told me about your little phases, Kitty. He shouted and she reeled back slightly. Don't listen to anything she says, she hissed suddenly, features darkening. You know what she's like. I know she's been talking to you about me, planting ideas in your mind. Maybe she's right, he told her, secretly surprised she'd known about the Donna situation and had never said anything to him about it. No, Harry, please don't listen to her, she's got it in for me, surely you can see that. She said in despair, too much bad blood. Fine, whatever, don't tell me what this whole secret thing is between you and Donna, do you know what? I don't care. I was feeling pretty shit before she even started talking to me today, okay? Kitty's mouth snapped closed and she watched Harry for a few seconds, obviously unsure of what to do or say next. Do you know how worried I was last night? When you didn't come home. And I couldn't get in touch with you. After what happened to your brother. And Riddle after me. Do you even know what I thought had happened? What's my brother got to do with this? She began, pale-faced and confused. Nothing. He yelled, but we're not safe. You're not safe. And while you're out with your scummy friends getting drunk, I'm sitting here thinking you've been murdered or, worse. Harry, Kitty said in a shocked voice, too taken aback to answer. Nobody's trying to kill me, you're just being paranoid. I'm not being paranoid. He practically bellowed and she flinched back slightly. Are you even listening to what I'm saying to you? I thought you were dead. Right. Understand. Get it now. I get it, she said in a small voice. He breathed deeply, trying to calm himself down, suddenly aware that Donna and Greg could probably hear every word they were saying in the next room. He looked over to Kitty, whose pale face and black ringed eyes made her look more ill than he'd ever seen her and seemed to highlight his anger and anxiety even more. I'm sorry I made you think that, feel that, she said awkwardly. He raised a hand he hadn't realized had been shaking to his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose wearily. I didn't realize that's what you thought. I thought you were just angry at me for getting so out of control. Oh, I'm pretty angry about that too, he told her fiercely. I know, she said in a pained voice. I don't know why I did it, Harry. Donna said you do it all the time. I don't. Don't lie to me. She reeled back once more in shock before giving a determined expression and meeting his eyes. Fine. I do. But not as much as she'll make you think. I'm not good at saying no, the whole willpower thing. Get good at it, he told her seriously. Stop doing it. Harry, I'm serious. Stop drinking if you can't take it. I don't want to go through another night like that ever again. Okay, she said in a small voice once more. Do you promise me? He said fiercely. I promise, she whispered. I'm sorry. Okay, right, he said, taking a shaky breath. Then, that's sorted. You forgive me, she said hopefully. I will, he told her. Thank you, she said forcefully. I won't let you down, I promise. Okay, good. They lapsed into silence, unsure of what to do or say now. Kitty wrapped her arms around her stomach, looking so unsure of herself and anxious that Harry felt like he was seeing a whole new person. She glanced at him warily, before dropping her arms to her side and moving towards him. She attempted to straighten his shirt for a moment, not meeting his eyes for a long time. I hate the thought that you're disappointed in me, she told him eventually, more than anything. I wouldn't have done it purposefully. I know, he admitted. Kitty nodded heavily, biting her lip before looking up into his eyes. He could see in her eyes that she was telling the truth, that she was ashamed and angry with herself, that she was sorry, and in some way that made him feel better. She leant forward slowly to key him, but it wasn't like usual, it was somehow muted and he didn't know whose fault this was, his or hers. When they broke apart, Harry could tell that she'd noticed this because she looked away, cheeks flushing slightly. He gave a sigh. As angry as he had been with her, he'd seen Kitty drunk enough times to know she really didn't have any control over what she did when she was like that. And his reaction last night when he thought she'd gone was enough to tell him that he still wanted to be here, despite everything. How are you feeling? He asked her finally, tilting her face so he could see it in the light properly. There were dark smudges beneath each eye and her skin had a slightly waxen, yellowy tinge. About as good as I deserve probably, she told him. Where did you go today? A walk, he told her, brushing some of her braids behind her ear thoughtfully. She stared at him for a moment, before her face crumpled with pain suddenly. I hate this. I feel so horrible, so guilty. She burst out, angry at herself. How can you stand me? I dunno, he teased half-heartedly. Why do I put up with you, She gave a flicker of a smile. I wouldn't if I were you, she told him seriously. You're too good for me. Stop being stupid, he cautioned her. Everyone makes mistakes. Just make sure your next one is less terrifying for me. Okay, she said in a small voice. Sorry. Harry didn't reply, leaning forwards instead and dotting her properly this time, safe in the knowledge that Kitty had made him a promise that she wasn't going to break, that she'd know next time to get in touch with him. She seemed to be so happy that he was finally speaking to her almost normally, and that she'd been given a second chance that she totally lost herself in the key, wrapping her arms around Harry desperately. He grinned into the key, as she pressed herself against him, happy that 10 minutes later from standing outside the door debating about coming in, everything was okay. Without really realizing it, they were moving backwards and with a sudden lurch, Kitty fell backwards onto the bed, giggling as she pulled Harry down on top of her. He looked down at her for a moment, grinning at her, impossibly relieved everything worked out before she leant up and at him. I should fall out with you more often, he said breathlessly the next time they pulled apart. Kitty giggled slightly, yellowy skin now looking healthier with her flushed cheeks. Please don't. I wouldn't be able to stand it, she laughed, but I'll do this for you anytime you want. Oh really? He asked her, eyebrow raised. S on demand. S by Kitty, she nodded, grinning widely as he pretended to think about this. Sounds good to me, he told her, leaning down and dotting her again. When they finally broke apart a few minutes later, breathing heavily, Harry didn't pull away but merely stayed with his face inches from hers. With this whole Donna thing, he began, noticing her eyes clouding over once again. I've been thinking, we really need to get out of here. I know, you're right, she told him, wrapping her arms around his back and pulling him down so he was lying on her properly. I'm picking up my wages in a few days and then we can get out of here. Somewhere new, where nobody knows us. A clean break, he agreed, toying with her braids again. So, a few days. 3 at the most, she said, giving a wide grin as she slipped her hands underneath his shirt and ran them up his back. Harry laughed and leant down and at her happily for a long moment, before breaking away and murmuring into her lips. We should definitely argue more. She gave a low laugh, the vibrations of which Harry could feel through his own chest. As he at her, he marveled at how differently he could feel within such a short space of time, and how glad he was not to let something so stupid ruin what they had. And as he slipped his own hands underneath her shirt he couldn't help but look forward to the future, one with Donna in their lives, without this flat in this city. A bright future. Tonks. She was aware, in a disjointed way, that someone was talking to her but it sounded so far away that she gave it no notice. Tonks. There is was again. She frowned deeply and gave a mumbled response. The voice repeated again and groggily she re-entered consciousness. Bright light flooded into her eyes and she scrunched them up instantly. You. What time sit? She mumbled, stretching out. It's 7:30 in the morning, explained the voice, wasn't sure if you had work. She continued to stretch and finally managed to drag her eyes open. They instantly fell on a pair she knew all too well and she instantly became a little more awake, unwilling to show him how bad she looked in the morning. Remus, oh, she said, sitting up and running a hand through her hair as she looked around, I must have. Here she paused to give a great yawn and he smiled at her thoughtfully, must have fallen asleep reading. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? He asked easily. I was just wondering if you had to go into the ministry. No. Oh, well I let you sleep then, he said hastily, sorry to have woken you up. Don't be silly, I appreciate the thought, she said, swinging her legs off the couch and rubbing her face quickly, stay a bit and help me wake up, I've got loads to do today. Okay, he said, looking slightly surprised and settling into the sofa opposite her. So, what's the latest on Azkaban? I can't make any sense out of the prophet. Well, it was a breakout, but the alarm was raised quickly this time. Half my cell block's empty though, she stated. They were from your block? He asked in surprise, sitting down on the table in front of her. Yep, Malfoy, Grimbat and my old friend Saracen, you know, the one I was telling you about. She said wearily, and Malfoy of all people. He's got the luck of the devil. Do they know how they did it? Asked Remus, frowning deeply. Not yet. She sighed heavily, and the guy who was on shift's not going to be any help. Why not? Because he's dead, she said flatly, killing curse. Must have taken him unawares because he didn't even draw his wand. Aren't I glad I wasn't on shift? She gave a dull laugh and slumped back into her seat. You're lucky, Tonks, it could just have easily been you, he said seriously, looking pale in the early morning light. She didn't say anything, staring ahead glumly. Remus watched her thoughtfully for a second. So what happens now? At the prison, I mean? He asked. First the Dementors leaving and now this. I don't know, she shrugged. The ministry are meeting today to discuss it. But at the moment it's business as usual. I'm on shift this afternoon, I guess. I'm on the adjacent block for now. You're going back? He asked, looking shocked. Yes, she said, a little too defiantly, because she soon gave a quick smile. Got to earn my crust somehow. Anyhow, we've had a few guards walk out because of this. The last thing we need now is an understaffed prison. Yes, but, he began, looking unnerved, they're leaving for good reason. The place obviously isn't safe anymore. Come on, Remus, she joked. I'm a big girl, I can look after myself. I'm sure that's what the guard that was killed thought too, he pointed out, frowning deeply. She stared at him for a moment and he caught a flash of something in her eyes. Was it anger? Well, someone's got to stay there. If we lose many more guards, the whole place will be empty by next week and the ministry will be taking emergency steps. Which are? He asked her. Well, if the prison can't be used anymore, they can reinstate the death penalty, she said, hard edge to her voice, and you know what that means. The veil, he said quietly. That can't happen, she told him fiercely, but Dumbledore won't let that happen. He's coming over later. I'm going to ask his advice, see what I can do. They both lapsed into silence, deep in thought. Tonks gave a great yawn and slumped backwards in her seat. Why are you sleeping here, Tonks? Asked Remus suddenly, as if he'd remembered something that had been bothering him for some time. I was at the ministry until 3 this morning, she sighed. Everyone's going mad down there. Didn't fancy going back to Jerry's to be kept awake by a screaming baby. Remus nodded understandingly. I really don't mind children, she added hastily. It's just right at this moment I'd like to have at least one night's uninterrupted sleep. Are you not sleeping well at the moment? He asked her, looking instantly worried. She was fully intended to lie, as she always did, so she was as surprised as he was by her answer. Sleep at all would be good right now, she'd replied flatly. Really? Why? He asked, edging forward and fixing her with an anxious look. Because, she began, before realizing she couldn't even answer that and shrugged, I don't even know. He watched her silently for a moment and to avoid looking at him she began to rub her face again. Her eyes looked itchy and were refusing to stay open for more than a few moments. Maybe you're overtired, he suggested. You work such long hours and get so little sleep your body clock's all messed up. Messed up's the word, she agreed, before giving him a small smile. Nothing a long sleep wouldn't fix, or a cup of coffee. Well, that I can help you with, he said, clapping his hands onto his knees, 1 cup of strong black coffee coming up. That'd be magic, she agreed with a grin as he walked out. Giving a wide smile, she settled her head against the armrest again, pulling her legs back up onto the sofa. The floor was freezing cold and she was wearing her tattiest pair of old socks, the purple and orange striped ones with enough holes to be classed as fishnets. She closed her eyes wearily, losing herself in a daydream whereby Remus brought her cups of coffee every morning without asking. She didn't even realize that she'd fallen asleep again until she heard on the edge of consciousness the sound of Remus coming back in, before quietly trying to put the cup on the table. I'm awake, she said instantly, rising from sleep like a monster from the deep. No, you get some sleep, he whispered soothingly. No, I'm awake, she told him defiantly, just need coffee. Here you are then, he said, handing it over to her, taking an extra long amount of time to make sure she was actually sitting up and able to hold it without dropping it. So, began Tonks, before taking a deep drink of the scalding liquid, I haven't even asked about you, Remus, what's the bacon? I've been working on finding a spell to locate Harry and Kathy. I must have read a million books by now, but none of them seem to work. I think he must have paid a lot of gold for that kind of protection, he said with a sigh, leaning back into his own chair and hugging the coffee to him. He must have been desperate, she suggested, sitting up a little. Must have been, he agreed heavily, shaking his head. I just wish we'd known sooner, I should have recognized that. It's not your fault, Remus, she said flatly, we were all trying to cope ourselves when this happened. I think maybe that's what Harry should have been recognizing, that serious going affected us all. Remus nodded deeply but didn't reply, and she sipped her drink a little more slowly now, studying him intently. She had gulped so much down she'd burned her tongue and was desperately trying to pull herself together. She wasn't the best morning person. Do you know what? He began in a distant voice. What? I really wish you wouldn't go back to Azkaban, he said seriously, before looking over to her. Tonks was slightly taken aback by this statement. I know it's not the best job in the world, she said, finding herself unable to look at him now, and most of the time I wish the same thing, but someone has to do it, I guess. But why you? He asked. She shrugged. She couldn't tell him that it was purely for the money, that she was drowning in a sea of debt that she could see no way out of. Don't worry, Remus, she said, unable to really think of anything comforting to say. It's not really any more dangerous than being an Auror. And you know me, I'm always careful. Oh yeah? He asked, eyebrow raised. How's your shoulder healing? Apart from that, she laughed. Dead safe, me. You're the clumsiest person I know, he pointed out. Ah, to the untrained eye, yes, she joked, but underneath this chaotic exterior is a cool, calm, collected and ultimately refined soul. He gave a wide grin and she felt her heart actually skip a beat at that, and her stomach practically plummeted into her shoes. The combined result was that she completely missed her mouth with the cup and spilt hot coffee all down her. With several curses she jumped up, shaking her top and placing her cup on the table, completely missing the edge as it fell to the floor and smashed. She gave a jump at the sudden noise and tripped over backwards, sprawling back onto the sofa and managing to catch the side of the coffee table and kick it over. She sat still in shock for a moment before she became aware of another noise in the room, the sound of someone trying to suppress laughter. She looked over to Remus in shock just in time to see him turn red and give in and begin to laugh right out loud. It's not funny, she exclaimed indignantly. I could be seriously injured. I'm sorry, he tried to say, before shaking his head and giving into the laughter. Are you? Probably. Don't laugh, she cried, a smile tugging at her own lips. He made an expression that said he had no choice in the matter, and before long she was joining in with him. Stop making fun of me, she told him when she'd slightly calmed down. I'm sorry, Tonks, he said, wiping a happy tear away from his eye. It's just so easy. You, she growled, pulling the pillow out from behind her and threw it at him with well-aimed precision. He looked slightly startled for a moment, before giving a slightly wicked grin, picking the pillow up and winging back to her. Defiantly, and with a slight giggle, she threw it back at him. He picked it up again and weighed it in his hands, challenging look on his face. You wouldn't want to engage in war with me, she told him seriously as picked up another from her sofa. I'm not such an easy target either, you know, he told her, light of mischief in his eyes. Just so you know, I wouldn't want to hurt you, she said. Nor I you, he replied sweetly. Fine. And with that she lurched forward and smacked him across the head with her pillow. Instantly he retaliated with a swift underarm thrust to the stomach. A few more blows were traded before he also jumped out of his seat and clambered backwards over the coffee table and swung a heavy overarm at her head. That all you got? She shrieked, getting quite a successful shot in that sent him staggering slightly sideways. Using the momentum she hit him a few times in succession, causing him to burst out laughing again as he went tripping backwards. He aimed a shot at her head in retaliation, but as soon as it hit she gave a yelp and clasped her face in her hands, back turned to him. "Oh, I'm sorry Tonks," he said, instantly dropping the pillow and walking over to her silent form. "Are you okay?" "Beeper," she yelled happily, turning round quickly and surprising him. "Lost your weapon." "You sneaky," he said, looking happily shocked, before attempting to wrestle her pillow away. "Ah no, that's mine." She laughed, trying to tug it away from him. And thus ensued a bizarre game of tug of war that saw them careering around the room, laughing like school kids, and they shouted insults to each other and fought for supremacy. Tonks tried many tactics, including pretending to be hurt again, which didn't work the second time. She tried pleading, complimenting, insulting, and finally settled on pulling him around in circles, hoping to make him dizzy and throw up. However, she forgot that running him circles also included running herself in circles, and in her laughter and dizziness completely failed to see the sofa, which she banged into and went toppling into, shortly followed by Remus. They lay in an ungainly heap, bursting into loud, hysterical laughter, completely unable to move for some time. Eventually, when the ability to look at each other without laughing returned to them, a small part of Tonk's mind told her that she was lying on the sofa with Remus on top of her. "I think I'm being crushed," she giggled, and he gave a laugh. "What a way to go," he joked. "I could see that on your tombstone." "Killed by immaturity," she agreed, before giving another laugh and shoving him in the chest, and asphyxiation still. Still laughing, he climbed to his feet, and some part of her was amazed that firstly she hadn't gone into meltdown with the close proximity of him, and secondly, that he was acting so lighthearted and carefree. No offense to him, but Remus wasn't the type for spontaneous pillow fights. Shaking her head, she took the hand he offered to pull her to her feet, and she found it hard to ground her thoughts for a moment. "Fancy some breakfast?" he asked, picking up the pillows off the floor. "Tell you what," she said imperiously as she brushed herself down, "since you've been such a naughty boy, I'll make it, and you'll have to suffer the might of my cooking." "Can you cook then?" he asked her in mock amazement as they headed for the door. "Nope," she smiled sweetly, "I've already told you I can't do any of this housey stuff. But, and here's my secret, I can cook only one thing, and I can cook it good." "What is it?" he asked, a wide smile on his face now. "You'll just have to wait and see, won't you?" she told him, leading the way into the kitchen. "Sounds ominous," he said in a stage whisper, to which she turned around and smacked him on the arm. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.